Lindy whispered 6 words over champagne. I know you killed your husband. This is the Paris lie. Until that moment, Paris had almost made me feel alive again. The golden lights, the little cafe tables, the laughter of my best friends as we raised our glasses and pretended this trip was exactly what I needed. A fresh start, a way to stop seeing James everywhere. Everyone said his death was an accident, a terrible, senseless accident that took my perfect husband and left me with a house full of sympathy cards, unanswered questions, and too many secrets. But Lindy didn't look sad when she said it. She looked certain, like she knew something, like she had been waiting for the right moment to remind me that friends remember everything, even the things they promised to forget. By morning, Lindy was dead in the hotel pool. And when I found the letter slipped beneath my suite door, there were only 4 words written inside. Now you're free, liar. Prologue, Paris, France. I have been waiting 25 years for this. 25 years of wearing the right face, listening at the right moments, gathering the information they thought they could keep from me. All it took was meeting the one woman who couldn't keep a secret. Now that I have the truth, I know exactly what needs to happen next. If I do this right, someone will die. I sit at the antique writing desk in my hotel room and test the fountain pen I bought earlier in Galerie Vivienne. The nib moves smoothly across the hotel stationery as I write the words I've rehearsed in my head. I've thought long and hard about how to do this, how to force them to face their past, and I've decided to do it in a way where the truth lacerates with the sharpness of a blade and leaves just enough cuts to be deadly. After all, even the Bible says an eye for an eye, and who can argue with the Almighty himself? A smile flirts with my lips as I read what I wrote. Confessions untangle like a loosely tied noose. Your past isn't so secret anymore. One of you has already slipped. Who's next? I don't sign the note. I fold the page into thirds, slide it into the envelope stamped with the hotel crest, and write a single name on the front. People who don't know the full story would say this is cruel, that all I'm doing is playing a dangerous game. They're wrong. They are the ones who started the game. I'm just finishing it. The cracks are already there. I'm simply applying the pressure. Outside, the wind hits the window and the glass rattles. I pull the curtain and watch as the rain sweeps across the boulevard, while a delivery van cuts through a puddle and drenches a pair of shrieking tourists. I step into the hallway that smells of jasmine. The carpet is thick and a buffer against any noise. I leave my shoes behind and walk barefoot. Quiet is useful. The hallway leading to her room is bright. Music plays behind one of the doors, and at the far end, a housekeeping cart waits with its neat rows of bottles and towels. Her door is the third on the right. I pause and lean in to see if I can hear anything, but the door is thick and I'm met with silence. Kneeling, I slide the envelope under the door, but the paper catches on the metal strip. I push harder until it disappears. I picture the moment she finds it, the pause before she touches it, the way she reads the first line slowly and the second faster. The moment her body recognizes what her mind denies. Fear has a pattern. It never forgets it. Back in my room, a new journal waits on my bed. I open it and write a single sentence. The games have begun. My room goes quiet as I turn off the lamp, and all I can hear is the rain as it hits the window. They will say I wanted destruction, and they're right. I also want clarity. One more person with the strength to admit what happened. If I can mastermind that to happen, there will be a domino effect where another follows with their own confession. What comes next is already set in motion. They will react exactly as I expect. Here's what I've learned over the years. You don't have to push people to make them fall. Most of the time, you just have to make them forget where they're standing. Chapter 1. Olivia Wright. I stand on the sidewalk and Paris slips into my lungs. Warm, welcoming, full of life. For a single beautiful second, I'm happy. The air here doesn't feel like home. It doesn't carry salt. It's not damp, and I don't feel like I'm about to suffocate from the weight of all it knows. Paris feels like a held breath, like a promise of possibilities where you can start new and fresh. If only that were true. I'd give anything for my past to stop hanging over my head. The sliding doors of the hotel open, and I walk through, a tired smile on my face as I'm enveloped by a crisp scent of lilies and luxury. Then my suitcase wheel catches and clatters across the marble, loud enough to turn heads. Of course it does. I should have known better than to bring the old one. The left wheel has threatened to snap off since the airport, clattering and lurching over every cobblestone like it's announcing what I already know. Look, she doesn't belong. Valissa told me to buy new luggage. Margot sent me links to a set that was sleek, minimalist, and outrageously expensive. Lindy threatened to show up at my house with a matching set if I didn't buy something. I told them all I'd take care of it, but every time I looked online, all I could hear was James. What you have is good enough. Don't waste money just because your friends tell you to. James is dead. It's been 6 months, yet his voice still lives in my ear the way cigarette smoke lingers in fabric. It clings, it seeps, it resurfaces when I'm alone with myself, when I reach for something I want, when I consider spending money on anything that makes life feel less like punishment. Just for that alone, I should have bought the dang luggage. A man rises from the concierge desk and steps toward me. He takes my suitcase before it can betray me again, and a second staff member glides in with a tray of champagne flutes. I take one without hesitation. I need it. Madame Wright. A warm French voice says to my left, startling me so badly I almost spill champagne down my jacket. Bienvenue. Welcome to Hôtel des Lumières Étoilées. Thank you, I manage, wiping my fingers with the napkin he offers. You always know how to kill the mood, James whispers, like he's standing behind my shoulder, like he's still entitled to narrate my mistakes. The boutique lobby is exactly what Margot promised, with herringbone marble floors, gold leaf accents, and a chandelier that winks overhead. Your companions are in our lounge waiting for you. The concierge gestures toward a sitting area to the right. My stomach tightens before I even see them. We've known each other since college. Some would call that a blessing, a gift. We've been there for each other through everything. Weddings, funerals, miscarriages, public fallouts. Basically anything and everything. I know, without a doubt, I can count on these three to always be there when I need them, simply because they've always been there for me. People assume female friendships are built on brunch and laughter and inside jokes. Ours was built on something heavier. A terrible night, a promise, a secret that binds tighter the longer we try to pretend it doesn't exist. Since school, we get together once a year without fail. Our yearly trips consist of beach resorts, wine weekends, ski chalets that include spa weekends, and evening fires. We always choose places with privacy, places where no one asks questions, places where we are simply four women with money and time and fondness for each other. It is also when we recommit to our secret, and this trip will be no different. We've been to London, Amsterdam, Turkey, Santorini, even the Amalfi Coast together. This is the first time for Paris, though. It's always been my dream trip, but Paris was always no when it came to James. Every time the girls suggested it, James had some reason I couldn't go. A meeting, an emergency, a necessary trip that suddenly appeared in our shared calendar like a trap springing shut. He didn't just say no. He changed my whole life so I could never go. Once, Margot had come up with the idea of planning a fake trip to Switzerland, but actually coming to Paris. And James had somehow found out. I ended up having to cancel last minute and spending the time lying in bed recuperating from his lesson on never lying to him again. I shake my head, needing to toss those memories away. They don't matter anymore. James doesn't matter anymore. I'm here. He's dead. I walk toward the lounge and see my friends immediately. Margot first because she's impossible to miss. Navy-tailored pants, a cashmere wrap draped across her shoulders like she's mid-magazine shoot. Her hair is as white blonde as it was in college, but shaped into a severe, just expensive enough bob. Margot has always looked like she stepped out of a world where rules don't apply to her. She moves like she expects doors to open and people to make room, which they generally do. Valissa sits to her left, all black on black, posture controlled, gaze cutting across the lobby as she scans doorways and reflections and the angles of the room, the way other people scan menus. Valissa doesn't relax. She calibrates. And Lindy. Lindy is kinetic. Powder blue shirt dress that probably came from some up-and-coming designer, white sneakers that look brand new, dirty blonde curls that refuse to be tamed. Her grin splits her face like a seam, and her eyes lock onto me like I'm oxygen. I smile back, even though my throat feels tight. Compared to them, I don't belong. It doesn't matter what I wear or how much I spend on my hair and nails. I don't have what these women have. They are confidence and polish. I am effort and anxiety, even with my bank account. I've come a long way from being a simple bookstore owner, that's for sure. My shoe catches on a sunken grout line and I pitch forward, nearly colliding with a passing bellhop. The man offers a blank half-smile and rights me, but not before every pair of eyes in the foyer catches my clumsiness. Oh, for 5-6, I mutter, because James hated swearing. Margot stands first and envelops me in a hug. Liv, she murmurs, voice syrupy with affection. You made it. You smell divine, I tell her, because I know it's exactly what she wants to hear. Baccarat Rouge, she says, pleased. Don't worry, we'll get you a bottle while we're here. She winks like it's an inside joke. It is. Margot once told me I have the worst nose and every perfume I bought made me smell like a herb garden gone to rot. Since then, she's been my perfume supplier, and no one else in the group is the wiser. Behind her, Lindy explodes into motion, practically launching herself into me, pushing Margot aside like a child cutting in line. Lindy's embrace is different, messy, tight, arms winding so hard around my ribs I feel my heartbeat stutter. You're here, she squeals, and then she pulls back just enough to inventory my outfit. You did wear it. I told you it was the perfect plain outfit. She straightens my collar with both hands, then tucks a loose strand of hair behind my ear. Her fingers are warm. Her smile is bright. Then it flickers, just for a second. You're trembling, Lindy whispers, so low only I hear. I knew I should have flown with you. I'm just tired, I say with a half grin. I need strong coffee and some of those pastries you promised. Over the past few months, we've been sending each other videos and photos of places in Paris we found online. She keeps sending me all the best desserts, and I send her anything I find about the best champagnes. If you were to name one of her weaknesses, it would be for good French champagne. Oh, we'll get those, don't you worry. The best chocolates and macarons. It's all planned out. Lindy laughs, but it comes out too loud, and then she coughs, quick, sharp, like she swallowed wrong. She blinks hard, twice, like her eyes are dry. Oops, I think I drank that last glass a little too fast. She giggles. Valissa interrupts by holding out a glass of champagne for me. I take a small sip, letting the bubbles coat my tongue before swallowing. Good, right? Lindy says, just before she reaches for another glass from a passing waiter. Valissa sighs as our eyes lock. Her gaze then flicks from my face to my hands and back again, like she's taking stock before pulling me in for a tight hug. Finally. she says, with a softness buried beneath her businesslike attitude. Valissa is a shark with cotton teeth, at least with us. We were starting to think you'd taken up with the taxi driver. You'd love my taxi driver, I deadpan. He spent half the ride explaining French labor strikes and the other half trying to sell me CBD honey. Sounds like my ex, Valissa says, dry enough to pull a bark of laughter from Lindy. We fall into the familiar rhythm of talking over one another, jet lag, luggage, who slept, who didn't, what the concierge promised, what Margot demanded. It's easier to talk about the small things. It's easier to be a group when we're performing the version of ourselves that worked in our 20s and 30s, when we still believed we could outrun our past by pretending it didn't exist. Margot finally signals for us to follow her toward the elevators. Now that we've drunk a bottle of the bubbly, it's time to explore. Let's get you upstairs, she says. Shower, change, pull yourself together, and then we'll do a proper reunion. Pull yourself together? Lindy echoes, looping her arm through mine as if she's afraid I'll disappear. Oh my God, Liv, you are going to love your room. And our floor has private access to one of their pools. Private, Liv. And the bathroom, she squeals, tightening her grip. Wait until you see the soaker tub. In the elevator, every surface is mirrored. I'm forced to see myself how everyone else does. Pale, slightly puffy from the flight, eyeliner smudged into raccoon territory. Margot looks perfect. Valissa looks composed. Lindy looks electric. Except there's something faintly off at the edges, like a picture that's been edited too much. Her cheeks are too flushed. Her smile holds too long. She blinks again, hard. Valissa notices. Of course she does. So, Valissa says quietly, widowhood. Are you doing okay? Adjusting? Adjusting? Does one adjust to becoming a widow? It's been 6 months and the word still hits like a bag of rotten potatoes. Amazing, I say, brittle cheer in my voice. 10 out of 10, highly recommend. Margot doesn't react. Lindy makes a sympathetic sound. It does get better, Valissa says. I'm about to ask her if she promises, but I don't. I'm not sure if it gets better or easier, or if you just get used to being alone. Until then, you have us. Lindy snakes her arm through mine, and I lean my head on her shoulder. I'd be lost without these women. The suite is bigger than I expected. Bright, older. The windows cut deep into limestone, the sills wide enough to seat a grown man. The air is thick with the hush of carpet and decades of money, as sunlight washes the space in a way that makes everything look cleaner than it is. Paris glitters through arched windows like it's posing. Lindy throws the doors to the bathroom open with breathless delight. Hermes toiletries live. Hermes! Margot and Valissa sink onto the couch and begin discussing the afternoon in low, measured voices. I drift toward the window, where Paris spreads out before me like a promise I never thought would come true. James was going to bring me here. It was the carrot he dangled our whole marriage. Next year, Paris, he'd whisper as he held me down, grip on my throat tight. Just wait for Paris. He'd tease in rare moments of quiet intimacy. I always believed him, even when I knew it was all a lie. Next year never came, not with him. Sunlight hits my face and triggers a memory I didn't ask for. James standing at a window, shadows stretching across polished wood, his hand a little too tight on my wrist as he told me how lucky I was. My throat tightens. Behind me, Lindy's voice is bright. I can't believe you actually came. I honestly expected you to cancel like last time. Last time I fell and broke my ribs and leg, remember? I say, and I hear myself trying to sound normal. A knock at the suite door interrupts us. A bellman delivers my luggage. I wheel it toward my room and catch Margot's gaze landing briefly on the battered suitcase. Seriously, Liv. She waves her hand in the air. That's it. We're shopping for new luggage this week and tossing those before we leave. Margot shakes her head, but I hear the affection in her tone. I unpack fast, hands moving as if speed can erase awkwardness. Lindy circles my room with the energy of a golden retriever left alone with a tennis ball cannon, finding light switches, outlets, narrating each feature like she's writing the TripAdvisor review of her life. "Now that you're here," Valissa calls, "we should go stretch our legs." "I'm ready," Lindy chirps. "Let's people watch and get lost on purpose." She pauses, then digs into her purse. "Oh, wait, remember that list I emailed everyone? I printed it out." She pulls out the list and waves it around. "Margot promised everything on here is on our itinerary, but I want to check things off as we do them. Buy some art from a vendor by Sacré-Cœur. Hot chocolate at Café de Flore. Find the Phantom's box at Palais Garnier. Rooftop drinks at the hotel. Monet somewhere that isn't the Orsay. Real Paris chocolate tour. Walk along the Seine. Buy a book from Shakespeare & Co. A bouquet of fresh flowers from the market. Make Liv buy something ridiculously expensive on Rue Saint-Honoré." "Put that away," Margot groans. "I promised you we'd do everything on your tour. Starting now, let's head to Montmartre so you can buy your art." And somehow, that's what we do. We spend hours touring the city until we cab back to the hotel where we dress for dinner. Margot wears something tailored and sharp. Valissa is in her usual black armor. Lindy wears a canary yellow night-out dress that makes her look like she's lit from within. Me, I'm wearing a safe black dress and a silk scarf tied close to my throat. Downstairs, we gather at the bar first. Prosecco appears. Conversation loosens. Margot shares stories about her Manhattan clients that leave us in stitches. Valissa interrupts with dry remarks. Lindy fills every gap with laughter, and I sit there, asking questions, making sure everyone feels heard. At some point, there's a bit of a lull, and I notice Lindy's grown quiet. I reach for her hand without thinking. She squeezes my fingers once, grateful. "You okay?" I ask low. "Totally," she says too quickly. "I'm just keyed up, Paris, you know." Felissa's gaze flicks to Lindy's glass, then away, then back. So fast it could be nothing. We walk to the restaurant under misty streetlights. Margot leading like she's been here 1,000 times. Valissa and me falling into step. Lindy bouncing between us, humming under her breath. Inside the restaurant is quiet luxury. White tablecloths, heavy cutlery, low light that makes every face look more beautiful. Wine flows, food arrives, conversation finds its rhythm. We are, for a brief stretch of time, a normal group of friends. Until dessert. Margot insists on ordering the chocolate soufflé to share, because we are in Paris and she likes to remind us she can. Lindy begs for crème brûlée, too. We get both. The spoons clink, the sugar cracks, the soufflé steams. And then there's a small pause, one of those empty beats that happens when laughter fades and everyone relaxes. Lindy moves into that beat like she owns it. She tilts her head, lips near my ear, and whispers softly, almost gently, "I know you killed your husband." My fork stops halfway to my mouth. The restaurant noise continues, cutlery, conversation, glass clinking, but everything around me blurs at the edges. I turn slowly. Lindy is smiling, bright, innocent. Her eyes are clear and alive. "What did you say?" My voice comes out thin. "Look at you, wound up so tight," she says lightly, tapping my spoon with hers. "Relax, eat your dessert. You earned it." But her smile holds a fraction too long, and when she looks away, laughing at something Margot says like nothing happened at all, the words stay lodged in my throat like a shard of glass. Because Lindy doesn't joke like that, and there's no way she could know the truth. Chapter 2. A scream shears through my sleep like a blade, ripping me from some anonymous dream into instant panic. For a moment, I don't know where I am. The light is wrong, the bed is too soft. Everything feels off, wrong. My heart hammers before my brain catches up. Then another scream. It's raw, almost animal, the sound of something being torn apart from the inside. My window is cracked open, city air cold against my skin, and somewhere above me, or beside me, or nowhere at all, a voice is breaking. What is happening? I bolt upright, my heart slamming so hard it hurts. I wait for a second scream, but there's nothing but silence, which feels almost worse. I fumble for the hotel robe and drag it on with shaking hands before flicking on the light. Harsh yellow floods the room, revealing the surreal details I'd forgotten overnight. A pink peony painting over the bed, a tray of untouched Perrier and walnuts on the bureau, my clothes tossed across a velvet chair. The digital clock reads 6:14 a.m. I open the door and step barefoot into the shared sitting room, and find Margot and Valissa already there. The elevator dings down the hall. Muffled voices carry through the corridor. Fast, urgent, French. Margot moves first. She crosses the room and opens the door just as a hotel employee rushes toward us, breathless, speaking rapidly. C'est la piscine! Quelqu'un est mort! I don't understand the words, but I understand the tone. What did he say? I whisper. Margot's hand flies to her throat. Her face drains of color. Someone died in the pool. Someone is dead? Margot speaks to him in clipped, fluid French. He nods and gestures urgently down the hall, toward the frosted glass door Lindy had pointed out last night, the one she'd been excited about. Private pool access, only our floor. We follow him without thinking. The closer we get, the colder the air feels. The carpet gives way to tile. Humidity clings to my skin. The pool room is bright, despite the hour. A wall of glass lets in pale morning light that scatters across turquoise water and potted palms. A knot of people gather at the far edge, kneeling over someone half submerged in the water, face down on the steps. My stomach lurches. Guys, where's Lindy? I hear myself ask. Did anyone wake her up? No one answers. Or maybe they do, and I don't hear it. A hotel employee barks into a walkie-talkie. Two maids cling to each other, one openly sobbing. A lounge chair lies overturned. A champagne bottle rests on its side near the pool, half empty, condensation slicking the tile beneath it. My eyes adjust. And then I realize who it is. Oh no. I moan, the sound tearing out of me before I can stop it. Pajamas soaked and translucent, hair fanned out like a halo in the water. Lindy. The recognition is total and brutal. I rush over and push my way through the crowd. Lindy's hands are pale and loose, fingers curled slightly. The rope ring she never took off, the one she twists when nervous, is gone. 3 staff members kneel beside her. One drapes a towel over her head to cover her face. Another tugs her top back into place with shaking hands. I grab Margot's arm, my fingers digging into her skin hard enough to hurt. A manager in a crisp suit murmurs to 2 uniformed officers who've just arrived. Trop bu, un accident, he says. One officer shrugs. Too much to drink. Fell in. Final. Casual. Like he's explaining a cracked glass. My knees buckle. I grip the metal railing, bile burning through my throat. This is a nightmare. Margot's hand finds my elbow. She tries to pull me back, but I jerk away and sink down onto the tile, pain flaring in my knees as they hit cement. The sobs come fast and hard, violent, unstoppable. I can't breathe around them. I press my hands to my mouth, but the sound escapes anyway. A staff member hovers nearby, wide-eyed, unsure whether to touch me. Grief is contagious. I am a storm. But my tears aren't just for Lindy. They're for the words she whispered last night. I know you killed your husband. A joke? A threat? One of my best friends. Gone. Twisted relief coils in my gut, hot and sickening. The guilt of it makes me want to vomit. Lindy. I dig my nails into my forearms. She can't be gone. This doesn't make any sense. The murmurs around us swell. I've never seen a dead body before. a woman says too loudly, her Australian accent grating. That's why I screamed. What a shock, someone else whispers. My gaze lifts and locks onto Velissa. She stands at the water's edge, arms crossed, face unreadable. While I shatter, she is still, dry, composed. Something about that steadiness unsettles me. Lindy, dead. The police begin asking questions, names, room numbers, timelines. Lindy was in bed. We all went to bed at the same time. She wasn't a morning swimmer. So why was she here, in her pajamas, with champagne? I look to Velissa, but her face is unreadable. An officer speaks briefly to Margot, scribbles notes, and dismisses us with a polite, "Merci, madame." Margot wants us to leave, to return to our suite. I don't. We can't leave her here, not alone. "Come on, love," Margot murmurs, guiding me away. "Velissa will stay." I follow Margot, but only after one last look. Privacy screens have been raised, hiding Lindy's body, but her pajamas peek out from behind them. Canary yellow, absurdly joyful, perfectly Lindy. One sickening thought cuts through the noise. Death always seems to find us, but it's never been one of us. Not until now. Back in the suite, my sobs return in waves. My rib cage shudders. I can barely breathe. "Velissa won't leave her, right?" I ask suddenly, panic sharpening. "Of course not," Margot says, voice fragile. "She'll take care of everything." I picture her again at the pool's edge, jaw set, arms folded, not a tear in sight. I don't think I've ever seen her cry. "She can't be gone," I whisper. "Not her, not our sweet Lindy." "I know," Margot says, but I barely hear her. All I can think about is why. How? Why? We all went to bed at the same time. A chill creeps up my arms as the shock settles into something colder. "Why was Lindy at the pool?" I ask. "Why would she take champagne with her? Was she alone?" Margot shakes her head. "I don't know. Maybe she met someone. Maybe—" "No," I cut in. "She would have told us. Because Lindy tells us everything. Love affairs, crushes, hopes. She believes in happily ever after, even when it keeps breaking her heart." "They said it was an accident," Margot says weakly. "She loved her champagne." I remember Lindy saying goodnight, that she had a headache. She blew me a kiss. I remember lying in bed thinking I wished she'd never said those words. I remember the pill bottle beside my bed. I didn't take any, even though I'm supposed to. I was afraid of mixing the sleeping medication with alcohol. I shiver as I realize something. I woke up this morning in my bed, but was I there all night? Chapter 3. The police ask us to wait in our suite. Margot and I both get dressed and wait. When Velissa finally returns, she heads into her room without a word, but I see the sheen of tears in her eyes. I sit on the couch where Margot dropped earlier, knees pulled tight together, hands folded in my lap because I don't trust them not to shake. When she joins us, Velissa sits across from me, posture immaculate, dressed in her usual black uniform. It feels appropriate for the moment, unlike my big Paris sweatshirt Lindy convinced me to buy yesterday. Margot paces. Her phone is clutched in her hand like a talisman, screen dark, thumb hovering, as if she can negotiate her way out of grief if she finds the right contact. "This is ridiculous," she mutters for the third time. "An accident. It's obviously an accident. Why are we being told to stay here?" No one answers. I stare at the carpet, tracing a faint wine stain near the coffee table with my eyes. My chest tightens, like something is being cinched around my ribs. "Liv?" Margot says softly. "You okay?" "I don't know," I say, because it's the only honest answer. No, I'm not okay. Are you?" I look to Velissa. "Or you? You seem so calm, and I'm a mess, like usual." Velissa doesn't speak. She sits very still, hands folded loosely, gaze distant, watching, thinking. I wish I could read her mind. There's a knock on the door. Margot opens it to find the hotel manager waiting. He informs us that breakfast will be sent up shortly, that we're welcome to anything we need, that the pool area is closed indefinitely. Closed. As if this is a minor inconvenience to them and not a monumental loss for us. When we're finally alone again, Margot sinks onto the armchair and rubs her face with both hands. "I should have stayed up with her," she says. "I should have." "No," Felissa cuts in quietly. "We all went to bed, even her. You couldn't have known." I stand abruptly, needing space. My legs feel unsteady as I cross into my bedroom and shut the door behind me. I let out a soft sigh and glance around the room. It looks exactly like I'd left it, curtains half drawn, my suitcase still half unpacked by the chair, everything exactly where I left it. And then I see the bed. Despite the bed covers being flung everywhere, the pillows are stacked neatly, hotel perfect, and resting squarely on the top one, centered, deliberate, is an envelope with my name written on the front. My breath leaves me all at once. For a moment, I don't move. I just stare at it, my brain insisting this is impossible. This wasn't here before when I got changed. I would have noticed. Wouldn't I? My skin prickles as I cross the room. I sit on the edge of the bed and pick it up, half expecting it to be warm, like someone has just been here. It isn't. I lift the tab and pull out a single piece of paper, folded. 4 words, printed neatly in block letters. "Now you're free, liar." The room tilts. Free. Free of what? What does this mean? Liar. What am I lying about? What do they know? How do they know? My heart pounds so loudly I'm afraid it will echo down the hallway. Someone stood at my bed. Someone touched my pillow. The thought makes my stomach lurch. Who came into my room and when? It had to be while we were at the pool. Was it one of the others? I think about any time they were out of my line of sight, and the only time I can think of is when I was being questioned by the police. Felissa was off to the side. But where was Margot? I fold the note carefully and slide it into the nightstand drawer, shutting it with more force than necessary, like I can trap the meaning inside with it. I don't notice the absence until my hand lingers on the nightstand a second too long. My pill bottle isn't where I left it. I scan the surface again. I open drawers. Nothing. My pulse spikes. I find it a moment later in the dresser drawer, where I never put it. Relief comes too quickly, too easily. I tell myself it's shock, grief, the way trauma scrambles ordinary routines. But unease settles anyway. When I rejoin the others, Felissa looks up. Something unreadable flickers across her face before it smooths away. "I thought you were going to have a nap," Margot asks. "I'm too wound up to sleep." I lie. The truth is, I don't want to be alone. The truth is, I don't trust the two of them to be alone together. The truth is, I think one of them put the note on my pillow. But why? Later, hours later, or maybe minutes, time has stopped cooperating. Margot dozes on the couch. Felissa retreats to her room. The suite grows quiet in a heartbreaking way. I sit quietly in the shared space, staring at nothing. And that's when Lindy's voice comes back to me. Not the whisper from dinner, the other one. It happened weeks ago, after James's funeral. Lindy had come over with takeout and wine I didn't want. She talked too much, filled the air with nonsense until I finally snapped and told her to stop pretending I was fine. She cried then, actual tears. "I didn't want to be the one to tell you," she said, words tumbling over each other. "I kept thinking someone else would, or that you already knew." "Knew what?" I asked. She looked sick, guilty. "James," she said. "And Cass." I laughed. I remember that clearly. A sharp, disbelieving sound. "You're wrong." "I'm not," she said. "Cass told me." I refused to believe her. I told her she was drunk, emotional. that grief made people invent stories. She didn't argue. She just looked at me like she was sorry. After she left, I went through James's things. I told myself that I wanted to prove Lindy wrong, even though I knew deep down she was right. I'd always known, in a way, that he was having an affair. It wouldn't have been his first, but they never lasted. I found recently deleted emails, along with receipts of hotel charges and messages from Cass. Not romantic at first. It all started with her wanting to throw me a surprise party, but then the tone became more familiar and intimate. I didn't want to believe it. Cass was a friend. Not close, not part of our core group, but still a friend. We welcomed her into my life because Lindy asked us to, and honestly, we all liked her. I liked her. She wouldn't do that to me. And yet, the proof was right there. I closed the laptop and never opened it again. I never confronted Cass, never told Margot or Valissa. I did, however, suggest a few months later to Lindy that Cass shouldn't join us in Paris. It was either her or me. Lindy told me she'd take care of it. When I arrived and didn't see Cass in the lounge with the others, I knew Lindy had kept her promise. Now, hours after Lindy's death, the note's words echo louder. Now you're free. I wonder if Lindy regretted telling me. I wonder who else she told, because someone else clearly also knows. I wonder how many lies can exist in one room before one of them kills you. Chapter 4. The knock on my bedroom door is soft and tentative. "Liv?" Margot says from the other side, her voice low. "The police are here." My stomach drops. For a split second, I think of Amalfi, the knock on my suite door then too. My stomach flops as I open the door. Margot is there, hair pulled back, face set into something calm and professional. Behind her, just beyond the threshold of the suite, 2 uniformed French officers wait. One of them nods at me. "Madame Wright?" The way he says my name sends shivers of dread down my spine. "It'll be okay," Margot says quietly, already stepping back as if she's been dismissed. Her eyes flick to mine. "Just tell the truth," she mouths. I don't know if that's for me or for herself. The officers gesture for me to come with them. I glance once over my shoulder, at the bed, the nightstand, the drawer where the note is hidden, before I step into the hallway and let the door close behind me. The room the inspector brings me to is a staff office that connects directly to the pool area. It's cramped, bleach-scented, and too bright. A single oscillating fan hums in the corner, stirring the heavy air but doing nothing to ease the pressure building in my chest. He gestures for me to sit. I've now sat in similar rooms twice. The first time was when my sister died. The last time was in Amalfi, following my husband's death. The officer asks questions I barely hear. Times, names, what I remember, when exactly I heard the scream, but my mind keeps sliding sideways. I keep looking out toward the pool for Lindy, the way her hair rippled in the water, the bare finger.
"Madame."
His voice gentles, as if he recognizes panic when he sees it. "Je dois vous poser quelques questions." My throat clicks when I swallow. "I'm sorry, do you speak English?" He exhales like he's been expecting this.
"Yes, we can continue in English. Your name, please."
He points to his phone where our conversation is being recorded.
"For the record, if you please."
Olivia Wright. I try to keep my voice steady, but it betrays me with the faintest tremor. He writes it down carefully, eyes flicking between me and his clipboard, like he's assessing whether I'm lying before I've even begun.
"And your room number?"
This gives me pause, but I give it again. He flips back through several pages of notes, scanning for context I don't have. His pen hovers poised above the paper, ready to capture anything I slip.
"Where were you between 3 and 7 this morning?"
"In bed." I think that's the truth. I woke up when I heard the screaming. I hold my breath, waiting for him to question that, to ask what time specifically, to challenge the shaky phrasing. But he just watches me, waiting for me to elaborate. I don't. I can't. Anyone else in your room? My mind flashes to James. How many times he demanded answers, demanded honesty, demanded I do better, be better. I force him out of my head. No, I was alone. James hated pauses. He said silence was a tactic, a way to avoid responsibility. Say it. He'd snap when I hesitated. If you didn't do anything wrong, just say it. The inspector's mouth twitches in what might be a smile, but it holds nothing warm. And your friends? They were in their rooms. I think they were. We all went to bed early. My pulse thuds. Jet lag.
And we had drinks. It was a long day.
He nods, writes something down, but his eyes sharpen.
Did you hear anything unusual? Arguments? Doors? Voices?
I shake my head quickly. No, nothing like that. He taps his pen twice on the clipboard.
Did you and your friends ever fight?
I give a brittle laugh. We're women. We're friends. Of course we fight. He doesn't smile.
Did you fight last night?
No, we were fine. Lindy was fine. The word fine sounds sharp, almost hostile. She was excited. She had a list of things she wanted us to see and do. James used to say that word the same way. Fine. As if it ended a conversation instead of starting one. He writes again. The scratch of his pen is raw against my nerves.
But she had a headache.
I nod. Probably from all the champagne. My voice catches. We drank quite a lot of it last night.
To celebrate being here. Tears well, and I press my shaking fingers to my lips. I know this must be hard.
The officer's voice trails off as his words trigger a memory. I know this must be hard, but I need you to be strong. I was younger then, a teenager, still learning which truths were useful and which ones only made things worse. I remember sitting in a narrow office that smelled like burnt coffee and carpet cleaner, my hands folded so tightly in my lap my fingers went numb. They asked me why I was out so late, where we got the alcohol. Why would I take my 14-year-old sister out driving in the middle of the night? Who were we going to meet? I realized then that it didn't matter what I said or didn't say. All they wanted was a story to match their facts. Two underage kids who stole their parents' vehicle to go joyriding down the back roads so they could drink.
It's what kids did. The only difference from their kids and me was that I got my sister killed when I let her take the wheel. I thought I was being the hero, teaching my little sister how to drive. The memory recedes as quickly as it came.
And the deceased? Was it normal for her to swim alone?
I shake my head. Lindy isn't the type to be alone, period.
A sad smile plays with my lips.
She's happiest when she's with someone, sharing the moment together, you know?
I swallow hard as I realize I'm speaking about her in present tense, like she's still here, with me. I blink hard. Sorry, I whisper. She wouldn't have been there alone, I don't think. So you are saying that someone was with her then? There's a note in his tone, and I realize I'm saying too much when I don't know enough to say anything at all. I shake my head even more.
That's not what...
I stop and sigh. My friend is dead, and I don't understand why. I'm sorry. He nods, scribbling something down. I wonder what he's writing.
We're told there was another person listed on your reservation, Madame Cassandra Dupont.
My lips tighten. She won't be joining us, I tell him. She had to cancel last minute. His brow rises at my words, but he doesn't reply. The detective continues to write something down, but I can't read it.
Merci, Madame Wright. We will speak again if needed.
He pushes his chair back and stands. I rise too quickly,
the chair legs scraping against tile, loud enough that 2 officers nearby glance over. Heat rushes up my neck. Back in our suite, Margot is pacing the living room with her phone pressed to her ear. She's speaking in low, clipped phrases, efficient, polished, in control. Damage control. She always switches into that mode first. I slip into my room and sit on the edge of the bed and pull my legs up. My calves are sore, and when I pull up my pants, I notice faint bruising along the skin. When did I get these? The thought steals my breath. In Amalfi, I'd woken with bruises I couldn't explain. James had said I thrashed when I slept, that I sleepwalked and probably bumped into furniture in the dark. Is that what caused these? Did I sleepwalk last night? A soft knock at the door. A pause. Then another. I know before she opens it. It's Felissa. She steps inside without waiting for permission, closing the door quietly behind her. How did that go? I have no idea, I say. My voice sounds smaller than I intend. He mentioned Cass. She sits on the foot of the bed beside me, our shoulders barely touching. What's about her? I shrug. Something about her name still being on the reservation, which is weird, right? For a brief second, neither of us speaks. It feels like we could fall through the silence. Then she exhales. What did you tell them? My stomach drops. About Cass or about anything, Liv? There's exasperation in her tone. I drop my head to my knees. That we all went to bed. That Lindy isn't the type to go to the pool by herself. That we all drank a lot of champagne and crashed. So you told him we went to bed and stayed there all night? She says it like she's trying to convince me of its truth. I search her face for something, reassurance, guilt, doubt, but she gives me nothing. Felissa. My voice cracks. Do you think I did something? She doesn't flinch. No. I think you're spiraling because of everything that happened with James. My jaw tightens. James. His voice in my head, measuring, criticizing, reminding me of my flaws. His hands tightening around my neck during an argument he later insisted was nothing. That bruise shaped like a thumbprint, the panic attacks that followed, the pills. I didn't take my medication, I whisper. What if I— You didn't. She cuts me off cleanly. You stayed in bed. You were asleep. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. She touches my hand, the gesture brief but steadying, calming. We protect each other, she says. Always. A memory hits me before I can answer, one I haven't let myself replay in years. We were 20, poor, reckless, convinced the world owed us more than it ever intended to give. Lindy had messed up, really messed up. A professor had accused her of cheating on an exam she hadn't even meant to cheat on. It was a stupid mistake, the kind that could have gotten her expelled. I remember the 4 of us sitting on the dorm floor, the cheap carpet prickling our legs, Lindy shaking, Margot strategizing, Felissa flipping through the student handbook, and me clutching Lindy's hand because I didn't know what else to do. We fix it, Felissa had said, calm as a surgeon preparing to cut. We protect each other. That's the rule. And we did. Not because we were good or loyal or noble, but because that's what we did. We still do. Olivia? Velissa's voice brings me back, and I nod, even though it feels like my head isn't connected to my body. Always. She leaves without another word. The silence is too much. I force myself into the main room before I fall apart alone. Margot is now at the table, laptop in front of her, jaw clenched, eyes darting across her screen. I move to the kitchenette and make coffee, but the smell, bitter, acidic, turns my stomach instantly. I swallow, but the nausea mounts. Images flash. Lindy's hair fanning out in the water, the towels laid out around her body. Before I can stop it, I'm rushing to the bathroom. I grip the sink and I throw up. The images don't stop, though. I see Lindy laughing, her bubbly personality filling the space between us. I remember her contagious excitement, the soft moans as she bit into a piece of chocolate, the way she kept toasting to a memory-making trip. And then I think about a sight I wasn't meant to see, the way she'd tucked away a folded piece of paper into her bag after talking to Velissa yesterday as they stepped out of the elevator. What was that note about? Chapter 5. The Day Before. Paris is everything I thought it would be, and more, and I've only been here for 4 hours. I'm so tired, but when I mutter this, Lindy turns and frowns. It is criminal, she declares, to nap in a 5-star tomb while this, she opens her arms and twirls, is alive just outside. The word criminal cuts through my jet lag and the faint ache behind my eyes. We walk past a bakery exhaling heat and yeast, a florist with buckets of drenched peonies, a brasserie blaring Edith Piaf from outdoor speakers. But the one we stop in is a chocolate shop where we buy a box of assorted chocolates and savor every single bite. Liv, wait till you see the view of Paris from up there, Margot says as we take the funicular in Montmartre. By the time we reach the top of the steps at Sacré-Cœur, the city sprawls beneath us like a photograph. The Parisian rooftops, the glinting Seine, the Eiffel Tower in the distance. Tourists cluster on the steps, and a street musician drags a bow across a violin, the notes so mournful they make my heart ache. I'm doing my best to ignore the street hawkers who are everywhere. Lindy's the first to sigh. Tell me this doesn't make up for the jet lag. She says it like she's trying to convince herself. Her sunglasses hide her eyes, but I can tell she's already composing the caption, "Found heaven on a hill." Margot rolls her eyes. If heaven smelled like sweat and crepes, maybe. She snaps a photo anyway. 3 quick shots, shifting her weight to find the angle that flatters her best. For a moment, the 4 of us are almost still. The light shifts. Paris gold. That strange, half-warm hue that flatters everything except truth. Below us, the city hums. We wander toward the Place du Tetre, where easels crowd the cobblestones and the air smells of espresso. Artists call out, promising to capture us in the true French style. A breeze rises, lifting the edges of canvases, fluttering skirts. One approaches, his hand stained in a map of colors. "Mesdames, portrait?" He grins, showing a single gold tooth. Lindy's delighted. "Oh, yes, we have to. It's on the list." She pats her hair, already imagining herself immortalized. Velissa shakes her head. "Tourist trap," she mutters. "He'll make us all look like those Bratz dolls." Margot arches a brow. "Oh my God, are you telling me you actually played with dolls when you were younger?" She winks while Velissa rolls her eyes. Lindy is already sitting, laughing, arranging herself just so. The painter's pencil scratches on paper, strokes brisk, impatient. Velissa watches him work, her arms folded, the muscles in her jaw tight. "He's looking at her chest, not her face," she says quietly. The tension loosens a little when a busker nearby starts playing La Vie en Rose on an old accordion with a black cat sitting on his shoulder. Tourists melt toward the sound like bees to syrup. The melody floats around us, light as spun sugar. Lindy laughs when the painter turns the sketch toward her. It's a caricature, huge eyes, impossibly long lashes, lips shaped like a heart. Oh, come on, I look 12. She studies the sketch before folding it up into her bag. Well, now that I've bought a portrait, we need some real art. Lindy spins once, arms spread, laughing as she trips. "Oops," she giggles, hands over her mouth. "Guys, we're finally in Paris together. We should all buy something as a reminder." Velissa snorts. "Please, I'm not hanging a watercolor of the Eiffel Tower in my living room." Margot pauses at a booth displaying miniature landscapes. She picks one up, Sainte-Chapelle, its stained glass rendered in dots of indigo and flame. "I have the perfect space for this," she says softly.
There's something about it, imperfectly perfect. Her voice trails as she continues to stare at it. Lindy leans over her shoulder. Like us? Margot gives her a soft smile. Just like us. We drift to a cafe tucked behind the square. The tables are wrought iron, the wine poured without asking. A waiter in a wrinkled shirt brings us a bottle of Kir Royale and 4 glasses. Lindy raises hers first. To a memory-making trip, she says. Margot smirks as she glances my way. Finally. I watch the wine curl against the glass. To finally being able to do this memory-making trip, I say, feeling happy and content. I'm here, in Paris, and I plan to be as present as I can be for every single moment here. Lindy takes a sip and sets her glass down, but she almost misses the table and would have dropped the glass if it wasn't for Velissa's quick reflex. I think you've maybe had a little too much, Velissa says. Lindy just laughs, but the sound is off as she squirms in her seat, never meeting Velissa's gaze. For a heartbeat, the air thickens between us all. I think of the paper Lindy tucked into her purse before we left, the way her hand trembled when she reached for her lipstick. I wanted to ask her about it earlier, but something stopped me. And then something shifts. A breeze pushes through the cafe, lifting napkins and the ends of scarves. Lindy rises. I need the restroom before we leave, she says, reaching for her purse. But Velissa stands at the same time. I'll come with you, she says lightly. Too lightly. Margot glances between them, brows rising. I catch the flicker of tension, the kind that hides behind weak smiles. They disappear down a narrow hallway. For a moment, I watch the empty space they left behind. 2 chairs, 2 glasses half full, 2 shadows cooling in the dimming light. I tell myself it's nothing, but it isn't. When the 2 of them emerge several minutes later, something has changed. Lindy's smile is too bright, stretched at the edges. Uh-oh, Margot whispers. Someone got a talking to, didn't she? She rolls her eyes my way, and I sigh. This always ends up happening. Lindy drinking a little too much while we're on vacation, and Velissa being the mother hen and attempting to rein her in. Velissa walks half a step behind her, her expression smooth, unreadable, but her fingers are curled tightly around something small and white. Lindy darts a quick glance at her, then at me, and just before we leave the cafe, I see Velissa slipping a folded piece of paper into her pocket. What's going on? I give Lindy a look, but she only presses her lips together, exhaling sharply, pasting on a smile that's thin, trembling at the edges. Are we ready? She chirps. There's supposed to be a caramel shop around here. And Liv, I know how much you love caramels. Margot snatches her purse. Count me in. The caramel shop is nothing like what I'd expected. It's a small, nondescript store on the outside, with its windows full of mouth-watering, hand-wrapped deliciousness. The air smells divine. Melted butter, toasted vanilla, something almost floral. Lindy buys 2 boxes. One from me, she says. And one for, well, me. Velissa snorts. Not going to share? You can get your own, thank you very much. I grab a small brown bag and fill mine with a whole assortment of the sweets. Outside, the sky begins to turn that translucent gray, signaling early dusk. We carry our caramels down the sloping streets, and Margot slows at a corner to take in the view. Remember this, she says quietly. Whatever happens next, remember we were here. Lindy slips her arm through hers. Something's always next, she says with a sigh. We descend together, heels clicking against cobblestone, the sugar scent clinging to our hands. Now, a day later, those words repeat on a loop. Whatever happens next. Lindy's laugh echoes through my head, bright, careless, and for a moment I can still see her there on the hill, sunlight in her hair, caramel on her fingers. Then the image fractures, and she is gone. Chapter 6. Present Day. I reach my room before the shaking takes over. My stomach is now completely empty after vomiting, but the taste of acid is still in my mouth.
I press my forehead to the door and breathe through the urge to fall apart. One breath, then another. I keep counting so I don't sink. The hallway was loud. Here, everything feels thick. The air sticks in my throat. My legs give out, and I drop to the floor hard enough that pain shoots down my spine. The marble is cold, but it keeps me from floating away. I touch my throat. The pressure steadies me. I'm here. I'm upright. No one is hurting me. Lindy's death is not my fault. I tell myself that again until the words settle enough for me to stand. Back in my room, I crumple onto the edge of the bed. I can still smell the lingering chlorine from the pool on my skin. I inhale through my nose, sharply and deeply, and hold it, the way my therapist once instructed me. But instead of clarity, I get only the ghost of Lindy in my mind. I think about the note left on my bed. "Now you're free, liar." The message was hand-delivered, left on my pillow while my world was collapsing. But who? And why? I abruptly stand and pace the length of my suite. The room, so spacious and luxurious at first, is now a cell. The windows are too high to jump from, and the door, even though it's locked, offers less security than the thin piece of paper I'm still holding. What should I do? Can I trust the others? I feel horrible for even doubting them. I think about Velissa's words, "We protect each other, no matter what, always." What does she know? Was that a warning or a promise? A reminder or a threat? I clutch the note to my chest and pace faster, my mind pinballing. I can't destroy it. What if I need it later, as evidence, as proof that I haven't lost my mind? But I can't leave it out either, not with the police crawling all over the place. Maybe this note isn't about me, and instead it's a warning. Maybe Lindy didn't die accidentally. A sharp, piercing pain electrifies my heart. Did someone kill Lindy? Why? Who? The who could be anyone. Let's face it, there are 3 killers in this suite to begin with. I just don't understand the why. I look at the note. What do I do with it? I don't want to be alone. Velissa, Margot, and I should be together, even if all we do is sit on the couch together in silence. And yet here I am, in the stillness of my room, and more scared than I've felt in years. I go to my door and open it. "Margot?" My voice barely carries. No answer. I walk into the sitting room. Margot's laptop is still open on the coffee table, a half-written email glowing on the screen. Her headphones rest beside it. Her bedroom door is closed. The main suite door is still on the latch, open just enough that a hand could slip something under any door in here. Anyone could have walked in. Someone did. Velissa is calm under pressure, too calm. She analyzes everything. It's the lawyer in her. She notices details, angles, and consequences. Would she do something like this to get me to fall in line? Margot could have seen something and panicked. She hates disorder. She likes control. Or maybe it wasn't either of them. Maybe it was someone else entirely, someone who followed us here. The room closes in. I pace as I think. The carpet muffles my steps, but I hear every one of them. I need to hide the note. I can't leave it out. I can't throw it away either. What if someone finds it? The others would question it. I need it kept safe until I know what it means. I open my suitcase and tuck it under the lining where the fabric lifts near the corner. It's not perfect, but it's better than leaving it in the open. A door slams somewhere, and I jump so hard the suitcase shifts. My heart stutters, then races. I stand still and wait, listening. Nothing follows. My gaze catches on the connecting door to Lindy's room. It's cracked open. I don't remember it being like that earlier. Did she come into my room last night? Maybe to see if I was awake? Or did I go into her room while I was sleepwalking? My hand hesitates on the knob before I push it open. Her room is still. The bed covers are pulled back. Her robe hangs on the hook. Her suitcase sits open on the luggage rack. Her shoes are lined up beside it, the way she always kept them. The air feels untouched, like she left only minutes ago. Her journal, the one I gave her last year for Christmas, sits on the nightstand. I pick up the journal carefully, like it might break if I hold it wrong. I open it. There are pages and pages of her journaling. I don't read them. Not right now, because it feels like an intrusion. But I turn the pages until the last one. Her handwriting is uneven and hurried. I shouldn't have said anything. I shouldn't have trusted that it would stay between us. I can feel it now, the shift. I know I shouldn't write it down either, but I need it out of my head. I turn the page. The next page is gone. Torn out cleanly, pulled with care. I check the rest of the journal. Blank. Lindy wrote some secret that was removed. Did she tear it out, regretting writing it? Or did someone else find it instead? I close the journal and place it back exactly where it was on the nightstand. My chest feels tight again, but this time it's fear layered over grief. I back out of her room slowly. The moment the connecting door closes, my legs go unsteady. I brace myself against my own bed. I don't know what to do. I don't know who to trust. I go into my bathroom because it's the only place with a door I can close without being worried someone will walk in. I turn on the shower. When the glass fogs, I step in and let the heat cover every inch of me. It stings, but it keeps me present. It keeps me from disappearing into old memories. I stay under the water until my skin feels raw. When I step out, the room is silent again. Silence used to mean safety. Now it only means I'm alone. Wiping the mirror, my eyes look bruised, my mouth looks wrong, and my chest still feels tight. Why was Lindy out there, by herself, drinking? The note hides in my suitcase. The journal sits beside an empty bed. Both burn in my mind. Do I tell Margot and Valissa? Maybe one of them already knows? Maybe one of them ripped out the page, left that note on my pillow. Can I trust them? We promised to protect each other. We also learned how to lie to survive. Chapter 7, 1999. Heat clings to every corner of Margot's dorm room. The desk, the floor, even the backs of our necks. Everything feels tacky to the touch. Through the open window drifts the mingled scent of day-old pizza and marijuana smoke from the quad below. Listen, you haven't lived until you've seen the dean in a crop top. Lindy has her heels kicked up on a crate, drink balanced on her knee as she recounts a party from last week. She's slurring the punchline, but still managing to make it sound like an inside joke for just us. Margot sits cross-legged on the floor in a caftan she calls ironic vintage. She picks olives from a plastic tray and manages to get halfway through her second beer without smudging her nail polish. I'm propped against the headboard, one ankle tucked behind the other. The music, something with a pulse, industrial and joyless, vibrates through the bed frame and up my spine. And Valissa, of course, is in the rolling chair by the desk, positioned so she can see all three of us at once. For a while, we talk over each other. Margot insists on planning next year's spring break because someone has to. Lindy starts theorizing about which local businesses are really fronts for money laundering, and I crack jokes about our psych professor's tragic goatee. It's all momentum, the kind that carries you through to 2 a.m. without noticing the time. We should make a pact, Margot says, changing the subject. What kind of pact? Valissa asks. If one of us kills someone, the others help bury the body. Margot's face is deadpan as she says this. No questions, no witnesses, no one gets left behind. For a second, it's so quiet that you can hear the music switch tracks, a hard cut from synth to the angry wallop of drums. Then Lindy gives her little laugh, the one she saves for when she thinks something is a test. Oh, honey, you've got to stop watching Law and Order before bed. But Margot doesn't smile. She leans forward in the chair, elbows on her knees, bottle between her palms. No,
I'm serious. All of you act like the world is so safe, but it's not. People do things, stupid things, especially when they're scared or cornered. She looks right at me, as if daring me to call her bluff. I want to know that if something ever happens, you're in. Not just for fun, not just for drama. Actually in. Lindy reaches across for an olive. If you've got my back, I've got yours. Do you mean that? Margot asks.
Every woman should know her friends would never betray her. Ever. That you can count on them. For anything, says Lindy, shrugging. We already know that about each of us. But we need to make it official and swear never to tell a soul. But that's never going to happen, though, right? The current shifts at my words, and no one answers. Margot watches the three of us, eyes moving slow. She sets her bottle down and puts her hands together, fingers steepled. Just think about it, she says. One day you'll need something from the rest of us. I want to know that if I'm there for you, you'll be there for me. Lindy leans back, hands up, palms open. I mean, sure, I'm in. Who else is going to cover for me when I finally snap and take out my ex? She swallows hard before a smile forms. Felissa laughs. Fine, I'm in. But if anyone kills someone, I want first dibs on the alibi. 3 sets of eyes land on me. I shrug, then raise my glass. To the blood pact, or whatever we're calling it. We clink glasses, but Margot doesn't. She just looks at us, a little too pleased with herself. Good, she says. We'll need a ritual, something official. Lindy snorts. Should we cut our palms? Do we need a knife? But Margot shakes her head. No drama. Real pacts aren't for show. You don't need blood. We just need... She stops, stands, and leaves the room. Margot is gone for almost a full minute. When she comes back, she's holding a length of rope, coiled neatly as if it's brand new, which it appears to be since she rips off the tag on one end and tosses it in the trash. We're not hanging anyone, are we? Lindy asks, her voice lined with fear. Do we need to? She looks at each one of us before one corner of her lips twists upward in a condescending smile. We'll swear it on this, she says. My father always told me a good rope can always come in handy and should never let you down. It'll represent our pact as something that holds and binds us together. She sits down on the floor, cross-legged, and sets the coil in the middle. Everyone in? Felissa rolls her eyes. Lindy shifts over, crossing her legs. I climb off the bed and sit, knees against my chest, toes curling on the cold tile. Margot drapes the rope in a circle, one end resting on her lap, the other passing under Velissa's hand and then Lindy's, then mine. The 3 of us look at each other, then at the rope, then at Margot. Touch it, she says. That's the deal. We all do. I expect to feel something. Something like an electric shock, maybe, or the rough scrape of the rope against my palm. But all I get is the warmth of my own hand, sweat slick on the fibers. I look up, and Felissa's eyes are on me, locked and bright. You break this, and it's over, she says. You betray any of us, and it ends. Your life is forfeit. I swallow hard, even though I know Velissa doesn't mean it. Lindy coughs. So dramatic. God, you really missed your calling with the theater department. Even Margot's laugh is softer now, the bravado edged out by something real. Say it, says Margot. Say you're in. Lindy is first. I'm in. Packed for life. She grins, but she's not joking. Velissa is next. I'm in. She looks Margot direct in the eyes, never blinking, never flinching, like it's a personal promise she never intends to break. Margot smiles. I'm in, obviously. No snitching, no ditching. Now it's my turn. I'm the last. I look at the rope, at the circle it forms. I'm in, I say. My voice is steady as I close my fingers around the rope,
We sit like that for a minute. 4 girls in a circle, rope binding us in the middle. The music thrums. Outside, someone yells from the quad, laughter climbing, and then falling away. When I let go of the rope, my hand is marked with a faint red ring, a promise pressed into the skin. I won't forget it. None of us will.
Chapter 8. Present Day.
I want to go home. We need to go home. We need to take Lindy's body back to her family and figure out how to pick up the pieces without her. From my room, I hear the elevator bell ring, and then there's a knock on my door.
Concierge has sent up some food. Come join us, Margot says, standing there, completely dressed, in jeans and a silky blouse, eyes bright. Looking at her, you wouldn't know that one of her best friends was just found dead. In comparison, I look like a house mouse in my gray yoga pants and oversized sweater. My eyes are swollen and rimmed in red, and my hair hangs in damp strips along my shoulders. Valissa stands at the door as a large table is brought in and set up beside the small dining room table. The waiter doesn't meet our eyes, barely glances at the suite's 3 mismatched survivors.
I drop down onto the chaise lawn, drawing my knees to my chest, arms slack and useless like dropped scarves. Scarves that Lindy promised me we would buy while here. Tears pool, and I swipe at them with my fingers. The image of Lindy's journal flashes through my mind. The rushed handwriting, the fear buried in those few lines, the page torn out. Someone wanted whatever she wrote gone. Someone touched her things before the police did. My stomach twists harder. How can anyone eat right now? Valissa mumbles a soft merci after the attendant tugs at his uniform.
The hotel sends their condolences,
he says, voice so careful I almost think he's acting. He describes the continental offerings, then leans in, conspiratorial, lowering his voice.
The concierge wished me to assure you that all messaging and calls have been rerouted. No disturbances unless you request it. Privacy will be absolute. He is available at any hour should you require more discretion.
He lingers. Margot's smile is all teeth, her nails perfect blue moons on white porcelain as she folds her hands. Valissa nods, just once, the set of her jaw making conversation unnecessary before she hands him a few folded bills. I muster a thank you that sounds more like a cough. He tips his cap, slips back into the elevator, and presses the button to close the doors. For several breaths, no one moves. Well, this is nice, Margot says as she pulls out a chair and sits. Liv, come join, please. I'm not hungry. I mumble, stuffing my chin into the empty space between my knees. My appetite is gone. It's a void that will never be filled again. If I close my eyes, I can almost hear Lindy's laugh, the way she'd have pointed out the tragedy of these calories in a city where everyone is starving to be seen. Margot's phone is already out, screen painting her cheekbones with cold light. She's scrolling through emails, texts, something private and urgent. Her thumb flicks in rapid motions. Update. The police are almost done with their interview process. She pauses. And it looks like they are going to rule it an accident, pending final toxicology, of course. She swallows hard. The embassy asks us to remain in the city until everything is completed, and they will, of course, be in touch with the family to ensure Lindy gets home. They also promise complete discretion. Her voice is smooth as lacquer, only the barest catch at the start of each new sentence. That was fast. My voice is hoarse, as if I'd been screaming for hours. In Italy, it took days before the police labeled James's fall an accident. Discretion is the key term here, Valissa says.
Why was Lindy at the pool?
I look between both Margot and Valissa, but neither one looks back. Margot stares at her cup, while Valissa is focused on some spot on the floor. Margot sighs. I wish I knew. I thought she was in bed like the rest of us. She picks up her phone and frowns. Accident is better than murder. Valissa mumbles. What? I wrench my hand out from under hers. No one looks too deeply into accidents.
Everyone has secrets, Liv, even Lindy. Everyone has secrets, even Lindy. Except Lindy was an open book most of the time, and she never kept secrets from me. At least, I didn't think she had. But then I remember the missing page from her journal and how she'd written that she told someone the truth. Someone who scared her. Someone she shouldn't have trusted. My eyes flick between Margot and Velissa. Either one of them could have opened that journal.
Either one could have taken the only page that mattered. Either one could have... No, I'm not ready to go there. Accident is better than murder. Except someone killed Lindy, right? Her ring was gone. I'm sorry, Margot asks, as if she didn't just hear what I said. Her ring was gone. I say it slower this time, and watch as Margot's brows furrow together. She glances at Velissa, who only sighs. Maybe she took it off and it's in her jewelry box, Margot suggests. That's a good answer, except I've never seen Lindy take that ring off. She used to say death bound us together with that ring, and death would have to separate her from it. I guess that ended up being prophetic. Hotel is comping all charges for the next 48 hours, Margot says, changing the subject, and offers the penthouse on the executive floor if we need to relocate for the remainder of our stay, which I think is a good idea. She breathes in deeply. I've canceled our chocolate tour, rescheduled our champagne tour for today. She closes her phone with a click, like the snap of a jewelry clasp. Staying inside and grieving isn't what Lindy would have wanted. What? No, we can't. I splutter before Velissa stops me. I know it's brutal, she says, fixing me with a look that is both invitation and warning. But Margot's right. The only way through is through. I try to answer, but my voice is an unreliable instrument. Shouldn't we call her family ourselves? Shouldn't it be us? Not just a phone call from the police or an email from the embassy. Margot doesn't answer right away. She lets the silence stretch, forcing me to sit in the discomfort. Her family has already been notified. And you know as well as I do that a call from us wouldn't help the situation any, she finally says. She's not lying. Her family all feel we're a bad influence on Lindy. We were a bad influence. Velissa, surprisingly, is gentler. She holds out the carafe. Have some. It helps, I promise. I force a smile, watch as she pours the coffee, and it's the color of old secrets and the taste of every mistake I've ever made. Her family is sending her brother to take care of all the details, she says softly. I choke down another bite of croissant, trying to keep my hands from trembling. My suitcase sits in my room, with a threatening note still hidden under the lining. Every time one of them glances my way, I wonder if they're waiting for me to mention it, or if they're waiting to see whether I'll pretend it never existed. I just don't want to pretend like... My words disintegrate into the air. I'm not sure what I don't want to pretend. Pretending is the point, Margot says, brushing imaginary lint from her sleeve. It's what she would have wanted. We keep moving. We honor her by not falling apart. For a moment, her eyes flick from me to the door, to Velissa, and back again, almost like she's waiting or expecting Lindy to walk through it. She won't, and it kills me to know that. There is something hollow in the silence around us, each of us locked into private routines of grief. Velissa finishes her mug, pours another, and doesn't speak again. Margot daintily picks at fruit, never leaving more than a lip print of lipstick behind. I'm left to spiral in the growing silence, each heartbeat a metronome that counts down to something worse. At last, Margot rises. Lindy was so excited to come to Paris. I know it's the last thing we want to do, but we'll do it for her, okay? She turns to me. 30 minutes to dress. You'll need to be camera ready, Olivia. I don't remember agreeing to anything, but I nod obediently. I'll arrange it so that while we're gone, the staff can move our things to the new suite.
While you dress, I'll go pack up Lindy's things. Felissa pushes away from the table. I almost want to say that I'll handle Lindy's things. They leave. The silence is a living thing, crowding the corners of the suite. I stand, and my legs are trembling so badly that I steady myself on the edge of the table. Walking to the bedroom, the first thing I do is peel off my clothes and stand naked in the center of the enormous, empty bedroom. I scan the outfits Lindy helped me select for this trip, but none of them feel like me, not the real me. It's more a me I want everyone else to see. Lindy told me to think of it as armor. I grab my favorite jeans, a long-sleeve shirt, and a scarf. I slip it around my neck and immediately feel normal. I run a brush through my hair, spray my face with cold water, and search for any trace of who I was before this morning. There isn't one. My phone lights up on the side table. It's a new message from the concierge with a subject line, "Our deepest condolences," and contents as perfunctory as any death notification could be. I delete it immediately. I look at myself in the mirror, trying to square the woman in the reflection with the one whose hands are still shaking, whose thoughts are a blizzard. I want to fall apart. I want to grieve for Lindy. I want to find out who left me that note. What I should do is tell them I'm not going, and while they're gone, I'll stay behind and... What? Go through their rooms looking for what, exactly? Am I seriously considering one of them had something to do with Lindy's death? Steeling myself, I apply lipstick and count slow breaths until my heart stops racing. Margot's shoes are clicking outside my door. Velissa's voice is a low hum. I just need a few more minutes, I call out, making the decision. I'm surprised my voice doesn't shake. There's a pause, and then I hear Velissa's voice. We'll wait for you downstairs. Don't take too long, please. Our driver will be arriving soon. This is it. I wait until I hear the sound of the suite door closing, then the ding of the elevator before I take in a long, deep breath and choose my next move. Chapter 9. Casse Dupont. The private salon of the Hôtel des Lumières Étoilées isn't the Ritz, but it'll do. I've asked the concierge to show the girls where I am when they come down, which should be any time, since I know they have a schedule for today. Knowing Margot, she'll make sure they keep it despite Lindy's tragic death. Any normal person would curl up on the couch and spend the day crying, but not these women. It's all anyone here can talk about. Old biddies leaning close whispering about the American accident. Staff swapping stories of where they were and what they were tasked with when the police arrived. I've even watched the concierge turn away would-be reporters wanting to post info for their social media stories. Have the women even thought about me? Probably not. No one has thought to text me to share the news. I'm usually just a footnote, Lindy's +1 to their gatherings. Lindy. There are holes in my heart that her fingers once filled to stop the seepage of my brokenness. In my world, you never show weakness. But once I met Lindy, she taught me my weaknesses were really strengths. Our friendship was as much a surprise to me as it was to her, I think. I finger my new find, a pearl and aquamarine Edwardian diamond necklace that I almost passed up when I saw it sitting in a corner display case at the latest antique market I browsed, and remind myself to breathe. I wasn't raised to fall apart in public, and I won't start now. Choosing a table in the corner facing the door, I fold myself into one of the velvet chairs. I'm wearing a scarf with hints of yellow to honor Lindy, to go along with my black suit and white blouse. We bought it together last year during a shopping trip. She swooned and said it was perfect, in that overly dramatic way only she could get away with, and then proceeded to buy one similar. She said we could wear them in Paris together. I wonder if she brought hers. The salon is immaculate in that Parisian way. Fresh-cut flowers, a pastry display of croissants, and so much silverware on the table it dares you to use the wrong piece.
The only other guests near me are a white-haired couple and their tiny dog, which sniffs every crumb that falls to the floor. I watch the door. A hostess appears at my elbow. "May I bring you something while you wait, madame?" I request a black coffee. My French is effortless, thanks to having lived in Paris as a teenager. I've been here for 4 days now, but the women don't know that. As far as they're concerned, I've only just arrived, and I plan to keep it that way. Since I've never been fully welcomed into their group, they're not welcomed fully into my life. What they don't know is that I've been watching them, and I know more about their secrets than they think I do. The concierge approaches me, holding a small matte black gift bag with rope handles. "A personal thank you, Madame Dupont," he says with a polite nod, "from one of your recent clients, and from us." I accept it without surprise. That's kind of you. Inside is a heavy glass perfume bottle nestled in black foam. No brand name, no logo, just a small cream label with handwritten notes. Mandarin, neroli, white musk, their signature blend. I lift the lid and inhale. Familiar. Private. This bottle is reserved for their VIP clients. I'm one of them. Hotels love people who bring them money. I tend to bring them people who bring money. Wealthy clients, discreet clients, clients who tip well and don't ask questions. When I travel, I meet them in places like this. Secure, luxurious, the perfect backdrop when buying diamonds. Even now, I have close to $500,000 worth of jewelry with me, sitting in the hotel's private vault. Some for myself, the rest for clients I'll see while I'm here. One meant as a gift for Lindy. The stone came from a necklace once owned by a woman in the 1840s who confessed to killing her husband. I dismantled the original setting and reused the stone. I call it the confession relic. The black diamond is rose-cut, framed in soft gold, catching light in shallow, muted flashes. I'd shown it to Lindy once. She'd fallen in love with it after hearing the story. There was a twinkle in her eye when she asked if I could make 4 similar necklaces, then laughed and said she was only kidding, that only one was needed. I never asked her for details. I didn't need to. I already knew the truth. Valissa arrives first. I watch her glide across the floor after exiting the elevator. She half turns and waits for Margot to join her. Where is Olivia? Valissa glances at her watch, then her head lifts, and I imagine the concierge has called her name. She walks out of my view, and I take a sip of my coffee. When she arrives at the salon entrance, I straighten my spine and wait. She's wearing a cream jacket with dark jeans, pearl earrings, and a sparkling bracelet I picked out for her. It's 18th century, and I found it in an attic. That was one of many finds I'd made that day on my hunt for antique jewelry. As a gemologist, I specialize in antiques, and every lady in this group has benefited from that. She scans the room and makes a beeline for me, never once glancing at the waitstaff, the other guests, or the art on the walls. She stops at the table, a welcoming smile playing with her lips. "Cass, you made it." I rise, slow and deliberate, and offer the ritual double kiss. You're a hard person to say no to, but I wish I'd been here before. I stop, my eyes swelling with tears I've been trying not to shed. I can't believe what's happened, I say, blinking rapidly. She sighs and sits without waiting for an invitation. It's a nightmare. Her eyes are clear, but I still see the grief there. I take her hand, and we both squeeze at the same time. A moment later, Margot appears. Her energy fills the room 5 seconds before she does. The snap of her heels, the sweep of her platinum hair. She's wearing dark jeans with her blouse tucked in to accent all her curves. Her scarf is draped down her shoulders, and at her throat is a gorgeous vintage coral triple-strand necklace. I've always thought that necklace beautiful. I've already told her that if she ever wanted to part with it, I'd give her a fair price.
Vintage coral never lasts long in my store. Margot stands at the edge of the salon, surveying, and for a half-beat, I'm certain she'll abort, retreat, send a text instead of entering. But she finds her resolve, squares her shoulders, and approaches. "Cass, you're here," she says, leaning in to press a kiss to each of my cheeks. "We weren't sure you were going to make it." Valissa convinced me not to cancel. She casts a quick glance to Valissa before nodding. "When did you arrive?" She folds into her seat and makes a show of arranging her napkin, smoothing the linen as if ironing out a flaw in the fabric of the morning. "Where's Olivia?" I ask instead of answering. I can't wait to see the look on her face when she realizes I'm here. Valissa drums 2 fingers on the table, perfectly in time with the ticking of the wall clock. She's running a few minutes behind. "She's taking things," Margot says, her lips barely parting. "A little hard." Things? A little hard? What a way to downplay the death of a friend. Although I shouldn't be surprised. I noticed a slight fracture in their friendships the last time we were all together. 3 months after James's death, Margot took it upon herself to give Olivia advice that wasn't particularly friendly or sensitive. Olivia left the restaurant in tears, with Lindy rushing after her, and Valissa went all mother hen, telling Margot she'd been out of line. I agreed, but kept quiet. I mean, telling someone to stop being so weak, especially after burying their husband, was a little harsh, even to me. I've noticed that there's an art to the way these women circle each other. They've known each other for so long, they've refined their tactics. Smiles with just a hint of fang, questions delivered like surgical strikes, quick flashes of vulnerability that vanish the moment they're acknowledged. I make a game of cataloging these maneuvers. It's more fun than breakfast. For a group that swears they are best friends, they have a funny way of showing it. When Olivia arrives, she looks like a mess. Jeans, a long-sleeve shirt, and a scarf. Of all of them, she's the only one who doesn't dress to status. It's not so much that she doesn't want to, but according to Lindy, she doesn't know how. Her mousy brown hair is in a loose chignon. Her makeup is minimal, but her eyes look raw, haunted. There is a visible ripple in her posture the moment her gaze lands on me, a micro-flinch she tries to swallow. At least she doesn't give me a fake smile. I'll give her that. "Cass," she says, voice so hoarse it sounds borrowed. "I didn't think you were coming." Of course I was coming. I just had a little business pop up, which delayed me by a day. If I could go back in time... The tears that swell are real as I dab a tissue against my lashes. "How are you doing?" I look her straight in the eyes. I need to see the truth there. She sinks into her seat, immediately fussing with her hair. I don't think that's a question any of us can answer right now. We're circling what happened. It's not proper to discuss the situation in public. We all recognize that. The hostess reappears, bringing menus and an extra coffee. Olivia ignores both. She sits with her hands flat on her knees, staring at the space just above the tablecloth. If you ever want to know who's at the bottom of a social food chain, look for the person who tries to make themselves invisible. Valissa breaks the silence. "How was your flight?" I smile, but don't respond. The question was mundane, and she can do better. Margot's eyes are already on Olivia, scanning for fractures. "We're just glad you could make it. The timing is... well, none of us expected this." "I can't believe it, to be honest," I say, looking each woman in the eye. I spoke with her family already. They were told it was an accident, that she had been drinking, alone at the pool. Maybe if I'd been here. I don't finish what I was going to say. That maybe if I were here, she'd still be alive, because I know that's not true. I decide to probe, even though I already know the answer. "Have they told you when they'll release her body?" I ask. Margot answers, voice tightly wound. "That's not something they'll share with me. What did her family tell you? Is there anything we can do?" I shake my head. Everything is being handled. Her brother has been in contact with both the police and the hotel.
Belissa glances over to the concierge. The hotel is doing damage control. Nobody wants a scandal right now. Damage control? Scandal? Is that all they can think about? Our friend just died. Olivia's voice cracks, her hands now trembling above the table. Put yourself in their shoes, Liv. Of course they're going to do damage control. The last thing they want is word to get out. I notice the deep breaths Olivia takes. She's really broken up by Lindy's death. She always said she'd die young, but I never took it literally. She also said she'd run for president, Valissa points out. And yet, here we are. Her smile is bone dry. There's a physics to trauma in a group. Pressure builds, releases, builds again. I watch as the conversation shifts from Lindy to logistics, to how the rest of the trip is supposed to proceed. Margot wants to keep the appointments, the vineyard lunch, the shopping on the Avenue Montaigne, the afternoon at the spa. Valissa agrees with her, while Olivia can't seem to form an opinion. What exactly happened last night? I say, folding my hands in front of me. All I've heard is whispered gossip from the staff when they think no one is around. Margot's eyes sharpen. There's nothing to tell, she says, then sips her mimosa with a flick of her wrist. You know that's not true, I counter. She was my friend, too. I lean in, a half-inch closer, the way you do before a confession. Paint me the picture, please, so I can understand. Valissa's gaze narrows. Why do you need to know so bad? I hold her stare. Because it matters. Because she matters. Is what they're saying true? She was drunk? Was she really alone? I whisper this last part so that no one else can hear us discussing something so horrific in public. The tension at the table congeals. Olivia looks from me to Valissa, then to Margot, and back to her hands. We had no idea, she says, so softly it's almost a leak. We all went to bed at the same time. 1 second I was asleep, the next I hear someone screaming. Who? Margot jumps in, filling the vacuum. Some other guest going for an early morning swim. The police are ruling it an accident. She was drinking, maybe she fell, maybe she tripped. Nobody really knows. What we do know is that she was alone. Was she? I have to ask. I find it hard to believe Lindy would go out to the pool to drink, don't you? That's really not her style. We weren't there, Valissa says, voice flat. There's a beat of silence. They're giving me pieces, not the whole picture. And it's not the gaps that bother me. It's the way they avoid looking at each other when they speak, as if they might contradict whatever story they agreed on behind closed doors. You must be devastated, I say, and watch Margot's eyes. She blinks, once, hard. It's not about us, she says, all steel. We're alive, she's not. End of story. I store this response away. Margot can't stand messiness, but grief is naturally messy. It's a leverage point for later. A waiter arrives with a refill of coffee. He sets it down with a smile, then pauses, recognition flickering. Lovely to see you again, madame, he says in French. I return the smile. And you, Christophe, I reply, deliberately using his name. He beams, bows, and withdraws. The moment is half a second long, but it leaves a mark. Margot's eyebrows arch. I thought you just arrived in Paris. When I come to Paris, this is where I stay, I say, which is true. Besides, I grew up here, remember? I thought Lindy said you had an apartment here. I brush off the statement. I sold that thing years ago. It's cheaper to stay here than to own property, if you can believe it. Olivia's hands are trembling so badly that her cup rattles against the saucer. I shift my focus to her, speaking gently. I thought Lindy would have told you I was coming. She jerks her head up, eyes slightly narrowing. No, actually, she promised me you wouldn't be here. So why are you? Liv. Belissa's tone is a warning. When she told me she was going to cancel, I convinced her not to. Her gaze goes from me to Olivia,
and back. Is there a problem? No problem, Olivia says, her lips tight. I take another sip of coffee, then set the cup down. So what's the plan for today? Margot answers immediately. We'll stick to the itinerary. Distraction is medicine. Olivia frowns. I almost wonder if we still shouldn't just go home. We're not. We already discussed this, Margot says, gaze unblinking. Interesting. I nod, as if in agreement, as if I didn't just clock the small battle of wills that happened between the two.
We'll make it a day to remember. A day Lindy would have loved.
A new silence hovers. The white-haired couple and their dog have left. The staff move quietly, resetting tables, refilling water glasses. Sunlight creeps further across the marble floor, and I watch its progress, a slow-motion clock. I lean in, lowering my voice. You know, I saw Lindy just last week in New York. She was radiant. A lie, but so close to the truth none of them will know the difference. She said she'd found her peace at last. For a second, no one breathes. Then Olivia lets out a sound that could be a sob or a laugh and covers her mouth with her hand. Her nails are bitten to the quick. She whispers, She told me she'd never find peace. She said it was a myth, like Parisian moderation or honest men. I reach across the table, touch her hand, and this time the contact is real. She was so excited for this trip. She would be disappointed if we didn't experience everything. I let the group sit in silence, giving them a moment to stabilize. When the moment feels ripe, I rise and gesture toward the door. So what's first? I ask, gentle but firm. The champagne tour? Margot glances at her watch. The car should arrive any time. In fact, she points toward the concierge who stands in the entryway, motioning to us. The others stand, one by one. Valissa collects her bag. Margot does a last check in her compact. Olivia dabs her eyes with the corner of her napkin, then lets it fall to the floor. As we exit the salon, I catch our reflection in the mirror. 4 women, perfectly arrayed, not a hair out of place. Well, except for Olivia's. But inside, the fissures run deep. It will not take much more to split them wide open. The thing about this group of women is that their foundation was built from a deadly secret. I don't believe Lindy's death was an accident. I believe one of these women killed her because of what she told me. And I intend to find out who that person is and make sure they pay for it. Chapter 10. Olivia. The drive to Rouen is supposed to be relaxing, the kind of scenic calm they sell in glossy brochures. Rolling fields blur past the Mercedes-tinted windows, sunlight spooling lazily across leather seats, the illusion of a morning that insists on continuing despite everything that's happened. I try to be grateful for the distraction, I really do, but Lindy is dead, and pretending otherwise feels obscene, like we're committing some small social crime by moving forward when she no longer can. We're back to 4. A perfect number if you believe in symmetry, or fate, or things happening for a reason. I used to. Now I'm not so sure. Cass does not stop talking. I'm not sure if she's trying to fill in the gap that used to be Lindy's, or if this is a side of her we haven't seen before. She's sitting in the second row, half turned toward us, narrating the countryside like a private docent, half travelogue, half critique. This land is champagne, with a capital C, she says, lifting her sunglasses to emphasize the point. If the vines don't touch chalk, it's not the real thing. She talks the way people do when they know no one will interrupt them, the way James used to. I force my gaze back to the window, watching hedgerows dissolve into green streaks. I can't believe Valissa told her to come. Lindy promised me she wouldn't be. Of course, it would probably have helped if Valissa knew the truth about Cass and my dead husband. I didn't want the others to know. Not yet. I was still trying to process it myself, and figured it would be easier for me to excuse myself from get-togethers rather than ask Lindy to cut the woman from her life. Now I wish I had.
I had thought about it. I remember the moment vividly. Lindy sitting at my kitchen table, her fingernails tap, tap, tapping against her wine glass, voice pitched too bright. "I'll take care of it, I promise. She won't come. You mean more to me than she does." That's when I could have asked her to prove it, but I didn't. Cass was always more Lindy's friend than anyone else's, a gemologist, a collector, someone who moved in circles that made mine feel unfinished and underfunded. Every time I'm near her, I feel unworthy, underdressed, and underprepared, like I've wandered into a room without the right invitation. Was I shocked James had an affair with her? No. But do I want to be reminded of it on a regular basis? Again, no. Take her jewelry, for instance. She's wearing a necklace that could easily cost more than my car. Something ancient, 15th or 16th century maybe. James would have noticed it instantly. He loved things like that. Objects that looked effortless but weren't. Power without spectacle. The thought tightens my jaw. I didn't invite this memory. Cass did. Margot sits beside me in the back row, close enough that her perfume becomes my oxygen. Sunlight traces her cheekbones before landing on her silk scarf knotted at her throat. Valissa sits beside Cass. She asks the questions, points out quaint features during our drive, and shares smiles with Cassandra that I wish I hadn't seen. Almost like they share a secret between them. I keep waiting for grief to surface, for someone to crack, to unravel, but I don't see it. I shouldn't be surprised. We've all had years of practice wearing masks. Maison Runard rises from the landscape like a scaled-down Versailles. Honeyed stone, neat rows of vines, a paved courtyard designed to impress. Margot checks us in with rapid French and sweeps us inside, already slipping into hostess mode. The staff treat us like celebrities, offering us drinks, and the thought lands hard. Lindy would have loved this. A staffer in a beige suit greets us at the glass doors. "You are here as our VIP group today," he says, gesturing toward the terrace. "To endings and beginnings," Margot says, raising her glass. We follow suit, smiles choreographed. The champagne tastes metallic on my tongue. Walking among the vines, clouds scattering sunlight like broken mirrors. I trail behind, unable to keep up the charade of enthusiasm. The three of them act like nothing is wrong, like they're the best of friends, like we haven't all just lost a piece of us. I can't do it. I can't fake this, not even for Lindy, but most of all, because of Lindy. Being here breaks my heart, knowing she would have loved this, knowing we're here without her, knowing I have to learn to live without her. How can they act like they don't feel the same way? Cass eventually falls back to match my pace. Of course she does. My body reacts before my mind, tightening at the base of my skull, the old instinct to manage, to placate, to not provoke. I learned that instinct with James. You ever think about what it's like to be trapped in one place for centuries? Cass asks, gesturing at the vineyard. Depends who's doing the trapping, I say. Some things thrive on neglect. She laughs once, sharp. Ouch. Then, softer. You've changed. You're not the same timid creature you were before. I glance ahead. Margot and Valissa walk arm in arm, heads bent together in something that looks intimate but is really strategy. Cass catches me watching. You worried they're plotting something? Should I be? I think of the note left on my pillow and of the missing page from Lindy's journal. I didn't have much time to snoop this morning when both Valissa and Margot left our suite. I went first into Margot's room and went through her laptop bag before housekeeping came to the door. I found nothing. Well, I found Margot's journal, but it was wrapped tight in one of Margot's signature bows that I've never been able to replicate. I didn't bother trying to get it off. She'd know right away someone had snooped. She smiles. I think with those two,
One should always be on guard, don't you? I mean, you're not the only one with a past, Olivia. I freeze. Excuse me? James used to say things like that when he wanted me off balance. When he wanted me wondering what he knew, who he'd told, what I'd missed.
Does she know this? I'm just saying.
She gives a little shrug as the guide calls us over and the moment dissolves. That doesn't mean I stop thinking about her words, though. What is she implying? We descend into the cellars with the air turning wet and mineral, heavy with ancient water. Cass is in her element, firing questions. Margot half listens. Felissa lingers behind, watching me, I think. The panic creeps in during a blind corner. My scalp prickles. My heart stutters. The walls feel closer than they should. Cass turns. You okay? I nod, lying. In an open chamber, the guide mentions how not only was Ruinar the first of the champagne makers to use the old chalk mines for their production, but during the war, they used the cellars to keep the women and children safe and hid Allied airmen and soldiers. He even pointed out a section that had been used as a hospital and another as a church. Margot makes a small sound, quickly masked by a cough. So, people died down here? Felissa studies the mortar, tracing a seam with her fingertip. Cass's eyes glint. You don't come to Europe and not expect to encounter ghosts, Margot. The guide smiles. Some say the air is thick with the past. He turns to me, and for a second I think he's reading my mind. You can even taste it in our champagne. On the way out, my heel slips. I lurch toward a drop-off. Felissa's hand clamps around my arm, hard, precise. What's going on with you? She whispers. You're off more than normal. Her grip releases. My gaze drops to her pinky, the gold infinity ring shaped like rope, the one we all wear, except Cass, and except Lindy now, too. Why is she even here? I mutter, casting what I hope are death glares toward Cass. She lost a friend, too. Try to remember that. Felissa lets go. Ever since you came downstairs, you've been off. What happened? My mind immediately flashes to me sneaking into Margot's room. What? Nothing, I stammer, which is the wrong thing to do. Felissa's eyes narrow. I cast a glance around and land on Cass. I don't want her here, that's all. This was supposed to be our trip, and now it's ruined. My eyes widen as I realize what I've said. Felissa stops me. I know what you meant, but blaming Cass because you're upset about Lindy's death isn't right. I don't blame her for that, I mutter. Cass isn't who you think she is. I decide there and then to tell her the truth. I know. My mouth gapes open to tell her more, but then I stop as her words hit me. I know. As in, I know what Cass did to you? Or, this isn't the time or place, okay? Felissa squeezes my hand, and I'm left wondering if she knew what I was about to say, or if her I know means something else entirely. Like what? What secret is Cass keeping that Felissa already knows? Chapter 11, 1999. The bathroom is too small, even for just the two of us. My shoulder blades press into the chipped tile, cold seeping through my dress, while the bass from the party downstairs thumps through the pipes like a second pulse. The toilet water trembles with every beat. Someone laughs outside the door, high and careless, and the sound slices straight through me. Lindy is on the floor. She's sitting with her back against the tub, knees pulled tight to her chest, arms wrapped around herself like she's trying to hold something inside. Her mascara has melted into dark streaks that cut down her cheeks and drip onto her collarbone. One strap of her dress has slipped off her shoulder. I don't fix it. I don't touch her yet. The mirror above the sink is smeared with fingerprints and pink lipstick. Someone, some drunk girl from the party, wrote YOLO bitches across it in looping letters. The words loom over Lindy's head like a curse. Hey, I say, my voice sounding wrong in my ears, too loud, too thin. Hey, Liv's here. She doesn't look up. I crouch in front of her, the hem of my dress hitching indecently high, my knees protesting against the filthy tile. The air smells like beer, sweat, and this room definitely needs a good cleaning. I reach out and touch her shoulder. She flinches so violently, her head knocks against the tub with a dull crack. "I'm sorry," I whisper immediately, pulling my hands back, palms up. "I'm sorry. I won't." Her breathing is wrong. Too fast, too shallow, like she's been running even though she hasn't moved. We sit like that for a moment, the music pounding, the door rattling as people shove past it in the hallway. Then Lindy drags the back of her wrist across her mouth and speaks. "He raped me." The words land between us, heavy and unreal. I don't respond right away. My brain stalls, skidding uselessly around the sentence. The bathroom feels suddenly even smaller, the walls pressing in. She says it again, slower this time, calmer. "He raped me." Her eyes lift to mine. They're dry, empty, too steady. "He said nobody would believe me," she adds. "He said he'd make sure of it." My stomach drops so hard I feel it in my knees. "Who?" I ask, even though I already know the answer, even though my mind is already filling in the smile, the hair, the easy confidence. She gives a short, broken laugh that turns into a cough. "Chase," she says. "It was Chase." Chase Whitmore. The name carries weight on this campus, legacy weight, old money weight, his family's name etched into plaques and scholarship boards. He lives in one of the residential halls reserved for donors and sons of donors, overlooking the quad like it owns it. Golden Boy. The untouchable Golden Boy. I grab Lindy's hand, hard enough to ground us both. "Did you tell anyone?" I ask. "The RA? Campus police?" She shakes her head, a sharp, decisive movement. "They won't do anything. You know that." She's right. We both know it. This happens more than anyone wants to admit. I've seen girls escorted quietly out of dorms carrying boxes, while boys like Chase throw parties a week later. "He locked the door," she says, voice flattening as if she's reading from a list. "He said I owed him. He said if I screamed, he'd make it worse." My throat tightens. I don't trust myself to speak. The door swings open. Margot and Valissa join us, squeezing inside, shutting it behind them. The room goes quiet, except for Lindy's breathing. Valissa's face hardens instantly, her jaw setting like something snapping into place. She takes in Lindy on the floor, the smeared makeup, the slipped strap, the mirror. "What happened?" she asks. Her voice isn't loud. It doesn't need to be. Lindy tries to speak, but nothing comes out. Her chin trembles. Her head drops forward, hair falling like a curtain. Margot crouches beside her, gentle hands steadying Lindy's shoulders. "Tell me," she says softly. "Tell us exactly what happened." And Lindy does. A staircase, a drink she didn't finish, a door that wouldn't open again, his hand on her throat, his voice in her ear, calm and confident and cruel. When she's done, the bathroom feels stripped bare. "Is he still here?" Margot asks. Lindy nods once. Margot stands. "Get her out of here," she says, already moving. "Valissa, take Lindy. Liv, help." Valissa doesn't hesitate. She lifts Lindy carefully, like she's made of glass. I reach for Lindy's other arm to help. We push out into the party. No one notices us. Plastic cups slosh. Someone shouts lyrics off-key. Beer slicks the walls. We move through it like ghosts. At the base of the stairs, Margot stops. Chase is there. He's leaning against the railing, laughing at something someone says, drink loose in his hand. He looks relaxed, untouched. His eyes flick up, land on Lindy, and something sharp and ugly passes over his face. Margot meets his gaze. She doesn't look away. Neither does he. That's the last thing I remember clearly before everything fractures. The rest of it comes later, in pieces, in nightmares, but I remember this part with terrifying precision,
the moment I understood that nothing was going to fix this, and that telling the truth wasn't going to save her. The world we were standing in had already made its choice, and whatever happened next would bind us together forever. Chapter 12. Present Day. Back on the main floor of Maison Renard, we're greeted by a man so immaculately put together, he looks less like staff and more like he owns the place. His suit is the shade of polished pewter. His tie pin bears the discreet R of Renard. He smiles like someone trained to make people feel chosen. "Mesdames," he says, his French rounded into silk. "I hope you enjoyed your tour of the cellars. Maison Renard would like to offer you a visit into our private vault, if you like." Cass reacts first, of course, a faint lift of her brow, a smile that suggests she expected nothing less. Margot glances at Velissa. Velissa glances at me. I nod, because everyone else does. We're ushered past the public tasting rooms, through a staff-only corridor, and into an elevator lined in padded leather. The doors close with a soft hush, sealing us inside with the scent of expensive perfume and nerves. Cass stands too close to me, close enough that I can smell her citrus and metal perfume, sharp as a warning. The doors open onto a corridor carved from chalk, the walls luminous and faintly sweating, alive with the slow breath of fermentation. "The Créaeurs," the man murmurs. "They have stood since Roman times. We like to say that they remember everything." I almost laugh at that. We walk deeper, our footsteps echoing softly. We pass a glowing archway labeled Galerie des Temps Perdus, then a hidden door disguised by a wall of bottles. Our guide removes a skeleton key from his pocket, an absurd relic, and fits it into the lock. The tumblers click, ancient and intimate. "This," he says, pushing the door open, "is our collector's vault. It does not exist on the regular tour." The room beyond is small but heavy with history. A single long table sits at the center, already laid with crystal goblets and candles, their flames trembling slightly as if disturbed by our presence. Cass exhales softly. The guide selects a magnum streaked with age, Dom Ruinart, 1966, the label nearly ghosted. "This cuvée was born in darkness," he says, cutting the foil with surgical precision. "You will be among the last to taste it before it becomes legend." The cork releases with a sharp report that echoes like a gunshot. I flinch. He pours into wide, shallow glasses etched with the Ruinart crest. "Taste," he says quietly. "Here, time is the only true ingredient." The wine hums on my tongue, lemon oil, candle smoke, sweetness buried under chalk. It tastes like stone warmed by memory. For a heartbeat, I'm somewhere else entirely. Another cellar, years ago, beneath the university library, where Margot, Velissa, and I drank cheap cava and dared each other to say the unforgivable things out loud. I glance at Margot. Her smile is tight enough to cut glass. Velissa takes a long swallow. Cass, radiant as ever, tilts her glass, studying the liquid like it might confess something to her if she waits long enough. Our host refills our glasses. "In these walls," he says, "everything leaves an echo, even what you try to forget." Cass turns to me then, slowly, deliberately. "And what about you, Olivia?" she asks. My brows furrow. What about me? Why is she calling me out? What would you rather forget? The question lands like a blade. Your affair with my husband. It's on the tip of my tongue to say, but Velissa's hand tightens on my arm, just slightly, stopping me from saying it. Instead, the image of Lindy's journal flashes through my mind, the frantic handwriting, the torn edge where someone removed her last confession. Whoever took that page knew exactly what they were doing. The thought presses hard behind my ribs. Forgetting things isn't possible. How about if we could turn back time? I think that's something we could all agree we'd wish could happen. I whisper finally. There's silence. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Cass tries to smile through the grief that flashes across her face. We recently lost a friend, she tells our host. He inclines his head before raising his glass. Then we should honor them, he says, by choosing to never forget their presence in your lives. We drink again. The bubbles rise, then vanish, like breath in cold air. When we ascend, the light feels brutal. The tasting room above is bright and buzzing, tourists chattering over flutes of Blanc de Blanc, oblivious to the tension now wrapped around our group like wire. Cass is already at the bar, laughing softly with the sommelier, her charm deployed like currency. Margot drifts toward the boutique, phone at her ear, voice low and urgent. Felissa lingers by the elevator, watching our guide disappear back underground, her posture alert. I lean against the cool stone wall, letting the sun strip the chill from my skin. My head buzzes, from the champagne, from the adrenaline, from the growing certainty that Cass is here for a reason. She came to rub her past into my face, didn't she? Felissa joins me. Why did you talk Cass into coming after she'd canceled? I ask. She doesn't answer, not at first. What's going on between the two of you? You don't know? She chuckles. Despite widely held beliefs, I am not all-knowing, Liv. So why don't you tell me? Cass knew James. They were having an affair. There, I said it. She nods. And? She makes it sound like it doesn't matter, like Cass having a personal relationship with my dead husband doesn't mean anything. Except it does. She pretended to be my friend. He chose you. He married you. That's what counts, right? It takes me a moment to sort through what she just said. He chose me? He married me? Like I should be thankful he decided to give me any of his attention? Come on, Liv, you know that's not what I meant. No, actually, Felissa, I don't know what you meant at all. I know you all think James married beneath him, but come on. He chose me? Like he was God's gift or something? Well, you did marry above your station, she admits softly. Of all of us, you... She stops. Sorry, that was crude, and I apologize. Margot is suddenly beside me, her hands full of filled bags. All right, ladies, it's time to go. Our driver is waiting, and he texted that if we want to miss the worst part of rush hour, we need to leave now. She takes a step back and looks at the two of us. Did I interrupt something? I shake my head. No, it's fine. Felissa was just reminding me that some things in our past need to stay there, that's all. I'm the first in the vehicle. I stick my earbuds in and turn on an audiobook, making it very clear I need some alone time. The drive back is a quiet one, and by the time we arrive at the hotel, everything has shifted between the four of us. The front desk clerk greets us like a man who's just been threatened by several lawyers. He hands over new key cards in monogrammed envelopes. Your new suite is on the executive floor, he says. Madame Dupont, your room remains unchanged, per your request. Cass smiles at our confusion. I like my own space, she says lightly. Besides, I'm right down the hall. The executive suite is obscene in its luxury. 2 living rooms, 3 bedrooms, a dining table fit for a board meeting. A platter of canapés waits beside a silver ice bucket holding 4 bottles of Veuve. I head straight to the window. Paris spreads below us, glittering, indifferent, eternal. I press my forehead to the glass. Can we call a truce? Felissa is there, an expression of guilt lining her features. I shouldn't have said anything. And yet you did. I pull away from the glass and cross my arms. It hurt, Val. I'll be honest. I know. I'm sorry. She continues, not explaining or justifying her words. I almost wish she would. All I do is nod. Today has been rough, for all of us, I think. Let's regroup at dinner, okay? Are we all going? I don't know why I'm asking, because of course Cass is going to be there too. Let's play nice, okay? That past between you and Cass, can we put it to the side and focus on Lindy instead? Play nice? With the woman James was having an affair with?
That's asking a lot, don't you think? The words came out before I could rethink them. Why didn't you tell me if you knew? I think about how she only nodded when I told her about the affair. She blows out a small puff from her lips. I assumed, that's all.
She said some things over wine one night, and why didn't you tell me? I repeat my question. Valissa closes her eyes, inhales with only a slight flare of her nostrils before fixing me with a look that has me taking a step back. Would you have wanted to know? Truly? I mean, you already knew the man you'd married wasn't. She stops there, but I don't need her to continue. I knew the man I married wasn't a saint. He wasn't even a good man. But would I have wanted to know that he was having an affair with someone I called a friend? I hold up my pinky and make sure she looks at the ring. You didn't have to insist she come on this trip, for one. You also could have excluded her from our dinner parties and shopping trips for another. Forcing a friendship between the two of us when you knew how I would feel? I thought I could trust you. You, of all people. Her eyes shudder at my words, but I don't care if my words pierce her cold and heartless soul. I figured Lindy would tell you, she says softly, a knife to the heart. She did. You should have too. I turn away and head to my room, where I sit on the bed, knees tight to my chest, and let the silence surround me. I thought I knew Valissa. I thought I could trust her, with my life, with my heart, with my secrets. I was wrong. If she can keep something like that from me, something a friend would tell another, then what else is she hiding from me? Later, Coco is glowing when we arrive for our dinner reservation. The Palais Garnier looms above us, all marble and myth, its gilded statues watching the street like gods who've seen too much to bother intervening. Inside, the restaurant hums with low conversation and the soft clink of glassware, the air perfumed with truffle oil, citrus peel, and money. This is exactly her kind of place, Margot says as we're shown to our table, her voice pitched carefully neutral. Lindy would have loved it. The way the light pools against the mirrored walls, the red velvet banquettes, the quiet confidence of a room that doesn't need to announce itself. She begged to come here, I say before I can stop myself. She sent me the link weeks ago saying that coming here was an experience we'd never forget and that I had to order the steak. The table stills. Cass's lips curve slightly. She told me the same thing too. Valissa slides into her seat beside me, her knee a solid presence against mine. Margot takes the head of the table without thinking. Cass sits opposite me. I try not to look at her. Menus arrive. Champagne is poured without asking. To Lindy, Margot says, lifting her glass. We follow suit. The toast lands softly, reverently. To Lindy, I echo, and feel the words lodge somewhere sharp. The champagne tastes brighter than it should, too alive. I imagine Lindy laughing at that thought, insisting we try a second bottle for comparison. She would have loved the day, I think. The chalk cellars, the private vault, the way the guide spoke as if history itself were leaning in to listen. She would have talked Margot into buying a case before we left, insisting on supporting a family business who took care of women when it counted, nudged Valissa for pretending not to care, leaned close to me, and whispered a ghost story about the haunted corridors. A waiter sets down plates. Tuna carpaccio, burrata so fresh it still smells like milk. Someone orders fries for the table, because Lindy always insisted that no matter how fancy the meal, fries in Paris were essential. Do you think that's... Valissa murmurs, nodding subtly toward a nearby table. I'm still not ready to forgive her, but we all need each other right now. Well, except for Cass. I don't need her at all. I glance over. Two men sit there, impossibly handsome, scarves draped just so, surrounded by murmurs and discreet glances. They look important, a celebrity or politician, maybe. No, Margot says immediately, but they want you to think it is. Cass laughs softly. Paris survives on plausible celebrity. Lindy would have sworn it was someone.
I say. She had a whole ranking system: A-list certainty, B-list hope, C-list denial. That sounds like her, Felissa says, almost smiling. For a moment, the table loosens. We talk about champagne, about how Lindy would pretend she could taste the difference between vintages she absolutely could not, about the time she tried to flirt her way into a closed gallery and accidentally insulted the curator's wife. The laughter is real, but brittle. She hated wasting moments, Cass says, swirling her glass. That's what she told me, anyway. Said she'd already lost too many years to fear surprises life has to offer. My stomach tightens. She told me that too, I say. Cass's gaze meets mine, unblinking. Did she? Felissa looks between us now, Margot's fingers still on her fork. Yes, I say, holding Cass's stare. She said she was done protecting other people's comfort. Cass's smile sharpens. Then she would have hated this. This, Margot asks coolly. This pretending, Cass says. This careful choreography. The way everyone's choosing the safest version of her to remember. The table goes quiet. I think, Margot says slowly, that tonight is about honoring her. And I think, Cass replies, just as measured, that honoring her would mean telling the truth. Felissa's foot presses against mine. A warning. Or an anchor. And what truth would that be? Margot asks. Cass lifts her glass. Candlelight flickers across her necklace, throwing pale fire onto her throat. That Lindy didn't fall into that pool by accident. The words land with surgical precision. Around us, Coco continues. Laughter, silverware, a burst of applause from the bar. No one else hears. No one else knows. Margot's jaw tightens. This isn't the place. Cass shrugs. Is there ever a right place? I feel heat crawl up my neck. Lindy's voice echoes in my head. I'll make sure she doesn't come. A promise broken. Or maybe never kept. We're here because she wanted to be, I say. Because she planned this. Cass tilts her head. Or because she wanted us all together. For what purpose? My tone is as brittle as my heart. You know Lindy, the queen of chaos. Felissa might have convinced me to come, but Lindy was the one who told me I needed to be here. Needed? Why would Lindy say such a thing? I find that hard to believe, considering she promised me you wouldn't ruin my trip. I reach for my glass and down the rest of what's left in it. Your trip? Cass's brows touch her hairline. Is that what she told you? Funny, because she told me. She's about to say something else when the waiter returns, oblivious, offering dessert menus. Margot waves him off too sharply. We should toast again, Felissa says suddenly, before this turns into something we're all going to regret. She fills my glass, her lips pinched together. Margot leans back in her seat, wine glass lifted off the table. Ladies, if this trip was for anyone, it was for Lindy. You all know that. Sure, she planned things around this being Olivia's first time here, but she also had a very definite idea of what this trip was for. The Dead Husbands Club, Felissa says softly. Margot nods. We've all experienced loss now. She wanted this to signify new beginnings, even between the two of you. She looks at me, then Cass, and I realize, once again, my placement in this group. Even Margot knew about Cass and James. What the hell, Lindy? If she were here right now? If I can finish, Cass says, leaning forward. Lindy told me it was time to shine the light on secrets, and this trip was the perfect time to do that. Felissa sets the bottle she was holding down on the table with a thud. Margot sits there, blinking rapidly before she gives her head a little shake. Me? I do nothing. Say nothing. Lindy wouldn't have said that to Cass. She knew better, didn't she? To Lindy.
Cass says, raising her glass, waiting. Slowly, Margot lifts hers, followed by Velissa. I raise my glass last. And to all her secrets, Cass continues. The clink is uneven, discordant. And as I drink, I realize something with a clarity that steals my breath. Cass isn't here to mourn. She's here for revenge. Chapter 13. I don't go straight to the hotel bar with the others. Margot suggests one last drink to end the night, and Velissa nods like it's a given, but my chest is already too tight, my skin buzzing in that way that means I won't survive another round of pretending. You guys go ahead, I say. Cass's gaze lingers on me a beat too long, her expression unreadable. In the elevator, my hands shake as I dig through my purse for my room key. Lipstick, phone, the crumpled receipt from Coco, then paper. Not a receipt, not a tissue, a folded square, heavier than it should be. I stop breathing as my fingers unfold the paper with clumsy urgency. One down. Who's next? My pulse roars in my ears. I scan the elevator like it might be watching me back. My purse feels violated, intimate in a way that makes my stomach turn. Someone touched this. Someone reached into my things. Someone was close enough to do it without being seen. The elevator chimes. I shove the note back into my purse, hands numb, and step out onto my floor knowing one thing with brutal clarity. I cannot go back to the bar. It's dark, and the city feels heavier than it should, but I need to be anywhere but this hotel. I need to be outside, to breathe on my own, stop pretending the group is fine, that I'm fine. The hotel walls press in on me, each one carrying someone's eyes, someone's secrets, someone's judgment. One down. Who's next? I can't sit still with those sentences inside the room with me, so I leave. It's raining. Paris rain is colder than home, sharper somehow. It hits not just the skin, but the nerves beneath it, too. I tilt my face up and let the drops gather at my chin and slide down my throat. My clothes are already soaked along the hemline, and my hair lies plastered and limp. But I don't care. I want to feel something real. Something that belongs to me and not to what's happening around us. If Lindy were here, she'd be spinning in the street, arms out, laughing. She would tell me to loosen my grip. She would tell me to stop apologizing for existing. I'm too angry with her right now to listen to her. I pull my scarf tighter and head toward the river. The city at night is loud in subtle ways. The shuffle of shoes, the hum of engines, the breath of passing conversations. I pass a trio of men sharing a cigarette under a canopy, their laughter loud enough to sting. I pass a woman in a red raincoat shouting rapid Italian into her phone. I pass two teenagers in tracksuits making comments at a drag queen who answers them with more dignity than they deserve. Everyone here has a story, but none of them are drowning in one. I keep going. The Seine glints under the streetlights, the surface broken and stitched back together by raindrops. I reach Pont Neuf and stop halfway across. The limestone under my hands feels worn smooth by thousands of lives, thousands of secrets. Once in college, Margot dared me to sit on a bridge rail and let my legs hang over the water. She wanted to see what I'd do. I pretended I wasn't scared. Velissa took a photo, the flash cracking across the night like a warning. Later, drunk, I wrote Lindy's name on the stone with paint marker because I wanted her to be remembered. I wanted her to win something. Anything. I wonder if her name is still there, or if rain washed it away too. A busker starts playing on his accordion somewhere behind me. It reminds me of Montmartre, the black cat curled on the musician's shoulder. Lindy's face soft and glowing as she listened. She held moments the way some people hold rosaries, like each one was a prayer she hoped might save her. What did she need saving from? Who did she need saving from? My chest tightens. A piece of paper slaps against my leg in the wind. A pamphlet that says, "Obey your urges," in bright red letters. I almost laugh, but the sound catches in my throat. My urges have never been the kind these flyers sell. Mine are smaller, sharper, persistent. The urge to press on a bruise until it aches. The urge to shield myself before anyone can aim. The urge to run when anything feels too close. James used to say I ran too easily. James was always very critical of me, no matter what I did or said. His voice slips in before I can stop it. "Straighten your spine, Olivia. Don't let people see you shake. You know how I feel about weak women." I gripped the stone railing until my fingers hurt. He had ways of reminding me who had power in our marriage. A hand at the back of my neck, a thumb pressed just a little too long against my throat. The bruise that formed the next morning like an accusation. Sometimes I wondered if he thought about killing me. Sometimes I wondered if he rehearsed it. The rain thickens again. I touch my throat without thinking. I survived James, but I didn't leave that version of myself completely behind. Behind me, footsteps. Slow, measured. I freeze. My breath holds. The steps stop. Close. Too close. A cold tremor moves through my ribs, deep and unwelcome. For a second, I swear I feel his breath behind my ear, the way he used to lean in when he wanted me silent. My heart thuds once, hard. I finally turn. My heart thuds once, hard. I finally turn. A man in a wool coat walks past, phone at his ear, barely noticing me. Not James, not anyone I know. But the feeling doesn't leave. The sensation of being watched lingers along my spine. I step away from the railing and follow the curve of the bridge. My hands shake harder than I want them to. I breathe slow, counting each inhale the way the therapist taught me. You're safe. You're safe. You're not with him anymore. But the note exists. Lindy is dead, and someone followed me from the hotel. I'm certain of it. Across the river, a woman in white stands with a closed red umbrella clenched in one hand. She stares at the city with an expression I understand too well. Someone suspended between wanting to vanish and wanting to be seen. She doesn't look at me, but I study her, just in case. People disappear into cities like this. People can also hide in plain sight. A couple approaches from the far side of the bridge, holding hands, soaked but smiling. They look like every romantic picture people post online, the kind where you'd never think anything bad could happen. They stop to take a selfie. Their laughter rings bright and careless. My pulse stays rapid, uneven. I look down at the water. I think about my sister and how I used to wake up gasping, convinced I'd died with her. Touching my throat was the only thing that calmed me, proof I was still here. James used that same place as a weapon. Some wounds live beneath the skin, whether you want them to or not. I turn back toward the street, ready to head to the hotel, when I see it. My shadow, long against the pavement, and another shadow, inches behind it. Not dancing with streetlight, not passing, not shifting. Standing. Waiting. My breath lodges in my chest. I move. The second shadow moves too. My stomach drops. I pick up my pace. The sound of footsteps follows, just faint enough to deny, just loud enough to fear. I don't run because running would confirm something I'm not ready to face, but I walk fast. The shadow stays with me, aligned, persistent. When I reach the corner, I finally risk a look over my shoulder. Nothing. No one. Just darkness pressed between buildings, but I know what I felt. James once told me fear makes you see ghosts. He said it with a hand locked around my jaw, forcing me to meet his eyes. Tonight, I don't doubt what I see, or what I feel. By the time I reach the hotel lobby, my clothes are drenched and my hands are trembling hard enough that I hide them in my coat. I don't look back again, but I know the truth. I'm not walking this city alone. And whoever left that note, whoever stole that page from Lindy's journal, whoever it was, they watched me at the bridge, and they followed me back. I'm getting tired of their games, their scare tactics. They think they can scare me, but they don't realize something very important about me. After everything I've done, there's nothing they can do that can be worse. Chapter 14. By the morning, the hotel has done its best to erase Lindy's death. The pool is already reopened, the deck scrubbed, the towels replaced. Even the scent of chlorine, sharp, chemical, has been softened by something expensive and citrusy pumped through the vents. You'd never know a body had floated here less than 48 hours ago. Except I know because my mind keeps replaying the moment I saw her, pajamas soaked and clinging, hair fanned out like a halo. Because the scream that tore me awake still lives somewhere under my ribs, aching with its presence. A maid wheels a cart along the far wall, stacking fresh towels in tidy towers. A bellhop straightens lounge chairs as if aligning them is a holy ritual. Two guests in matching robes laugh too loudly near the glass windows, their voices bouncing off tile and water, bright and wrong. It makes my stomach turn. Luxury has a strange relationship with tragedy. It doesn't acknowledge it. It doesn't absorb it. It smothers it in fresh linens and charges extra for discretion. I stand just inside the pool doors for a second too long, frozen by the fact that everyone is acting like this is normal, like people don't die in places like this, like expensive hotels don't have ghosts. A man in swim trunks slips into the water and begins a lazy breaststroke. Each stroke breaks the surface with a soft slap. The sound shouldn't feel obscene, but it does. My throat tightens. I touch the spot under my jaw without thinking, thumb pressing where James's hand used to sit when he wanted me quiet. He never squeezed hard enough to leave bruises in the moment. He preferred the aftermath, the evidence later, when I'd doubt myself. A staff member walks by with a clipboard, eyes skimming past me as if I'm furniture. They've already decided what Lindy was. An accident. A mistake. A drunk American who slipped. The word accident rolls around in my head like a marble, smooth, meaningless, convenient. I think about the scene where we all were. Valissa, arms crossed, cold and detached. Margot always close to my side. Why? I remember the looks between her and Valissa. And a thought pops into my head. Were they in on it? If Lindy was going to reveal all our secrets with Cass in the room, did they make good on Valissa's promise all those years ago? Did they kill Lindy? I force myself to move, to turn away before I start shaking in front of strangers. The corridor back to our suite smells like polished wood and lilies. My bare feet whisper against carpet as I walk, and I hate how soft everything is. Softness is a lie. Softness is how people get away with things. Back in the suite, the air is cooler, quieter, mercifully private. The living room is a shipwreck of aftermath, a half-empty bowl of chocolate-covered orange peels, a bottle of champagne sweating in a puddle of its own condensation, glasses abandoned, like we stopped mid-conversation and never found our way back. The curtains are drawn halfway, letting in a thin, pale slice of morning. Both Margot's and Valissa's doors are closed. It feels like the suite is holding its breath along with me. I go straight to my room and sit on the edge of my bed. My sheets are twisted, my pillow shoved half off the mattress like I fought something in my sleep. I stare at it, waiting for memory to supply what I'm afraid it will. Did I dream last night? Did I move? Did I leave the room? The sleepwalking sits in my head like a loaded gun, not fired, not yet, but always there.
A threat I can't see until it's already done something irreversible. I press my palms into my knees, grounding myself. The therapist would tell me to name what I can see. Bed, lamp, curtains, my purse on the chair. She would also tell me that secluding myself won't help me learn to live this life I'm claiming as my own. So I head into the suite's main area, expecting to see either Margot or Valissa. Except it's empty and quiet. I move toward the kitchenette to the carafe of coffee. That's when I notice it. An envelope. A name written on top. It lies half under the suite door, the corner pressed into the carpet as if it's been waiting there, patient as a spider. My breath stops. For a second, I just stare. I don't move. I don't blink. I feel the blood drain from my face in one cold rush. Because I know what it is before I touch it. A note. Another one. I think to the ones that have already been left for me. In my room, in my purse. But this one isn't addressed to me, and it's in plain sight for all of us to see, for any one of us to find. My first instinct is not to pick it up, to pretend it's not there, to step over it, to let someone else find it so I can watch their reaction. Maybe then I'll know who's playing this game. My second instinct is worse, to hide it, to take it and fold it and slip it away so no one can ask questions I don't know how to answer. My third instinct, pure panic, wins. I crouch and slide it toward me with 2 fingers like it might bite. Margot's name is written on the front. The paper is heavier than it should be, the fold too crisp, deliberate. Behind me, a soft sound. I whip around, heart punching my ribs. Valissa stands in the hallway. She takes in my posture, the envelope in my hand, the fact that I look like I might throw up. Her eyes sharpen. What's that? Before I can answer, Margot's door opens. She steps out, phone still in hand, her gaze flicking between me and Valissa, quick and assessing. I hold up the note because I don't know what else to do. This was at the door, addressed to you. Margot's face goes still. Not shocked, not confused. Interested. Valissa steps forward. Let me see. I should refuse. I should hand it to Margot. But Valissa's voice isn't a request. I hand it over. She opens it and reads it, her expression barely shifting, just the smallest tightening at the corner of her mouth, a micro flinch she murders immediately. Margot holds her hand out. I'd like to read it. Valissa doesn't answer right away. She folds the paper with slow, precise fingers. It's nothing, she says calmly. Hotel staff. Someone trying to make money off the tragedy. Don't worry about it. Something passes between them, a conversation I'm not a part of. Margot finally shrugs. If that's the case, we need to let the concierge know. Valissa nods. It's not the first one, Valissa says. I'll handle it. Not the first one, I hear myself ask, because the way Margot isn't shocked, the way her face didn't crumple, makes something click inside me. Margot, did you? Margot's gaze flicks to Valissa. I'm missing something. But what? While Valissa slips the note into her pocket, Margot holds out a hand to me, forcing my attention. Liv, she says softly, but her eyes are too sharp. What's going on? I swallow. My heart is a trapped bird. Valissa's gaze locks onto mine. Have you received any like this? My throat tightens as I think about my 2 notes, the one in my room and the one in my purse. If I tell them, everything changes, because to me it doesn't sound like a random staff shakedown, like Valissa says. My notes make it personal, like someone knows me. Valissa's eyes don't blink. She's waiting. Margot's face is still, but her posture shifts, subtle, like she already knows. Does she? Is she the one leaving me the notes?
But that wouldn't make sense since she just got one as well. I got the same thing. I lie. My voice comes out too quick, too clean. Something about the pool, it's stupid. I'm not sure why I say that, other than I don't trust either one of them right now, and this feels safer. Felissa nods, but she doesn't look convinced. Do you still have the note? I'd like to see it. I shake my head. I tossed it. Her lips tighten. I'll talk to the concierge. Felissa adds again, brisk now, as if closing the subject. Make sure staff are warned.
If someone is fishing for money, it stops now.
She turns, already moving toward the suite door. Before she leaves, she pauses and looks back at me. Her gaze lingers on my throat, where my fingers have drifted again without permission. Her eyes narrow slightly, not in judgment, but in recognition. The moment she leaves, the room feels changed. Margot's eyes stay on me. "Why didn't you say anything?" she asks, softer now, almost kind. "About the note." I shrug. Seems trivial in the grand scheme of things. Margot watches me for a beat. "We're going out," she says. "We can't just sit here." We. She says it like unity is a choice, and I find myself turning toward my room to grab my things, my legs unsteady. Behind my ribs, something shifts, small but significant. Not panic, exactly. Suspicion. Because Felissa lied. I know she did. What she doesn't realize is she stood in front of the wall mirror when she read the note, and even backwards, I could read what was on there. The water hides nothing. In my room, I close the door and lean my forehead against it, breathing hard. My purse sits where I left it on the chair. I stare at the bed, the twisted sheets, the pillow that held my first note. Those words echo anyway, crawling through my thoughts like damp. The water hides nothing. But people do. Chapter 15, 1999. 3 hours later, we're back. The party's still going strong. It took 3 hours for Margot and Felissa to convince Lindy that confronting Chase directly was the only thing we could do, if she was insistent on not telling anyone what happened. We climb the stairs, no one paying the four of us any attention, and find Chase's door is unlocked. That detail sticks with me more than it should, like my brain is scrambling for something small enough to hold when everything else is too big. An unlocked door means he wasn't worried. It means he didn't think he had anything to hide. Or worse, he did, and he still wasn't worried. Why would he be? If his name didn't get him out of trouble, his father's money did. The hallway outside his room is quiet, despite the party downstairs rumbling on, laughter and bass muffled by the thick old walls. Lindy is beside me. I feel her arm through my sleeve. The way she's trying to make herself smaller without knowing she's doing it. Her breath is shallow. Every few seconds her shoulders jerk as if she's about to speak and then remembers she can't. Or won't. Or doesn't know how. Felissa knocks once before pushing the door open. He's sitting on the edge of his bed, shirt half unbuttoned, sleeves rolled to his forearms. His private suite smells like whiskey and cologne and old wood. Heavy beams cross the ceiling like ribs, and a leather punching bag hangs from one of them. So this is how the other half lives. A sports jacket hangs over the back of his chair. Framed photos line the shelves, photos of boats, beaches, men with Chase's face in different stages of aging. His father, his uncles, a whole lineage of people who were never told no. He looks up, startled for half a second. Then recognition slides in and his mouth curves into that familiar, lazy smile. "Well," he says, "this is unexpected." It's the way he says it that makes my stomach twist. Lindy stiffens. I feel it through her arm, the sudden tension like a live wire. "Get up," Felissa says. Her voice is flat, not loud, not emotional. It's the voice she uses when she's correcting a professor in class, when she's calling out a TA for losing her paper,
when she's filing a complaint and already knows she's going to win. There's something in it that makes my scalp prickle. Chase chuckles, glancing between us, letting his gaze linger on each of us like we're being appraised. "Relax," he says. "What's this about?" Margot steps forward. One step only, but it shifts the temperature of the room.
"You know exactly what it's about."
For a moment, something flickers in his eyes, but it's definitely not guilt. He straightens slightly, as if he's deciding which version of himself to perform.
"Did she tell you some story?"
he asks, already leaning back on his hands.
Jesus, I knew this would happen.
Lindy sucks in a breath. It's not a story. Her voice is small but clear. The fact that she gets the words out at all is a miracle. Chase finally looks directly at her. His gaze is cool, appraising, almost bored. Like he's trying to decide whether she's worth the effort of pretending.
"You regret what happened between us,"
he says.
"That's a pity. I rather enjoyed it."
The room seems to tilt. My ears ring. I can feel my pulse in my fingertips. I don't even know what I want to say. I just know I want him to stop talking now. I open my mouth, but Velissa beats me to it. She said no. Chase's smile tightens.
"She didn't mean it."
"You threatened her," Margot says, voice sharp. "You told her no one would believe her." He scoffs.
"Because no one will."
Silence crashes down, heavy and absolute. Chase stands and moves closer.
"Look," he says, lowering his voice like he's offering advice. "You girls are worked up. It happens. But if you take this any further, you'll ruin her life, not mine."
Lindy flinches at the word her, as if even being referenced is too much. "You raped me," she says. The word hangs there, naked and ugly. Chase sighs, rubbing a hand over his face like she's being inconvenient.
"You shouldn't say things like that."
"Why not?" Velissa asks, calm, deadly. "Because they're true?" His eyes snap to her. "Because my father sits on the board of this school." He says it as if it's a get-out-of-jail-free card, as if it ends the conversation. Margot's hands curl into fists. I notice it absently, the way her knuckles whiten, the way her shoulders square. It's like watching a door lock from the inside.
"You think they'll side with you?" Chase continues, warming to his own power now. "Against me?"
He gestures around the room, at the shelves of books, the expensive desk, the framed photos, the view of campus lights beyond the arched window. His world on display, a shrine to himself.
"You don't get to win this,"
he says, almost kindly.
"You should all walk away."
Something inside me breaks then, like a thread snapping in the dark. Because I realize he believes this. Truly, completely. He believes our anger is a phase, our grief is a nuisance. Lindy's trauma is a misunderstanding that can be handled with the right pressure. He believes he's untouchable. Velissa steps closer. Lindy's hand trembles in mine, but I don't look away from Chase. I can't. I'm trying to memorize him in this moment, the exact expression he's wearing, the smug tilt of his mouth, because some part of me is already terrified he will rewrite this later and the world will let him. "You hurt her," Velissa says.
"I had sex with her,"
he replies instantly, no hesitation, like he's delivered this line before.
"She practically begged me for it."
Lindy makes a small sound in her throat. It isn't a word. It's a crack. I grip her hand harder, anchoring her. Her nails dig into my palm, creating crescent moons of pain. "You don't get to rewrite this," Margot says. "You don't get to decide what it was." Chase laughs, a sharp, dismissive sound.
"I already have."
His eyes flick to Lindy again.
"If you're smart, you'll forget about this.
No one is ever going to believe you over me."
The words land like a slap. Because he's right. It's what Lindy said over and over, earlier before agreeing to come here and face him directly. People like us, girls without fathers on boards, Girls expected to pursue marriage rather than careers. We're never believed. It's his word against hers. The pretty girl who wears her clothes too tight, or smiled too much, or let herself get compromised. It's always the girl's fault. Lindy sways. I tighten my grip, feeling her try to collapse inward. She looks like she might disappear if someone stops touching her. Velissa's voice cuts through the moment, calm and lethal. You will regret this. Chase blinks. Excuse me? For the first time, I see uncertainty flicker across his face. It's brief, so brief he almost recovers, but it's there. A crack in the armor, a tiny moment of recalculation.
You have no idea what you're talking about,
He says, but his voice shifts. It thins at the edges.
You do realize who I am, don't you?
He says it like a threat, like a promise that whatever happens next will not happen to him.
You ever touch another girl, Velissa says, her voice lowered, her steps measured as she moves closer to him. If I hear of you raping another girl, she says, finger pointing, so close now she is almost touching him, I'll kill you.
My mouth dries as I hear the truth in her voice. My heart pounds so hard I can feel it behind my eyes. I glance at Lindy, her face blotchy, her mascara dried into tracks, her mouth pressed tight like she's holding in screams. She isn't looking at Chase anymore. She's looking at Velissa.
I'll kill you, Velissa repeats, and I'll make sure everyone believes you killed yourself.
Chase's eyes move between us again, faster this time. He straightens, his posture becoming more alert as he steps back from her. The lazy smile tries to return and fails.
Get out,
he says, and there's a new note now, annoyance edged with something sharper. Fear. He believes Velissa. He believes she would actually kill him. Bang, bang, bang. Someone pounds on his door. Lindy jumps, screams. 3 guys walk in, salacious grins on their faces.
Looks like the party is up here,
one of them says. Velissa elbows her way through them, grabbing onto Lindy's free arm and pulling her out of the room. Margot and I follow. As his door closes with the laughter of his friends, Velissa swears. He is not getting away with this, she says.
I'm going to make him pay for what he did to you, Lindy. I swear it.
I remember thinking in that exact moment that we had crossed a line that would follow us forever, no matter how far we ran. Chapter 16. Present Day. Avenue Montaigne at noon is something to behold. The Parisian sun slices through the trees arching over the street at such a precise angle you can't help but take photos. The air is saturated with so many scents, from perfume to coffee and pastries, that my lungs threaten revolt with every breath. I totally forgot to take my allergy meds today. Behind mirrored storefronts, handbags gleam in the pale light, lined up like museum pieces. Lindy would have said the windows are the confessionals for the rich. If that's true, she would have been confessing her sins on a regular basis if she'd lived here. Lindy loved places like this. She'd walk slowly, hands clasped behind her back, narrating imaginary lives for the women in the windows. That one's on her 3rd husband. That one hates her children. That one's hiding from something. I used to laugh at her stories. I wish she were here now to tell them. Cass is with us again. Her presence still catches me off guard, a loose thread I didn't want woven back into the fabric of this trip. And yet here Cass is, walking just behind Margot, her black blazer cut within an inch of perfection, her posture effortless, her expression unreadable. Margot leads the way, her pace confident, heels striking the pavement with authority. Her smile is flawless, practiced, the kind she wears when she's decided control is the only acceptable response to chaos. I know that smile. I've worn versions of it myself. That's the Dior Atelier, Cass says over her shoulder, barely slowing. Not the flagship, the invitation-only one. You can tell by the lack of signage. She gestures with a flick of her wrist, and that's Givenchy's original window. She moves like a Parisian, which isn't surprising. Is that what James saw in her? Her effortless style and suaveness. Everything he wanted me to be and wasn't. Valissa glides 2 steps behind, hands tucked into the pockets of her charcoal peacoat. She looks tense, more than usual. Her shoulders are tight, her jaw set. "Is everything okay?" I murmur, lowering my voice. Her eyes flick to mine, then away. A brief shake of her head. No smile, no reassurance. Something tightens in my chest, and despite my misgivings earlier, I decide to confess, to tell her the truth about my notes. I reach out and brush my fingers against her sleeve before I can stop myself. "Valissa, there's something I need." Her sleeve is warm beneath my fingers, solid, familiar. Valissa stills, not recoiling, not turning, just stilling. "Not now," she murmurs, so quietly it barely reaches me. Cass turns around then and smiles at us, perfectly timed, and the moment collapses. But Valissa doesn't look back at me. She resumes walking like nothing happened, and something in that ease unsettles me more than panic would have. Cass's gaze lingering for half a second longer than necessary. The people here walk as if they expect to be watched. I recognize faces from ads, from magazines, from whispered conversations back home. It's like seeing celebrities grocery shopping, disorienting, intimate in a way that feels forbidden. "Stop gawking," Valissa murmurs, nudging my elbow. We stop in front of a boutique with a logo embossed in gold against glass so clear it looks like air. My reflection stares back at me from the mirrored wall, fractured, uncertain. I immediately notice the lint on my sweater, the scuff on my boot. Margot sweeps inside, already greeted by a staffer in a navy suit with a jawline sharp enough to cut. French flies fast and clipped between them. Cass steps in beside me and adds something in French that shifts the man's demeanor instantly, from polite indifference to conspiratorial warmth. "We're here for the spring preview," she says smoothly. A nod, a handshake, and suddenly we're ushered past the main floor into a private lounge, upholstered in a shade best described as expensive beige. Cass and Margot sit in perfect sync, legs crossed, shoulders angled just so. Valissa remains standing, arms folded, scanning the room. "I guess I don't hate having Cass here," Valissa murmurs to me. "Go sit, don't be such a wallflower." I don't belong here, we all know it. Margot summons me with a curl of her finger. I perch on the edge of the settee, spine straight, knees locked. This reminds me of when I first met James. Margot was hosting a dinner party and sat me next to him. I was out of my element, nothing compared to the people in the room. I was a last-minute invite, needed to even out the numbers, and she promised me I could be a wallflower all I wanted, as long as I smiled, sipped her champagne, and didn't go all geeky and talk about my bookstore to her guests. It wasn't that she was embarrassed by me, I know that. It was just that I really didn't fit in with her crowd. But James, he wouldn't let me be a wallflower that night. He swept me off my feet, and for the first time in a long time, I felt seen. I thought he liked the fact I was so different from other women in his circles, but what he liked was that I was so bland, a blank canvas he could shape into the perfect wife. Champagne appears. Cass accepts first, Margot next. Valissa after a deliberate pause. I decline. But a flute is placed beside me anyway. The hush that follows is heavy. The air conditioning hums. Somewhere, a keyboard clicks. My knee bounces. Cass selects a blouse, scrutinizes it like a gem under magnification. Margot passes it to me. "This would be perfect on you, Liv," she says. "You have the collarbones for it." "I don't really do button-downs," I reply. They gape. "Do you never work with a tailor?" Margot asks mildly. I sip champagne to avoid answering. Cass watches me over the rim of her glass. "You always underestimate yourself," she says lightly. "I always figured it was because of your upbringing." I wasn't raised by wealthy parents, but that's never been something I've been ashamed of. But the way she says it makes my fingers curl. Lindy used to say Cass could cut people open without raising her voice. I feel flayed. I want to say something sharp back, but the words tangle in my throat. James used to accuse me of the same thing. You hide behind modesty because it's safer than wanting more. I hated when he said it. I hate that Cass sounds like him. It's too bad you didn't know Liv from before her marriage to James, Felissa says. Her difference was what attracted us to her. She's the yin to our yang. That's something Lindy said once to me. The yin to her crazy yang. I can't help but smile. That's true, Margot interjects. Sometimes I wish you could see yourself like we see you, she says, and I see you wearing this blouse and looking amazing in it. She hands it to me and pushes me toward the changing room where I try it on. It fits well, almost too well. In the mirror, I look like someone else, someone upgraded, curated, controlled. When I rejoin them, Cass appraises me. Very Parisienne. I can't tell if it's praise or warning. As we leave, Felissa falls into step beside me. I meant what I said. You are the rock to our group. I hope you know that. Outside, the sun hits my eyes hard. We walk in silence for a block. I take a half step closer to Felissa, lowering my voice without fully committing to the conversation. The notes. I start, but her quick look silences me. I already took care of it. Her tone is crisp, efficient, finished. Something about how quickly she shuts it down makes my pulse stutter. It's like she really doesn't want to talk about it. But why? Felissa exhales through her nose. Olivia, people get stupid around tragedy. They smell vulnerability and think it's an opportunity. It's ugly, but it's not new. I study her profile as we walk. She's closed off. I don't think that's it, I say. Don't make it into more than it is, okay? I don't want you to start spinning. How is this me spinning? The notes started, because this is what you do. You get fixated on some minor detail and blow it out of proportion, and one of us has to rein you in. Honestly, with everything going on right now, can we just drop it, please? Before I can respond, Cass drifts closer, close enough that I can smell her perfume. Are we discussing ghosts? She asks lightly. Or is this a private conversation? Felissa smiles at her, polite, controlled. It's nothing. So where should we head next? Cass's gaze slides to me instead, lingers. Are we all in the mood for more shopping? I shrug. Honestly, I'm just tired, I say. It's not the truth, but it's adjacent enough to pass. You always say that when we suggest a shopping trip, Margot adds, completely oblivious to the undercurrents. Cass hums softly, unconvinced. Funny thing about exhaustion, she says. It lowers your tolerance for lies. Felissa stops walking. The pause is brief, barely a beat, but it's enough. Let's keep moving, Felissa says, already stepping forward again. We're drawing attention. I fall back into step, my chest tight. Something between us feels off, and it's not just because of Cass and me. I can count on two hands the number of times Felissa has redirected a conversation back toward a fault of mine. She's not usually the type to do so, but when she does, it's for one simple reason. She's hiding something. Cass smiles at me as we walk on, her gaze lingering like a hand pressed flat between my shoulder blades. She knows something. Maybe she's always known. Chapter 17. The hotel corridor is quiet when we arrive. Welcome back. The concierge greets us. Please let us take those, he says, indicating the bags we are all carrying. After lunch, we walked from store to store, everyone finding something to add to their wardrobe. Liv, come, we'll sit at the bar for a drink. We have a bit until our next appointment. Margot tells me, waving her fingers at me to join them. I'll be back in a minute, I tell them. I'd like to change my shoes. It's a lie, and we all know it, but honestly, I can use a few solid moments of alone time. A hotel staff member joins me in the elevator as he carries everyone's bags but mine. The elevator ride is silent. When we reach our floor, he sets them down and leaves without a word. I'm alone. The adrenaline drains from my body all at once, leaving behind a heavy ache in my chest.
I drop the bags, kick off my shoes, and sit on the edge of the couch, elbows on my knees, head in my hands. Lindy is dead. We spent the day buying silk. I want to cry, but I am out of tears. We're all acting like the worst thing that could have happened to one of us didn't just happen, and I can't wrap my head around that. Yes, I know Lindy would want us to keep with our trip schedule, that she'd want us to soak in every moment of being here in Paris, but I just can't. My friend is dead. Staring at the floor, at the perfect line where the carpet meets the baseboard, my mind refuses to stay in the room. It keeps circling back to Velissa, to the way she took the note from Margot without hesitation, to how quickly she folded it, to how easily she said it was nothing. It reminds me of that first day when I saw Lindy handing Velissa a folded piece of paper. Had the notes started then, too? I stand. The decision feels reckless and necessary in equal measure, but Velissa is at the bar with the others. One drink, she said, one more toast. If I'm going to do this, I need to do it now. My pulse ticks louder than a clock as I test the handle to her room. Unlocked. Her room is tidy, with her bed made, curtains half drawn. A suit jacket is laid across the chair, almost like she couldn't decide whether to wear it or not. I close the door quietly behind me as I step inside. I scan surfaces first, the desk, the bedside table, the minibar. Nothing obvious, no envelope, no folded paper left carelessly behind. Velissa wouldn't leave evidence in plain sight. My fingers curl and uncurl at my sides. My throat tightens. James used to keep things in predictable places. Top drawer, inner pocket, between pages of books he thought I'd never touch. I move toward Velissa's travel bag and hesitate for half a second, long enough to remember how James used to accuse me of snooping when all I'd wanted was the truth. Then I open it. A scarf, sleeping mask, sunglasses, and a slim leather folder. Inside, paper. My breath catches. I slide it free and unfold it carefully, as if the words might bruise if I'm too rough. The water hides nothing. Margot's note. I knew I'd seen those words. My stomach drops. Velissa lied. This isn't someone taking advantage of a tragedy for money. This is more. This is someone who knows more. James used to love water. Pools, baths, showers that went on too long. He said it relaxed him. He said everything looked cleaner underwater, simpler. My hands are shaking now. I think of Lindy, the pool, the way her body floated just beneath the surface. One down. Who's next? The connection snaps into place with sickening clarity. Velissa didn't want me reading this. She didn't want anyone reading this. She wants control of the narrative, of the panic, of the damage. I slide the note back exactly where I found it. Same fold, same placement. No disruption. James taught me how to do that, too. How to leave no trace. How to move through someone else's space without being detected. I keep searching. I want to find Lindy's note, and I'm now half expecting to find the ripped page from her journal, too. Instead, what I find is a large envelope full of photographs. It's not hidden or even locked away. It feels like it's meant to be found by someone. I reach in and pull out one at random. It's of Lindy and Cass sitting in Lindy's living room, a bottle of wine on the table between them. The next one is of Margot and Cass lying in chaises at some pool. Margot is hand-shielding her eyes as Cass leans toward her in what looks like a serious discussion. Why is Velissa spying on these women? I pull out another photo, Velissa and me. My stomach tightens. Whoever took these wasn't following Velissa. They were following all of us. I remember the exact day this was taken, after 2 of my ribs were broken from falling down the basement stairs. Velissa came over to check in on me after I canceled yet another lunch date. The visceral anger that encompassed her when she realized just how I'd broken my ribs is something I'll never forget. I push that memory away and focus on what's in my hands. These photos. Who took them? And why?
And why does Velissa have them? I shake out the remaining photographs, hoping to find an explanation, and a note slips out. Confessions. Untangle like a loosely tied noose. Your past isn't so secret anymore. One of you has already slipped. Who's next? What? Noose? Someone slipped? My brain is scrambling as I try to understand this when I hear a sound. I quickly stuff everything back in the envelope and return it where I found it. I step out of her room, my heart pounding hard enough to make my ears ring as there's a knock on our suite door. Housekeeping? I hear. I open the door and tell them we are fine, accepting new bottles of water before closing it. I need to talk to Velissa about this, but how without explaining why I went through her things? Are these all connected? The notes? These photographs? Lindy's death? My mind races as I try to piece things together, but there's too many loose strings still. Nothing makes sense, and honestly, my head is hurting. I try to remember the words I rehearsed with my therapist, the ones meant to halt panic in its tracks. Ground yourself. 5 things you see. 4 you can touch. 3 you can hear. I see the crack in the plaster near the ceiling, the glint of sun on the desk lamp, the shopping bag slumped on the chair, the Paris rooftops from the window, the slight drape of a rose petal from the flower arrangement. I touch the silk at my collar, the cold brass knob of the closet, the ridged edge of my phone, the soft brush of furniture fabric from the chair. I hear the faint shuffle of feet in the corridor, the soft click of the room's air conditioner, the distant wail of a siren from the street below. It almost works. I sink down on the couch and pull my knees up tight to my chest. I will my breathing back to normal, but every inhale tightens instead of loosens. Closing my eyes, my fingers pressed hard to my throat, I count the seconds until the panic recedes. When it does, I open my eyes to the sunlight streaming in through the window. But the dread remains. The walls close in, and I'm scared that what happened to Lindy is going to happen again. Maybe even to me. Chapter 18. I send the girls a text telling them I have a migraine and I'm going to lie down. They are headed to a private perfume session, and to be honest, I'm glad I'm not going. It's not long after that I hear the beep of a room card tapping against the door, and it opens. I'm still on the couch, head tucked tight to my knees. Liv, I came to check on you before we leave. It's Velissa. She sits beside me and places a hand on my shoulder. Did this just come on? Did you take anything? Her voice is gentle. I shake my head and mumble something, which seems to be all she needs. She leaves and returns a few minutes later with a glass of water and a pill bottle. My pill bottle. I'd left this one in my carry-on bag, hoping I wouldn't have to use it. A few years ago, I suffered from intense migraines after a blow to the head that left me with a concussion. But it's been about 6 months since I've had one. I keep them with me just in case, but how did she find it so fast? I hope you don't mind I snooped. I wasn't sure where you were keeping your meds. She twists the lid off and slides out one small pill. She studies it for a second longer than necessary. Take this and climb into bed. Hopefully you'll feel better by dinner. I kind of snooped too. I mumble and swallow the pill before I can change my mind. I'm sorry. She leans back with a curious look on her face. In my room? I nod, leaning my head back against the couch and closing my eyes. I wasn't lying about the migraine. Why? There's a coldness in her voice that should warn me, but I ignore it. I wanted to find that note, the one for Margot. I know you lied. I saw the writing in the mirror when you first read it. I crack a peek at Velissa and see the tight pursing of her lips. That normally would be enough for me to stop and rethink my strategy, but not today. And then I found the photographs. I catch the flash of regret before I close my eyes again. I was going to talk to everyone about them. That sounds reasonable, almost convincing. When? Things have been a bit crazy, in case you haven't noticed. There really hasn't been time, Liv. I hear a puff of air followed by a sigh. Did you take them? I feel like I already know the answer, but I need to hear her say it. No. Do they have anything to do with Lindy's death? I open my eyes again and watch her closely. She shakes her head, not looking at me. I don't think so, she says. I got them before that happened. What do you mean, you got them? Felissa's jaw tightens. I didn't take them, Liv, for Pete's sake. They were left for me at the front desk when we first checked in. But why you? My stomach turns as I watch a look of unease flash across her face. I have no idea, she says, but there was a note. I know. What does it mean? We are being watched. I want to ask more, but the pounding in my head becomes a slash of lightning that slices straight through me, and I whimper with pain. She helps me to my room, pulls up the blanket to cover me, and lays a cool cloth at the base of my neck. Try to get some sleep, okay? We'll talk later. By the time they return, I'm out on the couch, curled up with a book on my lap, cup of hot tea beside me. My migraine pills did the trick. I smell all the scents, and accept the perfume bottle they bought for me as well, Baccarat Rouge 540. I know you love this scent, so you need to have your own bottle. Open it up. There's a special message inside. Margot tells me. They had it engraved. À la force secrète de l'amitié. It says, to the hidden strength of friendship. I fix my smile so it doesn't falter. Thank you, I tell her. My mind is whirling, trying to understand the meaning behind it. Is it a reminder of the secrets we share? Is it a confirmation of our connection? Is it a personal message from her to me? She squeezes my shoulder. Do you feel up for dinner? It's not too far. I nod. Feed a headache, isn't that what they say? Caffeine and carbs, it's the perfect mix. Velissa hands me my jacket with a stiff smile. We're a parade of four, a funeral cortege dressed as a girls' night out. After I woke up, I went back into Velissa's room to find that envelope, but she must have moved them after I went to sleep, because I couldn't find them. To sleep because I couldn't find them. I'm kicking myself for not taking a photo of them on my phone. My mind keeps going back to that first note, the one that said I was now free. What does that even mean? I'll never be free from what we did. The lie is still with me. It's in my skin, on my breath. It follows me as we climb the steps in Bistro Vivienne. What made you choose this location? Felissa asks Margot as we make our way up to an area that resembles more a boudoir than a restaurant. This is another Lindy request, Margot says. She read up on the reviews, was excited about the fact it's been here since 1823. Do you really think that's why she wanted to come? Cass points toward a framed feather whip on the wall. Margot smirks, but doesn't say anything. The vibe is definitely unique. And what about all the bugs? I can't stop from staring at the wall of large, creepy crawlies, all framed as if they're art. She wouldn't have loved that. I know I don't. Sit with your back to it, Liv. Velissa tells me as she points to a chair, a vintage Cartier glinting at her wrist. She takes the seat beside me. Tonight, we're drinking wine. To lasting friendships, Margot toasts, and we all repeat it, reverence in our tones. 4 glasses, 1 for every living girl. I drink, not out of thirst but obligation, even though I know I shouldn't. The first swallow scorches, the second dulls, and by the third I can finally take my hands off my lap and place them on the table without seeing them tremble. Margot's gaze slides over me. She leans in, smile dazzling, and says, So, what would you ladies like to do tomorrow? We could do the Marmottan Monet Museum, or honestly, just sleep until noon. I don't know about you, but I'm still jet-lagged to death. To death? Does she even realize what she said? How crass it sounds. Cass, without looking up, says, Don't we have a spa day pre-booked? Day after tomorrow. Margot nods. That feels so far away, I say, too loud, then try to pull it back. Not that the city isn't lovely. This just isn't the trip I thought it would be. I don't think any of us thought it would end up this way, says Cass, fingering the delicate necklace at her neck. She glances at the skyline and sighs as if the entire city is an open-plan office she can't escape. Lindy's brother has arrived and we're meeting up later. You are? Margot's tone is sharp. Cass nods. I recommended a personal concierge team to handle all the logistics for them, and we're all meeting tonight. I know the embassy is involved, but honestly, the situation is delicate and deserves a more sensitive touch. I was being sensitive, Margot mutters. Of course you were. I didn't mean to step on toes. I just know there's a bit of friction between you all and her family. Margot sighs. I want to interject, to explain, or maybe defend ourselves, but Velissa's hand on my leg stops me from saying anything. It's true. Lindy's family never liked us. We were the women who drank too much champagne, who told her she deserved more than her husband's pedigree and her mother's expectations. After the charity gala fiasco, the one where half the donations mysteriously vanished, and the press ran photos of us laughing beside the wrong sponsor, they decided we were a liability. To them, we weren't Lindy's friends. We were the scandal that almost destroyed their daughter's reputation. It's fine, says Velissa, giving Margot a look that basically says, let it go. We appreciate it. We all do. This is about Lindy, not us after all, but do let us know if there is anything we can do to help. Cass offers a smile. She sips her drink at last, one measured mouthful, then sets it aside. There's an awkwardness at the table now. Cass, your necklace, it's beautiful, Margot interjects. I stare at the ensemble on Cass's neck. I have no idea what it is, how old it may be, or even what it cost, but it is beautiful. Cass lightly fingers the jewels. It's an Edwardian diamond necklace, sweetheart, with 18 European-cut diamonds and 259 rose-cut diamonds. So it's old and expensive with lots of diamonds. Got it, I say somewhat glibly. She rolls her eyes. Yes, it's old, she says with a sigh. She turns to Margot and says something in French. There's also a secret compartment at the back, something I discovered after I purchased it. Velissa leans forward as Cass lifts the necklace and turns it slightly. There's a little space in the back, Cass says, eyes twinkling, just large enough to hold something small. What kind of something? Velissa asks. Cass smiles faintly. Collectors call it the Widowmaker. Because? Margot asks. Cass lowers the necklace back into place. Because most of the women documented as owning it outlived their husbands. Like yourself, I interject. I know her secret. Lindy let it slip one night. Silence settles. More wine is poured. Plates of ceviche, oysters, and caviar are set down on the table, along with roasted fruit and a plate of cheese. Velissa fills a plate and hands it to me, like I'm a child who needs to be told when to eat. I lose track of time. The sun goes down. The waiters bring amuse-bouches in glass cloches. Tiny creations meant to be eaten in a single bite, each dish more impossible than the last. Margot talks about her clients who are billionaires, the real kind, not just tech guys with a taste for old cars. And Cass dishes dirt on New York socialites whose scandals have yet to break the Times paywall. I stay quiet. On the inside, I'm sliding around in my own skin, and I know something is about to happen. And it does on the fourth glass. I am off balance, vision rimmed with silver. Margot is recounting the most extraordinary dinner she ever attended, which features a private chef, a Russian oligarch, and a painting worth more than the net GDP of a Caribbean nation, when I interrupt her. I don't mean to. My tongue just leaps ahead of my brain. I found something, I say. No one asks what. They're all watching me now. In Velissa's room. Velissa's body goes still beside me. Photographs, I continue, of all of us, taken without our knowledge. Margot's brows draw together. What kind of photographs? The kind where you don't know you're being watched. A soft, ugly quiet settles over the table. I look at Felissa. You told me you didn't take them. I didn't, she says immediately. I turn to Cass. Do you know anything about this? Cass's expression doesn't change. Why would I pay someone to photograph you? She asks. Margot lets out a short, humorless laugh. So now we've got notes and a stalker. Felissa's gaze flicks between us. Or someone who wants us to think we do. No one speaks after that, because every option is bad. Cass puts her phone down, eyes fixed on me now. Felissa shifts her weight. Margot's smile remains, but there's a new rigidity in the way her lips stretch over her teeth, like a mask drying on her face. This really isn't the place to be discussing this, Margot says, voice light as meringue but with a steel underlay. I look down at my hands, fingers splayed, shaking, one nail ragged from where I bit it earlier in the suite. I know I've fucked up, that this is not how Felissa wanted this brought up. Cass changes the subject and tells a story about a ruined wedding, but her voice is brittle. Felissa tells a joke, but nobody laughs. Margot keeps her smile up, but the corners never move. Conversation resumes. Technically. I drink more slowly now. I try to catch Margot's eye, but she refuses to look at me, instead lavishing attention on Cass, on Felissa, even on the waitstaff. Did I make a mistake in bringing the photos up? Probably. But I did the one thing Felissa didn't. I exposed a secret. There's too many of those in this group. Chapter 19. Sleep never comes. It circles. It teases. It abandons me the moment I drift, and rather than continue with the toss and turn game, I get up. It's 4:30 in the morning. I curl on the far end of the sofa with a mug of coffee cooling too fast in my hands, and a book open on my lap that I haven't read a single word of. I keep turning pages anyway, as if the motion itself might convince my body we're doing something normal. The book smells faintly of perfume and paper. I focus on that instead of the thoughts swirling in my head of all the loss that's happened in my life, like James and Lindy. Bare feet shuffle softly behind me. I turn and find Margot slowly closing her bedroom door. She's not the Margot who glides through lobbies or leads us down avenues like she owns the street. She's rumpled and pled. Her hair is half gathered into a messy knot that still manages to look intentional, because of course it does. Lindy gifted each of us a silk pajama set. The one she's wearing is ivory with a subtle gold piping, and she's tugging the sleeves down as if she's cold. It's such a private version of her that my throat tightens before my brain can decide why. Oh, she says, blinking as if she didn't expect anyone to exist out here. You're up. Couldn't sleep? She asks quietly. I shake my head. Didn't even come close. She pads over and lowers herself into the armchair opposite me, knees pulled up, tucking her feet beneath her. She reaches for the coffee pot on the side table without asking and pours herself a mug, grimacing when she takes the first sip. God, she mutters, that's awful. I wasn't sure if room service is still open, so I made my own. Well, that explains everything. Honey, in this hotel, room service is always open. She sets it down and picks up the room phone where she orders a fresh pot of coffee. For a minute, neither of us speaks. The quiet isn't awkward, it's loaded. Margot watches me the way she always does when she's assessing risk, her eyes skimming my face, my posture, the way my shoulders curve inward like I'm trying to disappear into the cushions. Finally, she says it. All right, let's talk about what you brought up at dinner, shall we? My shoulders tense. The photos. The same ones I can't get out of my head, along with all the questions I have about them. Her mouth tightens. And the notes, she adds, because whether we like it or not, I think you're right. They're connected. I nod slowly. Felissa said someone gave them to her when you all first checked in. That tracks, she says. Felissa wouldn't spy on herself. Then who did? She stares off into the distance. Someone who wants leverage, or attention, or even control. She sighs. That's not comforting. It's not meant to be, she says. Liv, listen to me. No one leaves notes like that unless they want a reaction. And the photos? One simple shrug. Proof, she says, that they can see us, that they can reach us. Why? That's what I don't get. We all have our full share of secrets, don't we? Name one. That's all it would take. No one knows, though. Margot studies me with a look that tells me I'm being naive. Maybe I am. My stomach tightens. Do you think it's Cass? Margot's gaze flicks to mine, sharp and assessing. I think, she says carefully, that Cass is here with her own agenda. She's no different than us, really.
She has her own secrets, too.
That's not saying no.
I'm also not ready to blame her.
Think about it, Liv. James. I let his name sit heavy between us. She nods. If she was going to go after anyone, it would be you. Not Velissa. Not me. I hate that she's here. Margot doesn't say anything. She just lets the silence between us breathe. Her coming was... She pauses, then rolls her eyes. Is a catty thing to do, I'll give you that. But in the end, you got what she wanted. I don't respond. You're his widow, she continues. Not her. Something shifts in my chest. Velissa basically said the same thing. You've been through a lot, Margot says more quietly now. James dying the way he did, then Lindy, back to back like that. She shakes her head. Anyone would be destabilized. He wasn't... I start, then stop. Words rearrange themselves behind my teeth, none of them safe. He was complicated. Margot snorts softly. That's one word for it. I frown. You barely knew him. I knew enough, she replies. Men like that are always very clear about who they are. People just pretend not to see it. I wrap my arms tighter around the book. He wasn't always bad. We had our good times, too. Oh, honey, I know that. You wouldn't have married him otherwise. Men like him, they eventually show their true colors, that's all. It wasn't that I didn't like him. I never trusted him, she corrects. There's a difference. Silence stretches again. Margot shifts in her chair, her gaze drifting past me to the window, the faint outline of the Eiffel Tower just beginning to ghost itself into the gray morning. You know, she says, almost casually, when you got married, I remember thinking you looked terrified. My breath catches. I did not. You did, she insists. Radiant, yes. Beautiful, absolutely, but also scared. Like you were stepping onto a stage without knowing your lines. I swallow. I was marrying into a life so different than what I knew, that's all. I remember. I open my mouth to say something else, but the memory hits before the words do. The music, the heat of the lights, the weight of James's hand in mine, the way everyone watched. Something in my chest loosens, then collapses inward. And just like that, I'm not on the sofa anymore. I'm standing on the terrace just before my wedding, wondering if I'm doing the right thing. I'm in my wedding gown, the only real thing about this wedding that is me. It's handmade by my mum, a simple A-line dress in a white chiffon fabric my mum found years ago at a small country fabric shop. Her dream was to always make my dress, and even though James offered to buy me a designer dress, this dress is the only one I've ever wanted. My fingers are curled around a flute of champagne I haven't touched. watching guests arrive in carefully timed clusters. Women in silk dresses glide across the lawn, men adjusting their cuffs, straightening ties, laughing too loudly. Everything feels choreographed, even the breeze, a soft, obedient thing that lifts veils and ribbons on cue. "Don't disappear," Margot says, slipping in beside me as if she's always been there. She smells like gardenias. "People will think you're nervous." "I am nervous," I say. "Do you have any idea who all is out there? I'm a nobody compared to them." She smiles, quick and knowing. "You're about to become a somebody, Liv. Don't forget that." Margot is already dressed, even though the ceremony won't start for another 40 minutes. Of course she is. Her dress is ivory silk, simple in a way that only looks effortless if you don't know how much money and planning it takes to achieve it. Her hair is swept back, severe and elegant. There's no softness in her today, no room for doubt. "You look beautiful," I tell her, because it's expected, because it's true. "So do you," she says, eyes flicking over me with a brisk efficiency that feels more like an inspection than a compliment. "No one would ever know this is handmade." She makes it sound like it's a dirty little secret, but of all the secrets we carry, there's nothing dirty about this one. She reaches for my hand, gives it a quick squeeze. "You okay?" The question is casual, almost careless. "It's a lot," I say instead. "I always thought I'd have a small wedding. Friends and family, you know?" She hums. "You'll be great. You always are." "Have you slept?" she asks. "Some." "Good." A pause. "James doing all right?" The way she says his name, careful, neutral, feels deliberate. I nod. "He's excited. I know he wasn't the easiest when it came to planning this, but thank you for putting up with his requests." She studies me for a moment longer, then looks back out at the guests. "Honey, let's call it like it was. They were demands. But don't worry. I made sure he knew the wedding was about the bride." The ceremony is flawless. James stands at the altar in a tailored tuxedo. He looks like a man destined for something important, a future senator, a judge, someone whose mistakes will always be forgiven. "My Olivia," he says during his vows, voice warm and steady. "You are the first thing I want to see each morning, and the last thing I want to remember when I close my eyes at night." When he slides the diamond onto my finger, he lifts my hand slightly, making a show of letting the stone catch the light. Applause erupts before the minister finishes speaking. James dips me dramatically when he kisses me, and everyone laughs. I laugh too. For a moment, just one. I wonder what it would be like to walk through the world with his certainty, to never doubt your right to take up space. The reception blurs. There are photos, hugs, toasts that feel longer than they need to be. James is everywhere at once, charming effortlessly. He squeezes my waist a little too tightly when I stumble over a step. He recovers the moment with a joke, and everyone laughs again. At some point, a waiter presses champagne into my hand, even though I'm not supposed to drink yet. I take a long swallow anyway. It burns going down, steadies something jagged inside me. Margot finds me again near the bar. "Perfect," she says, surveying the room like a general. "Absolutely perfect." I smile. "This wouldn't have happened without you," I say. "Thank you for helping us plan this." James had wanted to hire a wedding planner, but I'd already promised Margot years ago that she could do it. She lifts one shoulder. "For you, I would do anything. You know that." She links our pinkies together, and I look at our rings, at the physical pact we all made, and how it has affected our entire lives. I pull myself from that memory and look at Margot's hand, at the ring on her finger, and then at mine. I wonder what our lives would have been like if... I don't finish, because I don't need to. Margot grimaces. "Less complicated, probably," she says. I kind of like who we've become, though, don't you? At the very least, I like who I am. I couldn't have survived or actually done the things I have if I wasn't shaped by what we'd done. A shudder runs along my spine at her words. What do you mean?
Chapter 20. Margot? I ask again, unsure if she heard me. She's staring into her cup of coffee with a distant expression. What do you mean? Margot doesn't answer right away. She lifts her coffee instead, studies the surface like it might tell her something useful, then sets it back down with care. Always with care. Her thumb circles the rim once, twice, an absent habit I've seen 100 times and never questioned until now. I mean, she says slowly, that I used to believe marriage was a partnership, two people choosing each other over and over again. She smiles, but it doesn't reach her eyes. Turns out that's only true if both people believe the same thing. The suite is quiet, except for the muted city noise below, Paris waking up. Morning light leaks through the curtains, turning everything softer than it deserves to be. Margot sits curled into the corner of the sofa, robe loose, hair pulled into a messy bun she would never wear in public. This version of her, unpolished, almost ordinary, feels illicit, like something I'm not meant to see. He was impressive, she continues. That's the word everyone used. Powerful, charismatic. He filled a room without trying. Her mouth twists. I thought that meant I'd feel protected standing next to him. And instead, I ask quietly, and instead, I disappeared. The word lands between us, heavy and exact. Margot exhales. It didn't happen all at once. It's not a switch. It's erosion. She taps her fingers together, aligning them carefully. Little corrections, suggestions disguised as concern. You'd sound smarter if you phrased it this way. That dress isn't you. Trust me. Let me handle this. You're better when you stay out of it. My chest tightens. I know this language. I lived in it. At first, she says, I thought he was helping. I thought I was lucky. He'd already learned the rules of the game, and I was just catching up. She looks at me then, really looks. Do you know how intoxicating it is to believe someone else knows exactly how the world works? I nod. I don't trust my voice. He curated everything, Margot goes on. My schedule, my friendships, even my reactions. If I was upset, it was because I misunderstood something. If I was angry, it was because I was emotional. If I was quiet, it was proof he was right. I think of James's smile at our wedding, the way everyone leaned toward him, the way I learned to stand half a step behind. I never thought you'd be someone who'd allow that, I say, not thinking about my words. Margot's eyes sharpen. That's because I didn't allow it. I adapted to it. The distinction chills me. She shifts on the couch, pulling her legs in tighter. Control doesn't always feel like control, Liv. Sometimes it feels like relief. Like finally someone else is carrying the weight of every decision you didn't realize you were always carrying. I glance at her wedding ring again. Simple, elegant, perfectly chosen. I've admired it 100 times. He hated chaos, Margot says. Hated unpredictability. Everything had to have a place, a purpose, an explanation. Including me. Her voice drops. Especially me. The words echo uncomfortably with what she said earlier. I couldn't have survived or actually done the things I have if I wasn't shaped by what we'd done. Did you ever think about leaving? I ask. Margot smiles faintly. All the time. I'd forgotten who I was, or who I wanted to be. You know how that feels. I do. I know that feeling all too well. But he was everywhere by then. In my decisions, my instincts, my fears. A pause. Leaving felt like stepping into traffic blindfolded. I swallow. So what changed?
Margot's gaze flicks to the window, to the thin slice of Paris beyond the glass. I realized I was drowning. The word lands wrong. Too close, too loaded. She presses her palm flat against her chest. One day I understood if I stayed, there would be nothing left of me worth saving. That's not the Margot I remember, I tell her, because that's not the me I wanted you to see. Her voice is soft, almost broken. My fingers curl into the fabric of the couch. I want to ask what she did. I want to ask how she got out. I want to ask how far she was willing to go. I want to know that I wasn't the only one with a dark secret. Instead, I ask, do you still feel like you're drowning? Even now? No, she says, meeting my eyes. I'm very careful about who I allow to control me. You'd be surprised what you're capable of when the alternative is disappearing. The silence stretches. I think of Lindy, of the way she used to joke that Margot ran her life like a boardroom, of how Margot always stepped in when things got messy, smoothing, fixing, managing. I think of the note. The water hides nothing. Margot goes quiet for a moment, her gaze unfocused, as if she's looking past the walls, past Paris, past me. Lindy understood that, she says suddenly. My breath catches. Understood what? That drowning doesn't look like panic. Margot replies, it looks like stillness. People think someone who's drowning will thrash, make noise, but most of the time. She trails off, then finishes calmly. Most of the time, it's silent. I stare at her. She's thinking about her husband and how he died. Drowned. Did you kill him? The words are whispered, like I can't believe I'm saying them. But I'm listening to her, reading between the lines, thinking about the woman I know. And I wouldn't put it past her if she did. As if she didn't hear me, her hand drifts instead to her ring, turning it once on her finger. Do you know why I still wear this? I shake my head. Because it's a symbol, not just of who I am or who I married, but what I survived. She holds her hand out, admiring the way the diamonds glow in the soft morning light. Every diamond needs to go through a survival period to come out like this, she murmurs. She turns the ring once more, then lets her hand fall back into her lap. She rises from the couch and smooths the front of her pajama top, already slipping back into herself, the version of her that knows how to end conversations before they become dangerous. We've all done things, Olivia. Things that don't need to be said out loud. I nod, because that's what she expects, but something has shifted. I think of the notes, of the timing, of the way Margot always knows what needs to happen next before anyone else realizes something needs to be done at all. I think of Lindy, of how often she deferred to Margot, how she used to joke that Margot handled the mess so the rest of us didn't have to. I look at her now, composed, elegant, unreadable, and for the first time, I wonder not what she's capable of, but of how often she's already decided things without telling us. Or maybe it's her and Valissa who handled things. One of them plans, the other executes. The thought settles uncomfortably in my chest. If the two of them are behind the notes, it wouldn't look like chaos. It would look exactly like this. Small disruptions, carefully placed, just enough to keep everyone else off balance while they remain calm. I glance at Margot's face again, searching for a crack, a flicker, anything. There's nothing. Chapter 21. We've all done things, Olivia. Things that don't need to be said out loud. Her words stay between us, and I wish she would take them back, or explain them. Margot's coffee goes untouched for a beat longer than usual. She turns the mug once, aligning the handle with the seam in the table, then lifts it and takes a measured sip. I mirror her without realizing it, the warmth of the cup grounding my hands even as my chest tightens. Outside, Paris wakes up with rude efficiency. A delivery truck idles, a door slams. Life continues as if nothing irreversible has already happened. Can we talk about the notes? I ask, 2 fingers pressing lightly at the place where my pulse insists on announcing itself. Margot watches, then says carefully, "I'm surprised you want to." "What do you mean?" "I mean," she says, "you prefer to pretend the problem will go away if you don't speak it." A flicker of irritation rises in me, old, reflexive. James used to say things like that right before he made the problem mine. Margot isn't James, but sometimes the cadence brushes too close. I inhale, slow. "The notes are only part of it," she says. "Who's sending them?" She shakes her head. "I don't know, honestly. I didn't realize. Someone knows something," I somehow manage to whisper. Margot sits very still. "Someone always knows something," she says. "That's the problem with secrets. They don't stay in one place." The hairs along my arms lift. Suddenly, I'm not sure if she's warning me or reminding me. Margot takes another sip, sets her mug down, and looks at me fully now. "Are you feeling guilty?" she asks. "Or are you feeling afraid?" My mouth opens, closes. I don't know which answer is safer. Margot doesn't let me wriggle out of it. "Because those are not the same thing," she adds. "And they require different solutions." Solutions. There it is. Margot reaches toward the side table and pulls something into her lap, a small makeup bag I hadn't noticed before. She unzips it. Inside are normal travel items, lip balm, a travel-sized perfume, a blister pack of allergy pills. Then her fingers close around a tiny bottle, clear plastic, blue cap. My throat constricts. Margot doesn't look at me as she twists it open. She tips her head back and drops liquid into her eyes. Blinking slowly, she says, "This hotel feels like it's sucking the moisture out of my skull." My heart is banging against my ribs. The bottle is nothing. Eye drops are normal. People use them every day. Margot watches me in that way she has, like she's tracking the micro flinches, the tiny tells. "What?" she asks. "Nothing," I say too fast. Margot's eyes narrow. "Don't lie to me." I stare at the pouch on her lap. My mouth tastes like pennies. My fingers curl around the mug so tightly my knuckles ache as the words press against my teeth, begging for air. I start, and my voice breaks on the edge. I let myself soften, just a little, not because I'm breaking, but because I want to see what she does when I look like I might. "I did something." Margot doesn't move. Her eyes don't widen. Her breathing doesn't change. "What did you do?" she asks softly. My skin prickles. My pulse is loud. I can almost hear Lindy's laugh from some other time, some other life, telling me not to be a coward. I look down at my hands. Then I force myself to look at Margot. "I didn't just lose him, James," I say, each word carefully placed like stepping stones across water. "I didn't just survive him." Margot's expression remains neutral, but I see something flicker in her eyes. Recognition, maybe? Or expectation. I swallow hard. "James is dead because of me," I whisper. The room doesn't explode. There's no thunder, no crash, no sudden screaming confession scene like in a movie. Margot blinks once, then very calmly she says, "Okay." Those 2 syllables almost take me out at the knees. "Okay?" My voice shakes. That's all you're going to say?" Margot's gaze doesn't waver. "What do you want me to say?" I don't know. That she's horrified, that she can't believe it, that she loves me anyway, something that proves I'm still human. Instead, she asks, "Was it an accident?" "No. Yes, I'm not sure." Margot's jaw tightens. "I know he hurt you. We all knew." I want to deny it because that's what I always did, but he's gone, and I don't need to cover for him anymore. I take a breath. He did a lot of things to assert his control. I rub the scar on my leg. I don't know which is worse, the mental pain or the physical pain. I guess one heals faster than the other, I say with a slight shrug. My throat closes around the next part. He made me feel like I was always about to drown. Margot's eyes flicker again, and in that flicker I see the contradiction I've always sensed in her. She's checking on me like a friend, but she's listening like a strategist, which is exactly what I needed her to do to confirm my suspicion. She thinks I'm breaking, but what she doesn't realize is that I broke a long time ago, and now I'm trying to rebuild myself. I shift, the robe slipping on my shoulder. My hands are damp. I didn't plan to, I start, and let the pause stretch just long enough to feel her attention sharpen. The lie catches halfway because it isn't true. Not fully. Not anymore. Margot's gaze drops briefly to her lap, to the zip pouch. My stomach lurches. Now Lindy is dead, and people are leaving notes, and I keep thinking, what if I don't know myself as well as I think I do? Olivia, Margot says quietly. The temperature changes. Stop. I blink. What? You're spiraling, she says, and it is not unkind. It is not warm either. It is an order. My chest tightens. I'm trying to tell you— No. Margot leans in slightly, gaze locking me in place. You're trying to unload every thought you've ever had and call it truth. That's not truth. That's panic. He's dead because of me, I say again, because I need her to understand the shape of what I've done. Margot nods once. I heard you. I swallow. I need to explain. Margot's eyes sharpen. No, you don't. Yes, I do. No, she repeats, and now there's steel under it. You do not need to give me details. I flinch. Why? Margot's voice stays low, controlled. Because I don't want to know. The words land like a slap. Margot's expression doesn't change, but something in her gaze flickers. Not guilt, not fear. She opens her mouth, and then from the bedroom corridor we hear it. A door opening, a soft shuffle of footsteps. Felissa, waking. Margot's head turns toward the sound instantly, the way an animal's does when it hears a twig snap in the woods. In the same motion, she sits back, smooths her pajama sleeve, picks up her coffee mug. The friend mask slides back over her face as if it's been waiting just under the surface. Okay, she says brightly, too brightly, like we've been discussing museum tickets or the weather. Here's what we're going to do today. I stare at her, stunned by the speed of the shift. Margot continues, voice easy, casual, domestic. We're finishing off Lindy's list, or as much as we can today. She had a specific list of places she wanted to take you. Actually, she reaches for her phone and taps the screen. I don't know if you realize this, but she actually called it Olivia's Day. She turns the screen for me to see, and sure enough, it's there, our group itinerary, one I barely looked at. Margot smiles at me as if nothing has happened, as if my confession doesn't sit between us like a grenade with the pin already pulled. Velissa's footsteps draw closer, a faint cough, the sound of someone clearing a throat. Margot raises her voice a fraction, calling toward the corridor with effortless cheer. Velissa, you up? I'm ordering breakfast. Velissa appears in the doorway, robe tied tight, hair slightly mussed, eyes scanning the room the way they always do. She looks from Margot to me, taking inventory. I heard voices. Everything okay? Morning, I manage. Margot stands, already reaching for the phone. Bonjour, she says smoothly into the receiver, as if nothing in this suite is rotting from the inside out. Yes, could we have breakfast sent up, please? Coffee, pastries, the usual. The usual. Velissa steps farther into the room, gaze sharp. What are you two up so early for? Margot doesn't miss a beat.
Liv couldn't sleep. We were just making a plan for the day.
Velissa's gaze lands on me, lingers for half a heartbeat too long. And? She prompts. I swallow. Just planning, I say.
Velissa watches my throat, watches my fingers, the empty space between my words.
Margot is already moving, straightening the book on my lap, lifting my mug to the coaster, erasing the small human traces of a conversation that was never meant to exist. Breakfast will arrive soon. The day will start. We will go out into Paris and pretend we're still women with ordinary problems. But I know now what I am. And now I know what Margot is, too. Not because she comforted me, but because she didn't. She didn't ask how. She didn't flinch. She absorbed my confession, categorized it, and ordered croissants as if nothing happened. That kind of calm doesn't come from innocence. It comes from practice. The thought turns darker before I can stop it. And if she can do that with my truth, contain it, shelve it, decide when it's useful, what did she do with Lindy's? Because I know Lindy already told someone something she shouldn't have. She wrote that in her journal. Was it to Margot?
Chapter 22. Cass DuPont.
Lancaster wasn't my idea. That matters for so many reasons.
1. This is not a place I would have gone to. Not that Lancaster doesn't have good bags, but it's a step down from what I normally purchase. And 2, if I'd suggested the stop, Margot would have suggested a different shop instead, and Velissa would have filed it under Cass is trying to insert herself. Lancaster was Lindy's idea, and we're here solely for Olivia. I swear, Lindy considered Olivia her pet project, and for the life of me, I do not understand why. It sat on the group list. Lancaster, for Liv, French brand, inexpensive, something she'll actually use. We head to a small boutique on Rue Saint-Honoré, and I walk a half step behind Margot. I don't like being the lead.
This, walking behind everyone, lets me see everything, like Margot's posture or the way Olivia's shoulders are tight enough to crack glass. Olivia still looks startled when she catches sight of me in a reflection, like I'm a loose thread she didn't know was still in the fabric until it snagged. What she doesn't realize is I'm always going to be a loose thread in her life, whether she wants it or not. James's death wasn't an accident. I know it, and she's going to confess, eventually. She's barely hanging on to her dirty little secret as it is. She killed the man I loved, and I'm going to make her pay for that. Lindy wanted me to come on this trip so we could find a way past James's death. She thought Paris and champagne would be enough for us to heal our bruised hearts. Sweet, naive Lindy. After this trip, I'm going to have a good cry session and mourn her properly. We stop outside Lancaster. No velvet rope, no security looming like bouncers, no ostentatious logo screaming for attention. The storefront is modest by comparison. Clean lines, warm leather tones, a quiet window display featuring a single bag placed like an offering. Lindy picked a good one. The bell above the door rings once when Margot steps inside. Olivia exhales with palpable relief. Her shoulders drop, and there's even a hint of a smile as she glances around the store. This is why Lindy chose it. Lindy always knew where the friction lived. She was the only one of us who could look at a room and see who didn't belong, and instead of punishing them for it, she'd change the room. And she knew of all the shops we've been in so far, this is the one Olivia would feel most comfortable. Bonjour, Margot says smoothly. Her French is better than most Americans, I'll give her that. We've an appointment. The associate smiles. Of course, madame. Olivia drifts toward a low table where smaller crossbody bags are arranged in muted colors. Taupe, soft black, slate, a green so dark it's nearly ink. She runs her fingers along the strap of one without lifting it, testing the texture like she's checking if it's real. This is nice, she murmurs.
Margot hears, and for once she doesn't correct. "It's French," she says, as if that explains everything. I step closer, not too close, and keep my voice light, almost conversational. "Lancaster's still family-run," I say. "You won't see it everywhere." Olivia looks up. Interest flickers. "Really?" Her fingers tighten around the strap. Felissa watches Olivia's reaction and gives me a soft nod. She thinks I'm trying to play nice, which I am, but not for the reasons Felissa thinks. Margot moves through the store like she's inspecting property. She touches leather, checks seams, evaluates without asking permission. "Liv," she calls, "try that on." Olivia hesitates, habitual, reflexive. The Olivia I've always known would apologize before even lifting the bag. But the list is in play, and the list belongs to Lindy, and Lindy's name has become a kind of authority none of us can argue with. Olivia lifts the bag and slips it over her shoulder. It sits perfectly against her hip. It looks like something she'll use every day, something she won't be afraid to set down. She turns toward the mirror. Her expression shifts. "Oh," she says. Felissa leans closer, voice low. "That suits you." Olivia's mouth twitches, almost a smile. It does. Margot crosses her arms, pleased to have a win that doesn't feel like a fight. "See? Lindy knew." At the mention of Lindy, the air in the store tightens. A shadow moves across Olivia's face like someone passed a cold hand across her throat. She touches the hollow at her neck, the gesture automatic. I remember hearing James used to correct her for that. "Stop touching your throat, it makes you look guilty." Men like James love observations that are really instructions. Olivia drops her hand and pretends it never happened. Margot picks up another bag and holds it against her own body as if testing how it photographs. "Not for me," she announces, as if Lancaster should apologize for not being couture. "It's not supposed to be for you, I think, but I don't say it. Not yet. Instead, I watch Olivia choose the first bag she touched. Of course she does. Olivia is loyal to first choices. She doesn't trust herself to want too much, so she anchors to the first thing that felt safe. The associate wraps it carefully, sliding it into a dust bag like it's sacred. Olivia watches, and the relief in her face is almost painful. This purchase doesn't feel like indulgence. It feels like Lindy's hand on her back, guiding her forward. As we step outside, the street's noise rushes back. Engines, laughter, the soft slap of designer soles on pavement. The light feels harsher now, less flattering. Margot checks her phone, then glances at me. "We have time," she says. "Lindy also wanted jewelry." I'd sent her the link to this jeweler earlier this morning after she texted me the plans for the day. "No pressure," I'd said, but Lindy and I had planned on going here. That's all it took. Olivia pauses before we cross, eyes fixed on the discreet storefront with no obvious branding, only a plaque and a single window display. Today's piece is an antique pendant, opal set in worn gold, hanging like a held breath. That's the thing about Olivia. She pretends she doesn't want much, but she wants beauty the way people want air. "I know the owner," I say casually. Felissa's gaze cuts toward me. I keep my tone smooth. She specializes in estate pieces, nothing modern. Everything comes with a story, which Lindy would have loved. We cross. Inside, the air changes. Cooler, more exacting. Glass cases line the walls, each holding a single piece like evidence. Rings, lockets, brooches, objects stripped of clutter, presented with quiet authority. Jess emerges from the back, 30s, brown hair draped over her shoulders. Her smile is as warm as her personality, and my heart pings as I realize it would have taken Lindy all of 5 minutes to claim her as a new best friend. "Cassandra," she says, holding her hands out for mine. "It's so good to see you." "You look lovely as always." I hold her hands tight in mine before I let go. "I'd like to introduce you to a few of my friends." Her gaze sweeps the group. Margot's controlled brightness, Felissa's watchfulness, Olivia's fragile restraint. "I'm sorry," Jess says simply. "I know this must be a tough time for you." Olivia stiffens at the word sorry. I'd told Jess about Lindy's death. I needed to share my loss with someone from my world who would understand. Jess gestures toward a private table where she already has trays laid out. I sent her a text earlier letting her know we were coming, and I specifically asked for some turquoise pieces I'd wanted to show Lindy. Margot moves first. Of course she does. She selects a large turquoise ring set in gold, an unmistakable statement piece. "This feels like Lindy," she says, as if she can decide what Lindy would have liked. My brow rises, but I don't say anything. Lindy would have liked the ring, but she never would have bought it. She has small, delicate hands. I stop myself. She had small, delicate hands. Olivia is quiet. Her hands hover above the tray, uncertain. Want versus guilt. Desire versus restraint. What happened in her life for her to be so mouse-like? Lindy used to tell me I just needed to get to know Olivia, that she used to be different, but I don't see how. None of the stories Lindy ever told of Olivia showed her to be anything but a wallflower. I still don't understand what James saw in her. I heard stories, but he was so different with me. I was a woman from his walk of life. We shared the same background, the same upbringing, and we spoke the same language. I don't believe he was abusive to Olivia, but I do believe they got to a point in their marriage where she took his dominating nature to be controlling and harmful. She didn't know how to handle him. I did. Not that it matters anymore. I have to remind myself that I'm here for a reason, and right now, in this moment, that reason is Lindy. And Lindy would have picked up on Olivia's hesitation right away. I steel myself and push all my anger toward her aside. For Lindy, I can be soft and gentle. I lean in carefully, voice low enough that I don't startle her. "She'd want you to find something you loved," I say. "Something different than you normally wear." Olivia's fingers close around a small pendant, simple gold, a barely there stone inset like a secret. Her pick doesn't surprise me. Olivia tends to choose small pieces because she's afraid of being noticed. "What about this one?" I say, pointing toward a mid-size ring. I might not like the persona she wears, but every woman deserves the chance to be someone else, don't they? And isn't that what jewelry is about? Showing who you truly are? There's more to Olivia than she lets on. She tries it on. "It's a power ring," I say. The antique Nivette ring stretches across her finger, emeralds set deep into silvered filigree, diamonds glowing softly around a dark green center stone. It's old, expensive, intentional. It's late Victorian to Edwardian, 1890 perhaps, and it's considered a shield ring. "The emeralds look good on you," Jess explains, approving. "It's perfect for you, Liv. You can't leave here without it. Buy a cheap bag for Lindy, fine, but for me, you must get that ring. This is something a widowed woman with money would buy for herself. And if you don't, I will. And you'll always regret it," Margot says as she eyes it on Olivia's finger. And I appreciate that Margot said what I wasn't going to. "The Dead Husbands Club, isn't that what Lindy called us?" Olivia says softly as she continues to look at the ring I know she's going to purchase. Margot leans in. "You don't need permission anymore," she says softly. Olivia stiffens. Interesting. Valissa selects a ring next, slightly understated but indestructible, a signet style with a worn crest. Margot watches her with narrowed eyes, as if irritated that Valissa is allowed to be elegant without trying. And then me. I choose last, which is what I'd planned. I wanted to watch the others, see what they chose, wondering if they realized what their choices revealed. I don't think they did. I take a brooch, old gold, small, shaped like a leaf. It's the kind of piece you pin on a scarf. The kind that looks decorative until you realize it's also a blade. Jess sets each item in an antique jewelry box before placing them in a small, delicate bag. While the others step out of the store, I schedule an evening with Jess where we can get together and chat over a bottle of wine. When I join the others, the crosswalk is crowded, tourists swirling in a blur of bodies and camera lenses. Engines growl. A scooter cuts too close. Paris doesn't care if you're grieving. I time it. I fall into step beside Olivia, not too close, but close enough that my voice reaches her without traveling. "Did you know," I say softly, "that Lindy was afraid of water?" The words are small, gentle, but I feel the way they land in her body like a stone thrown into glass. Olivia stiffens. "She wasn't. She told me once," I continue, voice calm, almost kind. Said it made her feel unmoored. She used to have nightmares where she was drowning. Did you know that? Olivia steps to the side, as if trying to get away from me, and her heel catches. Just enough. Her balance wobbles. The edge of the curb feels suddenly closer than it should. Valissa reacts instantly, hand snapping around Olivia's upper arm, yanking her back hard enough that Olivia gasps. Margot spins around. "Jesus, Liv, careful." Olivia's face is white. Her eyes are wide. She swallows hard and nods too quickly. "I'm fine. My heel..." Valissa doesn't let go right away. Her grip tightens once before releasing. Her eyes meet mine. She knows what I did, and she's filing it away. Good. Olivia keeps walking, but her breathing is shallow now. She touches her throat again, then stops herself, as if remembering she's being watched. Margot moves ahead, taking control of the pace like she can outrun the moment. "Let's get lunch," she says brightly. "Somewhere Lindy would have liked. Maybe La Durée?" Everything becomes Lindy's now. Lindy's list, Lindy's preferences, Lindy's ghost used as a leash. We walk as a unit, but the space between us grows by inches. Valissa stays closer to Olivia, protective in the way that looks like care until you realize it's also containment. Margot keeps glancing at her phone. She's having an affair with her therapist, and they've been sexting back and forth for the past few days. I only know this because she left her phone unattended earlier, and flashes of said messages flashed across her screen. And Olivia is clutching that purse like it's a lifeline. Everything is working out perfectly. It may seem like it, but if I'm honest, Olivia isn't my target. I don't like her. And I know she killed James, and I plan on making her pay. But there's a bigger picture here that I can't afford to lose focus on. Olivia's the pressure point, the crack you press to see where the foundation fails. Margot is the foundation, always has been. I found that out thanks to Lindy. And Valissa is the architect. And now, walking in Paris, shopping bags swinging, antique jewelry warm against skin, Lindy's name being used like a prayer, something else becomes clear. Lindy didn't just plan a trip. She built a stage. She told me this trip was about reconciliation, but I'd asked, how can wounds heal when everyone pretends they don't even exist? Her death complicates things for sure. My proof is gone, and now all I have is hearsay, but that doesn't mean I won't expose these killers for who they are. Everyone on this trip has a role to play, even if they don't know it. And these women around me, Margot desperate for control, Valissa sharp with suspicion, Olivia crumbling under secrets, are already shifting into their roles. All it takes now is one more nudge. Not for Olivia, for Margot. But here's the thing about Margot. She doesn't look afraid or stressed. She looks alert. And women don't get alert unless something has already gone wrong. Which means there's a fracture that's already started between the ladies. And if there's one thing I've always been good at, it's finding the fault line and using it to my advantage. Chapter 23. Olivia, 2005. The bridal suite is blinding. Everything in it reflects light. Mirrors, crystal candlesticks, polished marble, and the brightness is mesmerizing. I stand near the wall, careful not to touch anything, feeling like a smudge in a room designed for perfection. Margot stands at the center of it all. She's wrapped in layers of silk and tulle that probably cost more than my car. Her posture immaculate, her expression calibrated down to the millimeter. The dress is custom. Vera, I overheard someone whisper earlier, like it was a secret password. and it fits her the way power fits certain people, effortlessly, without apology. She looks stunning. She also looks off. This isn't the Margot I know. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows behind her, New York glitters in late afternoon light. The city looks complicit somehow, like it knows exactly what kind of performance it's hosting. Margot lifts a champagne flute, Krug, of course, and takes a small sip before turning to the mirror. She practices a smile, the smile she uses when she wants something. I watch her carefully, waiting for the crack, the laugh, the eye roll, some flicker of the woman I've known since college. It doesn't come. Her mother flutters around her, adjusting the veil, issuing instructions to a stream of hotel staff and wedding planners who all seem to be wearing earpieces. Someone mentions the videographer. Someone else asks about the bouquet. Everything is choreography. When the door clicks open again, it's Charles. He doesn't knock. He doesn't need to. He steps inside like he owns the space. And now, I suppose, he does.
Everyone ready?
He asks lightly, his gaze flicking to Margot's reflection rather than her face. She turns, smiling immediately. Of course. He crosses the room and places a hand at the small of her back. It looks affectionate, proprietary. His fingers settle there and stay. Not too much champagne, he murmurs, just loud enough for me to hear.
I don't want you flushed in the photos.
Her smile doesn't falter. Of course. Something twists in my stomach. When we're alone, she gives me a look. Oh, stop being so worried. This is what I want. Is it? Liv, seriously, this is not something you ask a bride on her wedding day. She turns and fiddles with the hem of her veil. No, but it's a question one good friend asks another when she's worried. Well, that's the problem right there then. You're worried for nothing.
When have you ever known me to do something without a plan in place? She winks at me through the mirror.
That's what I'm worried about. The church is St. Thomas on Fifth Avenue, its stone facade severe. Inside, the light filters through stained glass in controlled bands of gold and blue, illuminating rows of dark wood pews filled with people whose names appear on buildings and donor walls. This is not a wedding. It's a coronation. Thank God I have Valissa at my side. I recognize senators, hedge fund founders, art patrons, men whose faces I've seen only in business magazines, and women whose charities function like kingdoms. Every time I'm introduced, it's as one of Margot's and Valissa's college friends, like that's the only excuse for me being included. I don't let it bother me because it doesn't matter. This isn't my world.
I'm a simple bookstore owner, and I live vicariously through my wealthy friends. Charles waits at the altar, handsome and unbothered, his confidence radiating outward like heat. When Margot appears at the end of the aisle, the room stills, cameras flash, heads turn. She walks toward him like she's stepping into a role she's rehearsed for years. And maybe she has. The vows are elegant, perfectly written. Charles speaks them like a lawyer delivering a closing argument. Always and forever. Partnership. Building something extraordinary together. Margot repeats them back, her voice steady. When he kisses her, he pulls her in firmly, and for half a second, her body stiffens before she relaxes into him. I tell myself I imagined it. The reception unfolds at the Metropolitan Club, its limestone exterior as impenetrable as a fortress. Inside, the rooms glow with old portraits and heavy chandeliers, the kind of space that has never needed to advertise itself. Waiters glide silently. No one raises their voice. Power here is understood, not announced. Charles never leaves Margot's side. At first, it's romantic, protective. When Margot drifts toward a group of women she once worked with, Charles's hand settles at her back and redirects her effortlessly toward a circle of men discussing zoning laws and offshore trusts. She doesn't contradict him when he finishes her sentences. She lets him reframe her stories, sharpen her jokes, redirect the attention back to himself.
When she finally escapes to the bar, I follow. "You okay?" I ask lightly. She smiles. Of course. It's the same smile she used in the mirror.
Margot, you know I'm here for you, if you...
Charles appears, stopping me from saying more, and hands her a fresh flute.
There you are, he says. I need you over here.
She squeezes my hand and leaves with him. Later, during the toasts, he never drinks more than a sip, but he makes sure her glass is always full. He kisses her temple when she laughs too loudly, murmurs something in her ear when she talks too long. Corrections disguised as affection. By midnight, she looks exhausted, which is not the Margot I'm used to. Usually, by midnight, she was just getting started. Who is this woman who once swore she'd never let a man dictate her life? In the weeks that follow, the pattern sharpens. I hear about the bracelet, heavy, diamond set, a family tradition. Then she mentioned in passing about accounts being consolidated and her schedule always changing. When I finally ask her about it, she laughs and says, "It's just marriage, Liv. What's a little compromise between husband and wife?" The Margot I know doesn't compromise. The last time I see her alone, months later, she adjusts her lipstick in a restaurant bathroom, her movements precise, practiced. "He worries," she says when I mention Charles canceling our lunch plans the past few months. It's sweet, really. I nod, because that's what she wants, but I don't agree. I don't tell her how much it worries me, how much she's worrying me. If I know Margot, this is either going to go one of two ways. Charles is either going to realize he can't control her like he thinks he can and change, or she's going to make him. Charles has no idea the devil he's in bed with. Chapter 24. Present day. I leave a note on the counter that I'm out for a walk. This decision feels exactly like what I need. Alone time without explanation, without permission, without the weight of anyone else's expectations pressing against my spine. Margot would want a plan. Felissa would want a reason. I want none of that. The concierge looks up as I approach, already smiling. "Good morning, madame. Puis-je vous aider ce matin?" My mind slowly works through the French words until I realize he's asking if he can help me. "Bonjour," I say, pleased that I remember that much. I'm looking for somewhere close for breakfast. Nothing fancy, just quiet, maybe? He doesn't hesitate. "There is a cafe just down the street," he says smoothly, sliding a small card across the desk, a local favorite. As a real Parisian experience, that sounds perfect. I take the card and Google the location. The street hums with a low, living energy, the scrape of chairs being set out, the murmur of voices as people go about their day. It's cooler than I expect, and I pull my coat tighter and walk, counting steps without meaning to. The cafe is exactly as promised. Small, unassuming, no signage worth photographing. Wrought iron chairs spill onto the pavement beneath a striped awning, its shadow cutting the morning light. A group of elderly men play chess at a corner table, their hands deliberate, unhurried. Inside, a woman wipes down the counter while humming to herself, off-key and unapologetic. No one looks at me twice. I take a table near the edge of the terrace. The chair wobbles slightly when I sit, and my coffee arrives, the cup warm and chipped at the rim. For the first time in a long time, my shoulders drop. I let myself imagine, just for a second, that this is how the day might have gone if Lindy were still alive. We would have come here together, laughing at the mismatched chairs, stealing jam packets, making up stories about the chess players. She would have ordered too much, insisted I try everything, teased me for eating too slowly. The thought tightens something behind my ribs. I reach for my cup and shudder as I realize I'm not alone. Olivia? Cass stands at the edge of my table, sunglasses pushed into her hair, blazer open, scarf knotted perfectly. Surprise registers on her face a beat too late. "Hi," she says lightly. "I thought that was you." My fingers tighten around the cup. "Good morning," I manage. "What are the odds?" she continues, glancing around as if the city itself has conspired to amuse her. "I was just walking by." Of course you were. She doesn't ask if she can sit. She gestures toward the empty chair and waits just long enough for refusal to feel awkward, then pulls it out anyway. Cass settles in with ease, the chair steady beneath her. She takes in the cafe with a single efficient glance. This is where the locals come, she says, which makes it just about perfect, don't you think? I nod, unsure what to do with my hands. I wrap them around the mug again, grounding myself in the heat. I'm glad I found you, she says. You are? Cass tilts her head. I was actually following you. Why? Oh, it wasn't on purpose. I was headed out to one of the flea markets that is close by. You never know what you'll find. When I saw you leave the hotel, I figure it's a good chance for us to have a chat, don't you think? Just one-on-one. The waiter appears. Madame Cass, the waiter says with a smile, already reaching for a cup. It's been too long.
Your usual?
He fills our water glasses as he waits for her reply. Yes, she says smoothly. Thank you. He moves off, oblivious to the small fracture he's just exposed. Cass laughs softly, waving a hand as if to brush it away. Every time I'm in the area, I tend to come here, she explains. Across the table, she studies me over the rim of her glass, eyes sharp and assessing. You look tired, she says. Are you sleeping at all? I can't tell if this is her way of making small talk or if she really cares. She's been giving me mixed messages the whole time she's been here. Does it matter? I end up saying. I bite my lip as I realize that came out colder than I'd meant it to. Her gaze flicks, briefly, to the ring on my finger. I still haven't taken my wedding ring off. I don't want us to be enemies, she says, given everything. Everything. The word stretches between us, elastic and loaded. Lindy, James, the past that won't stay buried. I once thought we were friends, I say. But friends don't sleep with their friends' husbands, do they? The surprise that settles on her face must mirror my own, because I had no intention of saying anything. Her coffee arrives just then. A croissant follows, golden and fragrant. She breaks it in half, flakes scattering onto the linen like fallout. Funny, she says casually, how there are always 3 sides to every story. I stiffen. 3? Normally, it's his side, her side, and then the truth. But in this case, there's your side, my side, and the side where rumors cling. She continues. Do not tell me everything is just a rumor, I say, my voice low and hard. Cass hums. I didn't say it was. No, you just insinuated it was. I'm not that naive, Cass. Again, I didn't say you were. Silence settles again, thicker this time. Around us, the cafe fills. Voices rise and fall. A bus groans past. Life continues, indifferent and relentless. Lindy loved places like this. Cass says suddenly, she liked watching people. I blink at the change in subject, my throat tightening at the mention of Lindy. She used to say you could learn everything you needed to know about someone by how they held a cup. Cass adds, whether they cradled it, gripped it, ignored it entirely. I glance down at my hands, still wrapped too tightly around mine. And what does this say about me? I ask. Cass smiles, slow and knowing. That being here with me is the last place you want to be. Her honesty is unsettling. I hate that she reads me so well. She leans forward, lowering her voice. Margot's worried about you, you know. I let out a short, humorless laugh. Margot's worried I'm going to embarrass her in public, that's all. Is she wrong? Cass asks. I look up. Excuse me? Let's face it, out of all of us, you're close to the edge. That's to be expected, though, don't you think? First, James died while you were on holiday, and now Lindy. She lowers her voice, but not her gaze. People seem to keep dying around you. There it is. The bluntness hits like a slap, but beneath it is something else. Calculation, yes, but also curiosity. Cass has always been like this, peeling back layers not to help, but to see what's underneath. Maybe you should be careful then. Cass leans back in her chair and slowly claps her hands. And there you are, she says, her voice laced with sarcasm.
Is this the real Olivia, I wonder? You come across as harmless, but you're actually a Black Widow, aren't you?
It takes everything in me not to reel back at her words. She tilts her head.
You know, Lindy always said I just needed to get to know you. She called you the glue to the group, which surprised me. I always thought she was the glue, don't you?
My fingers twitch toward my throat before I stop them. Cass notices anyway.
It'll be interesting to see how much the dynamic shifts without her always there. I know my life will change.
She glances away, and for a moment I see grief flitter across her face.
I'm sure I'm the last one you want to hear this from, but...
She reaches out. Her hand brushes mine, light, deliberate.
If you need someone outside the usual orbit, I'm here.
I snatch my hand away as I think of James, of the way he used to say similar things in the beginning. I'm the only one who really sees you. You don't have to perform for me. It's just you and me, outside the orbit of the world we live in. What kind of game is she playing? The mistress trying to console the wife? Is she purposely using his words against me? Actually, you're right. I measure my words carefully. Being here with you is the last place I want to be. It's ridiculous you think I'd lean on you after everything. Cass studies me for a long moment, then withdraws her hand.
Fair enough, she says. Just remember what I said. There's always more to the story than you know.
I snort. I find that hard to believe. I think back to the emails I found, the messages between the two of them. She might believe there are three sides, his, hers, and what she thinks I know, but as far as I'm concerned, there's only one truth, and it's backed by emails and receipts. I finish my coffee and stand. I'm going to head back. Cass rises as well, perfectly timed. I'll join you. She leaves some bills on the table while I thread my way through the tables. The last thing I want to do is walk back with her. And yet, she's at my side before I make it to the corner.
Olivia, listen, she says. There's something I need to ask you.
I turn, bracing myself. I swear, if she asks me a question about James, I'm going to lose it.
Did Lindy...
She falters for one brief moment.
Did Lindy ever seem afraid to you?
Something shifts behind her eyes as she asks me.
I mean, we all know she was afraid of a lot of things, Cass says slowly. But before the trip, I mean. I don't think her death was an accident.
I don't think her death was an accident.
Neither do I. But I'm not going to say that, especially not to her.
Lindy was complicated. You know that. She studies me. She just gives me that smile of hers, that familiar, unsettling curve of her mouth. I think I'll head over to that flea market now while it's still early. I say nothing. I meant what I said about Lindy. I don't believe her death was an accident. And why would someone kill her? The question comes before I stop myself. Some people will do anything to protect their secrets, even to the people they love the most. She places her hand on my arm. Fear of exposure can make this sanest person do something drastic. Watch out for yourself. And with that, she turns and walks away, her stride confident, unhurried. Only when she's gone do I realize my hands are shaking. I tuck them into my pockets and head back toward the hotel, the echo of her words following me all the way. Fear can make the sanest person do something drastic. What did she mean by that? Who was she referring to? People will do anything to protect their secrets. She doesn't know, does she? Lindy wouldn't have told her, right? I came here for solitude, to find some peace while lost in my grief, and instead, I found something worse. Cass followed me here, not to discuss her affair with James, but for something else. She's either trying to plant seeds to destroy friendships, or she's trying to warn me that she knows more than any of us want her to know. I'm not sure which is worse. Chapter 25. When I return to the suite, the room smells like coffee. Margot and Velissa are seated at the dining table, porcelain cups in hand, their phones to the side. I feel like I've interrupted something serious. They look up at the same time. Margot blinks first. Liv? Velissa's brows knit. Where did you go? I stop, unsure why my mouth feels slow. I left you a note. Velissa sets her cup down with careful precision. You left the suite? Yes, I say. That's usually how going out works. Silence stretches, not hostile, not warm either. We thought something happened to you, Margot says finally. You didn't answer your phone. I check it. 2 missed texts, one from Margot, one from Velissa. I needed some air, I tell them. It's been too people-y, you know? Velissa studies me. Where did you go? She asks again. Down the street, I say. Grabbed a coffee and a croissant. Margot's shoulders relax a fraction. We would have joined you. Velissa stands, crosses the room, and stops just short of touching me. You can't just disappear on your own right now, she says quietly. Not after. I didn't disappear. I interrupt. I walked. I ate breakfast. I came back. Her jaw tightens. You don't know who's watching. Her words crawl under my skin. Before I can respond, there's a knock at the door. All 3 of us flinch. Margot recovers first, moving toward the door with her composed host smile already in place. When she opens it, Cass stands there, sunglasses on despite being indoors. Oh, good, Cass says brightly. You're all up. Velissa turns slowly. Her eyes flick to me, then back to Cass. Cass steps inside without waiting for permission, her gaze sweeping the room before landing on me. Something unreadable passes over her face. I was headed to a flea market after breakfast with Liv, but realized I got my dates wrong, she says. The air shifts. Margot's gaze flicks to me. Cass joined me at the cafe for a cup of coffee, I say. I wasn't alone. Cass nods. Is there an issue? No issue, Velissa says. I was just telling Olivia we shouldn't be out on our own right now, but it's a good thing you're here. We need to get going. I head to my room to grab my jacket, and Margot follows. Did she say anything odd to you? Nothing more than usual. Honestly, I wish she hadn't joined me. You ladies ready? Cass calls out. Margot helps me tie a scarf around my neck before she pivots and returns to the main room. All right, let's do some tourist stuff. We are going to walk along the river, stop at the cellars along the sidewalk, see Notre Dame, and then everyone is buying a book from Shakespeare and Co. Margot issues the itinerary as if there's no question about what we're doing, and surprisingly, no one objects. Notre Dame rises ahead of us. The square hums with life, with tourists, pigeons, a violinist sawing out something mournful and off-key. I let myself fall to the back. I lift my phone and take photos like a proper tourist. The cathedral's facade, the light caught in broken stone, the way the Seine glints just beyond the square. Proof of presence, evidence I was here. Lindy loved coming here, Cass says casually, as if reading my thoughts. She doesn't look at me when she says it. Her gaze stays fixed on Notre Dame. She loved this church, said it made her feel small in a good way. Margot nods. She talked about it all the time. Said she always lit a candle. We can light one for her, Velissa says quietly. We cross the street and follow the river. The green bookstalls opening like ribs along the quay. Booksellers flip lids, straighten spines, argue with customers in 3 languages at once. Old paper, ink, river water, sun-warmed metal. It's a smell that feels like memory. This was on her list too, Cass says. She said browsing is mandatory. I pause at a stall and run a finger along the edge of a leather-bound book. I think back to my bookstore days, when I knew who I was and what I wanted with my life. Maybe one day I'll get back there. Lindy would have bought half of these, I say, then complained about how heavy her bag was. Something else we both had in common.
I end up buying 2. They aren't worth much. The damage along the spines and some of the pages would make them meaningless to most people, but I want to take home something that is the most me from Paris. More than the clothes, the purses, the jewelry, and perfume. We drift, unanchored. I carry my bag and notice Felissa watching me from the corner of her eye. "What happened between the two of you this morning?" she asks. "I'm playing nice, Vel, just like you asked." "I know, but something happened, didn't it?" I shrug. She knows I know, so there's that. Not the full truth, but it'll do. At the edge of the river, Cass slows until she's walking beside us. Her voice drops. "You never asked about drinks with Lindy's brother." My steps falter. "How did that go?" Felissa asks. "He had a lot of questions," Cass says too lightly.
"Sadly, I don't think they're ever going to get answered."
Margot turns. "What do you mean by that?" Cass meets her gaze without blinking. Well, no one was there, right? So all the questions of why she was alone, why at the pool, etc., they can never really be answered, right? She turns her gaze to Felissa when she asks this. Anyway, the body's being released today, and transportation has been arranged back to the States. They're going to have a small service, family only. Margot's mouth tightens. Family only? Something cold slides down my spine. I'll be sure to pass along your thoughts and prayers, though. Cass smiles, a little too sweetly. "So you can go?" Margot says. "We're, what, banned? We're her oldest friends." Cass shrugs.
"It's what the family wishes."
We reach the narrow street that leads through the cathedral's quieter side, then continue along the river toward Shakespeare and Company. The bookstore looms like a promise. Green awning, narrow windows, a line already forming. Lindy would have loved this. She always left notes in books, Cass says suddenly. Did she ever do that with you? My stomach tightens. I immediately think about the missing journal page, and I don't answer. Cass glances at me, sharp and searching. She did with me. She would always hand me books she'd just read and loved, you know, and include a little note inside. Of course she did. We join the line waiting to get into the store. At the corner, a busker sits with a guitar and plays while the crowd mills around him. Margot crosses her arms. I don't understand why her family is shutting us out, she says, circling back. Felissa answers without looking at her. You know why. They've never liked us, not since college. Why is that? Cass asks. Felissa shrugs. You'd have to ask them, I guess. Cass tilts her head. I wonder what stories she told about you guys to make them dislike you so much. I want to ask what Lindy told her to make her think one of us could have killed her, but I don't. The line inches forward. I stare at the cobblestones and think about the notes. The water hides nothing. Now you're free, liar. Free from what? Inside the bookstore, there's a crowd as people wander through the areas, looking at books, taking photos despite the obvious no-photo signage. I wish we'd come here that first day so that this memory, this experience, is something I could have shared with Lindy. I wander amongst the shelves, my fingers lightly trailing over the books, noticing the mixture of old and new titles. I think about what I want to bring home from here. Something with a Parisian feel, something that won't mean the same back at home. One of my favorite sections in my old bookstore was the children's section. I find myself picking up a children's book of a mouse living in Paris. It feels perfect. Margot wanders toward the poetry section. Felissa stays near the door. Cass disappears between shelves, then reappears holding a slim paperback. She would have liked this, she says, offering it to me. I take it. My fingers brush hers. The contact feels intentional. What are you doing, Cass? I ask quietly. She smiles, but there's no warmth in it. Walking, talking, remembering. And following, Valissa adds from behind us. Cass doesn't turn.
Someone has to.
The bell over the door rings as another group enters.
We should pay for our things and go, Margot says. Does it make you miss your old bookstore, Liv?
I glance around and think about what my life was like back then. It does, I say.
Maybe you should open a new one,
Margot suggests, throwing the comment out haphazardly. I simply smile. Lindy had been bugging me about that very thing, too. As we step back into the sunlight, the river glints. Cass falls into step beside me again.
She didn't deserve to die like that,
she says softly. I don't say anything because no matter what I say, it's never going to be right.
Chapter 26, 1999.
We don't knock. Margot opens the door while the rest of us make sure no one sees us. Chase Whitmore is sitting on the edge of his desk when we walk in, one ankle crossed over the other, ice pressed lazily to a swelling cheekbone. His lip is split with dried blood at the corner of his mouth. Everyone downstairs saw the fight where Chase got his ass kicked over accusations he denies, but we all know are true. That's what brought us upstairs. He gives his head a slight shake when he sees us.
If you're looking for a fivesome, he says, voice thick but amused. Now might not be the best time.
Lindy is beside me. She's shaking. Not visibly, not to anyone who doesn't know her, but I can feel it through the air between us. Margot steps fully into the room. Valissa closes the door quietly behind us. The click of the latch sounds louder than it should. The bass from the weekend party downstairs hums through the floorboards. He looks at Lindy and laughs softly.
Back for more?
Lindy inhales sharply beside me. Margot doesn't smile.
You're such a pig.
He shrugs.
I've been called worse.
We warned you last weekend what would happen if you hurt someone else, Margot says. You just couldn't keep it in your pants, could you? Chase tilts his head. Is that what this is about? He gestures vaguely toward the door.
Everyone's suddenly obsessed with that tonight.
Downstairs, someone had whooped when Chad got knocked flat. Accusations fly easily at parties like this. Margot had been at the party, quietly watching Chase when the fight happened. She quickly texted Valissa, who told us we needed to follow her.
Do you get off on forcing women who tell you no?
Valissa sneers, her anger and disgust covering her words with contempt.
He rolls his eyes. Girls always say no. They never mean it.
He winks at Lindy, and just like that, a match dropped into gasoline. Lindy moves first. Her hand cracks across his face, the sound sharp and startling. He lunges to his feet, grabbing her wrist.
Don't,
he snaps, squeezing hard enough that she gasps. Valissa steps forward instantly, prying his fingers loose. Margot shoves him backward.
You don't touch her.
He stumbles.
Jesus, you're all insane,
he says, shoving back. His shoulder hits Valissa. She pushes again, harder this time. He staggers, loses his footing, and falls. The back of his head connects with the corner of the desk. He drops. For a second, one suspended, impossible second, no one moves. The bass from downstairs keeps thudding. Someone laughs in the hallway. A door slams. Chase lies on his side, one arm twisted under him. He doesn't move.
Chase?
Lindy says, barely above a whisper. Valissa kneels and presses 2 fingers to his neck. Her expression shifts. Not panic. Not exactly. Is he breathing? I ask. She doesn't answer immediately. Valissa? Her eyes flick up to ours.
No.
Lindy backs away, hands flying to her mouth.
No. No, no, no.
Margot presses her palm flat against her own forehead, thinking. Always thinking. We call an ambulance. I say automatically. We say he fell.
And he says what?
Margot snaps.
If he wakes up.
Valissa is still kneeling beside him. He's not going to wake up. Silence swallows us. Outside, the party swells louder.
He can't. Lindy chokes. He can't just be dead.
But he is. The golden boy. Legacy admission. Future senator. Son of donors whose names are carved into buildings. Dead on the floor of his private suite. If we call this in, Margot says slowly, they won't believe us.
His parents will lawyer up so fast.
They will destroy us. Destroy her, Valissa adds, nodding toward Lindy. The truth settles in around us in thick layers. They won't believe she said no. They won't believe we defended her. They won't believe anything that makes him look less than perfect. That's the way of his world compared to ours. We didn't mean to, I say. It sounds small, useless. It was just an accident. Intent doesn't matter now. What do we do? Lindy whispers. No one answers. The room feels smaller, the beams above us closer. The rope from the punching bag creaks softly as it sways from the draft of the open window. I don't know when the thought forms. I don't know when it becomes words. What if, I hear myself say, what if he did this? All three of them look at me. The rope, the beam, the fight downstairs, everyone will remember, but no one will remember clearly. Valissa's eyes flick upward, calculating. Margot inhales. He couldn't handle the guilt, and if word got out that he's a rapist, good call, Liv. I like that idea. Would it work? Lindy asks, breathless. If we do it right, it will, Valissa says, following my gaze as I keep staring at the beam. Help me lift him. It takes all three of us to hoist him up. Valissa forces an oversized sweater into my hands. Wear this, she says. Cover your hands with the sleeves. She tells everyone. He's heavier than I expect. Dead weight is real. It drags. It resists. The wood beam groans when the rope slides over it. Margot wipes the desk, the doorknob, anything we might have touched. Lindy sits at his computer, tears streaking her face, typing a note with trembling fingers. No one says his name, not once. When we step back, he hangs in the center of the room, feet inches from the floor, swaying in a slow, obscene arc. The party downstairs roars on. Every time I hear someone yell, I flinch, thinking they are coming up here, that we will get caught. The rope burns against my palms when I steady it. The fibers bite through the sweater. Lindy steps forward suddenly. She grabs the rope just above the knot. Swear, she says, voice shredded raw. Swear none of us ever say what happened. Margot places her hand over Lindy's. Valissa adds hers. I am last. The rope is coarse, solid, real. I swear, I say. We all do. An alarm on my watch sounds. We all jump. Shit, I have a meeting with the RA. We're scheduled to meet about some upcoming events that I offered to help run, and Valissa is right. Being late might be an issue. Go, we've got this, Valissa tells me.
If you're late, she'll ask questions.
Her voice was so normal, so unbothered that I wanted to slap her. But instead, I open the door with my sleeved hand and slip into the hallway, careful not to make a sound. There are people everywhere, laughing, drinking, and no one looks at me. I slip outside to where there's a bonfire in a metal can, and after pretending to laugh at someone's joke, I shed the sweater I put on and wrap it around my waist. Someone hands me a bottle of beer, and I take a swig before heading to my meeting. I stop at a bathroom and lock the door behind me. I turn on the faucet and scrub my hands raw. The skin cracks under my nails. The sting is glorious, purifying. I count to 60, then to 100, before puking into the sink, watching the liquid swirl down the drain until nothing is left but the faint memory of bile. I make my meeting, and by some miracle, the RA has no idea I just helped kill someone. Later, the police call it suicide, and the university releases a statement about stress and pressure and tragedy. Later, his parents donate a new library wing in his name. But that night,
That night we chose, and the rope burned its shape into us. Chapter 27. Present Day. I still can't believe we're doing this, Valissa grumbles as we walk down the pathway toward the evening dinner river cruise. Lindy planned this and it's non-refundable, so try to enjoy it, please. Margot wraps her scarf around her shoulders and blatantly ignores Valissa's eye roll. It'll be fun, I tell her, waiting until she returns my smile. I'm not sure fun is the right word. They better have good wine at least. Oh, this isn't one of those tacky dinner cruises, Vel. Lindy did a lot of research and found the best one. This is a smaller setting where a Michelin star-rated chef prepares our meals. A red carpet stretches from the quay to the glass double doors, where a pair of waiters in dark vests welcome us on board. Inside, chandeliers drip from the ceiling like sugar stalactites. Each table is a set piece in a silent auction of who can outdress, outsparkle, outsmile the others. Margot reaches the table first. She flags down a server before we're even seated, her voice set to a lower, throaty register. Champagne for the table, s'il vous plaît, and the wine list when you're able. Valissa floats in right behind me, her hand at the small of my back, steering with the lightest pressure. She slides into the seat beside me, shoulders squared, her jaw tense. Cass is last, as always, arriving with a slipstream of cold air and a deliberate pause at the table. She claims the seat directly across from me, folds her napkin, and arranges her hands so the plethora of rings she wears are displayed for everyone to see. The rings are nice, but it's the necklace holding my gaze. She notices and fingers it. Gorgeous, isn't it? It's an antique Bohemian garnet cabochon heart locket, likely from Czechoslovakia, late 1800s. It matches this ring, don't you think? It's beautiful. It's dark, Valissa says, leaning forward to get a good look. It's supposed to be, darling. She glances down. Bohemian garnet is dark. This one has a special compartment. When I bought it, I was told it once held a vial of poison. Apparently, it belonged to the Empress Elizabeth of Austria. There's a rumor she used to poison her husband's mistresses. Intrigued, I lean forward. What is it with you and wearing jewelry attached to murderers? Cass's eyes turn cold. Well, poison is the preferred murder method for women, isn't it? Does it still hold a vial? Valissa interjects. The smile on Cass's face scares me. Wouldn't you like to know? It's a showstopper, don't you think? You can't be serious, Margot mutters as she unfolds her own napkin. Can we please change the topic? The lighting inside is candle bright, with the tables set close enough that the conversations of the other diners overlap in a blur. Italian newlyweds on their honeymoon, an older couple arguing over how much money they've already spent, a clutch of German businessmen talking mergers and soccer in the same breath. The city slides by in the window, gold-washed and flickering. Notre Dame, the bridges strung with fairy lights, the facades along the Seine changing faces at every curve. Margot lifts her glass, and the toast is implied, not spoken. We clink, a soft percussion of crystal, and the condensation beads instantly on my palm. The server brings a tray of amuse-bouches. Margot selects hers with a practiced two-fingered motion. Cass takes the last one, a perfect round of smoked salmon balanced on a blini so thin it looks photoshopped. She pops it in her mouth, chews once, and then turns her gaze to me. Death just seems to follow you, doesn't it? Cass says, her voice soft enough to be mistaken for sympathy. The fork slips from my hand and clatters on the charger. The sound isn't even that loud, but every head within 3 tables pivots in our direction. My cheeks flush, then blanch, then burn again. Valissa is the first to intervene. Jesus, Cass, she says, not even trying to make it a joke. Cass's smile deepens by a millimeter. What? I'm just stating the obvious. First your sister in that car accident, then James while you were on a holiday, and now Lindy. I'd almost think you were bad luck. I stare at my hands. The left one is trembling.
thumb twitching in micro increments against my thigh. How does she know about my sister? I've never told her. Margot tries to pivot. Did anyone see the new designs from Michelle Alexandra? I had tried to get us an appointment to her showroom, but she's completely booked. Cass doesn't even glance at her. James's accident. She continues, eyes on me. How did it happen, exactly? I find it hard to believe he just fell down the side of a cliff, you know? Stairs, I say quietly. Was it? Don't, says Valissa, her hand landing hard on my shoulder. I flinch, but the pressure steadies me. She turns to Cass, her voice a low growl. You don't know what you're talking about. Actually, Valissa is wrong. Cass does know, but how? I've been very careful about sharing the details of James's accident, and the only ones who know what really happened are... Cass leans forward, her eyes never leave mine. He drank a little too much, right? Stumbled and just, lost his balance. That's the story? It's not a story, I say. My voice sounds distant. It's what happened. Cass leans back. There were guardrails, Olivia. I know they were there. He sent me a selfie, and they were there in the background. And there it is. This is not the time. Margot grabs the wine bottle and tops up Cass's glass, red sloshing over the rim. Drink the wine and shut up for once, she hisses. I just think we should all be honest. Friends can be honest with one another, right? Friends always tell the truth and don't hide secrets. Except you and I are not exactly friends anymore, are we? I say before I can stop myself. You're my dead husband's mistress. Ex-mistress, she corrects. Margot drains her glass and refills it in one motion, the wine pooling dark and thick at the bottom. Valissa's jaw tightens. The table feels smaller. Accidents are fascinating things, she says lightly. They rarely happen the way people describe them. No one answers. The appetizers arrive, artful, fragrant, wasted on all of us. Margot fakes enthusiasm, picking at her salad with the tip of her fork. Valissa doesn't touch her plate. Cass savors every bite, as if this is just another ordinary night. The conversation drifts, mostly due to Margot's persistence. She tells a story about a client who tried to pay her in crypto, about a realtor's open house where the owner left a dead mouse in the sink as a negotiation tactic. I try to laugh, but the sound splinters in my throat. Cass pours herself more wine, then lifts the glass in a private salute. Our eyes meet just for a second, and there is something new in her gaze, a kind of vindication. She leans back, satisfied, and lets the silence fill up the table like river water in a sinking ship. The entrees are next. Margot has switched us to white wine, and she describes the fish as luminous, with forced brightness. Valissa says nothing, just eats in silence, her gaze darting between me and Cass. The tension is so thick that even the server notices and hesitates before setting down each plate. I try to eat, but the food is clay in my mouth. I push it around, drink more than I should, and fixate on the way the city lights flicker in the window, each one a Morse code of remember, remember, remember. It's Cass who starts again, this time softer. Are you happier now? She asks, turning to me. Now that he's dead. Margot puts her fork down, hard. That's enough, Cass. You're being cruel. But Cass shakes her head. How? We all tiptoe around it, but we've all lost our husbands, and it's not like they were saints or anything. I just think we should talk about it, about what it's like as a widow. I want to scream. I want to reach across the table and slap her, or throw my wine in her face, or just disappear entirely. Instead, I let her words wash over me. Am I happier now as a widow? It's freeing, life-altering. It's never having to live in his cruel shadow anymore. There's also the haunting aspect to it, too. The quiet part no one warns you about. Where his ghost is always there, his voice whispering in my head, taunting me. The boat glides past the Eiffel Tower,
now full tilt in its nighttime glitter, and the reflection fractures our faces in the glass. 4 women, each one haunted by the thing we refuse to say out loud. Sweat gathers at the nape of my neck, and my breath comes in short staccato bursts. I try to count to 10, but I lose the thread after 4. Margot makes one last attempt to salvage the night. She raises her glass, smile brittle, and says, "To old friends and new beginnings." Cass raises hers too, eyes locked on mine. "To honesty," she says. Valissa hesitates, then clinks her glass anyway. I can't move. My hands are glued to the stem of my wine glass, the pressure so tight I'm sure the crystal will fracture under my grip.
My vision blurs. The city outside is just a smear of light now. The river a black ribbon with no bottom. The boat rounds a final bend, the cathedral spires and ironwork bridges blurring in the window. In the reflection, I see myself. Pale, brittle, a ghost in a room full of living people. I breathe once, twice, but the air is heavy and it burns all the way down. I look at Cass, and for a moment I see the truth of her, the hunger, the loneliness, the sharp-edged need to break something just to see what's inside. Something shifts inside me then. If Cass knows about my sister, about James, then she knows more than she should, and if she knows that much, who else does? Did she leave the notes, or is she baiting me, us, because someone else did and she knows that too? The boat docks with a soft jolt. Margot exhales like she's ready for the night to end. Cass leans closer to me as chairs scrape and conversations rise around us. "Secrets rot," she murmurs, almost kindly. "Eventually they float." My blood runs cold, and my pulse kicks hard. Float. Water does that. Bodies do that. Truth does that. This isn't about James, not entirely. Something else is at play here. Cass believes Lindy was killed. Does she think it's one of us? Does she think it's me?
Chapter 28.
Our suite is a showroom for how the other half lives. Peacock blue velvet sofas, a coffee table of faceted glass heavy enough to break a foot, and curtains drawn back just far enough to show the Eiffel's sparkling display. I'm perched at the farthest end of the sofa, knees magnetized together, eyes fixed on my reflection in the water glass. We're all in our silk pajamas. I feel like I'm wearing a funeral shroud. Cass occupies the armchair nearest the window, spine molded to the upholstery, one leg draped over the other. Margot poured us all drinks, but Cass hasn't touched hers. Instead, she runs her thumb around the rim, slow, deliberate. Every so often she glances at me, eyes unreadable, mouth curled into a faint comma of amusement. It's clear she's not here for the drinks. I don't even know why she is here, to be honest. Valissa made it very clear at the elevators that we were all going to bed. 15 minutes later, she was at our door, in her own Lindy-gifted pajamas, and carried in a box of chocolates that no one has touched. Valissa paces the room in slow, loping circuits, pausing at the balcony, then circling back to hover behind the sofa. "Ladies," says Margot, raising her flute. The word is a challenge. She sits on the ottoman and plants both feet wide, scanning the room as if this is the start of a very important meeting. "I'd like to propose a toast, but let's skip the clichés. Tonight, we drink to secrets. May they always stay buried, especially during our vacations." Cass laughs, the sound sharp enough to draw blood.
Seriously, that's your toast?
How about not having to bury another secret during your vacation? That might be more your group's vibe.
What is that supposed to mean?
Asks Valissa, voice soft but landing with a thud. She crosses her arms and leans against the wall, gaze fixed on Cass. I reach for my water, but the glass trembles in my hand, betraying me. I set it down with both hands, willing the surface to still. It doesn't. The trembling is inside me now, fractal and endless. Margot sips, then says, Let's not do this, okay? Not again. Let's focus on the positive. Specifically, tomorrow is a spa day. I think we deserve it before we leave. She smiles, but the nerves run right up to her hairline. Cass tips her head, eyes on me. So, other than the obvious, has Paris been all you dreamed it would be, Leave? Actually, it's been more of a nightmare, if I'm being honest. The silence that follows is cold and complete. I hear the tick of the suite's antique mantel clock, the slow fizz of the champagne, the faintest whir of the city outside. The air feels charged, like the moment before a thunderclap. Felissa drops onto the sofa next to me, making the cushion dip in a way that tilts my whole body toward her. She sets her glass down, empty, then turns so her shoulder blocks Cass from view. You don't have to stay out here, she says, not quite whispering. Nobody's going to blame you for calling it an early night. I shake my head. I'm not going to let Cass scare me away. Margot, desperate for a reset, stands and starts fussing with the bar card again. She pretends to check the levels on each bottle, but I can see her hands are shaking too. I wonder if there's any of that white Bordeaux left. She muses, half to herself. Cass lets the silence hold for exactly 5 seconds, then breaks it. Liv, I have a question. She waits until I look up, the attention like a weight on my chest. She says, Did you really not know about me and James? Margot slams the wine bottle a little too hard on the glass. Holy hell, Cassandra! Just drop it, will you? She hisses. I don't get you right now. Seriously. I want to scream, but all that comes out is a shaky exhale. My hand jerks and catches the rim of the water glass, and it tips. The spill is a white water rapid, splashing across the table, soaking the sleeve of my shirt and dripping in wild arcs onto the rug. For a second, nobody moves. Then I grab at napkins, trying to dam the flood. My hands work double time, but do nothing. Just push the water into new rivers, new stains. Margot is at my side, snapping off lengths of paper towel, but there aren't enough in the universe. The spill is in my bones now, leaking out through my skin. Cass watches, eyes shining. It's just water, Liv, she says. Nobody's going to drown. Something in me breaks. Oh, for 5-6, I mutter. What's that? Shut up, I say, this time louder, my voice cracking on the last syllable. For once, just shut the hell up. Felissa stands, jaw clenched so hard it's a wonder her teeth don't crack. She grabs the nearest cushion and hurls it at the wall, the sound a flat, violent smack that makes everyone jump. Enough, she spits. You've said enough for the whole trip, Cass. Cass doesn't flinch. She just sits there, still as a painting, watching the fallout. Margot kneels by the table, blotting the glass, her motions frantic. What is wrong with you? I sit, frozen. My lungs contract, each breath tighter than the last, like the air is being siphoned out of the room. What's wrong with me? Cass asks. What's wrong with you? Our friend is dead. Dead. You all knew Lindy longer than me, and yet other than a few toasts in her name, it's like her death hasn't affected you in any way. Don't you miss her? Don't you wonder why she was out at that pool, drinking at that time? Was she even alone? She directs this question my way, and just like that, I'm back at the pool, at the scream. I see her floating, hair spread out in the water. My vision blurs at the edges, the room tilting, spinning. Was Lindy alone? Was I with her? I want to say no. I have to believe I wasn't there, that I wasn't sleepwalking. I fold in on myself, knees up, head down, hands clutching the ruined napkins like a lifeline. I hear the footsteps before I see them. Felissa at my side, kneeling, her hand on my back, her voice in my ear. Liv, listen to me. You're fine. You're safe. Don't let her get in your head. Behind us, Margot says,
Cass, I think it's time you leave. Whatever game you're playing, we're done. Do you hear me?
There's a pause, a gap so wide I can hear the city through it. Cass stands, stretching like a cat, and smooths her skirt.
Oh, I hear you, she says, but I'm far from done.
She lingers a moment, then turns to me.
And I think you know that.
She leaves, the door whispering shut behind her.
Chapter 29. The suite is silent, except for the quiet raggedness of the air. Velissa's hand is still on my back. Margot stands a little ways off, staring at the wine bottle with unseeing eyes, knuckles white around the neck. I try to breathe. My chest feels like it's being held in a vice. Every inhale a scraping effort, and I keep making these tiny animal sounds just under my breath. I want to disappear into the floor, fall through the marble and be gone before anyone can say another word. Velissa finally lets go, just a fraction, and sits beside me, her palm open on the cushion between us. She always has to have the last word, she mutters, but her voice is different now, flat, not angry. She looks at me, and for a second, the old Velissa is there, the one who was captain of everything, who always knew what to do. I'm sorry for insisting she come.
That was obviously a mistake.
I nod because what else can I do? I think of Lindy, of the laughter that used to fill these spaces, the inside jokes and whispered confessions, the time we tried to see who could swim the farthest underwater at the rec center pool, and Lindy surfaced last, gasping and triumphant. She'd always been able to hold her breath longer than the rest of us. Maybe that's why her absence feels like drowning, because this time, she didn't come up. Cass claims Lindy was scared of water, but that's not true. So why would she say it? To get under my skin? To make me doubt I knew Lindy as well as I did? Had she feared drowning to death? Sure. I remember her telling me once she'd almost drowned as a toddler, which is why her parents insisted she learn to swim. Maybe that's what Cass meant? I shut my eyes and try to imagine a world where nothing ever happened. Where we are just girls on a trip, where every word is innocent and no one is dead. But that world is gone, and it was probably make-believe to begin with. I'm afraid I had something to do with Lindy's death. I finally confess, my voice breaking at the end. I've been sleepwalking. I look up at Velissa and she watches me. I haven't been taking my pills since we've been here because of all the alcohol we've been drinking.
What does that have to do with Lindy?
Margot asks. I shrug. She said something to me during dinner that wouldn't leave me alone. Maybe I confronted her? Maybe I...
Liv, stop.
Velissa sits up straight and angles her body my way.
Sleepwalking or not, you had nothing to do with Lindy's death.
I shake my head, the fear inside me real.
You don't know that. Come on, Liv. You don't believe that.
Margot sits in the chair opposite me and leans forward, taking my hand. I do, actually. You don't understand. I do things when I don't take these pills. I found myself in my car, out by my pool. I've written myself letters, all while sleepwalking, I say, not trusting myself to look at Velissa. Oh no. Am I the one leaving the notes? The realization that I could be, that my subconscious, that doesn't mean you had anything to do with Lindy. Velissa interrupts my thoughts. It was an accident, that's all. This explains why you've been so off, Margot says. Seriously, you should have said something earlier. Is that why you're not drinking tonight? To take your meds? I nod. Why don't I sleep with you then? Just for the night, she offers, voice gentle but not pitying, just in case, you know? I want to say no. I want to say I'm fine. I'm not a child. I can handle it. But the truth is, I'm scared. So I say, okay, thanks. Margot gives me a quick nod. Velissa flashes a tiny, grateful smile. and I feel the outline of something old and warm, a memory of solidarity, flicker between us. When we head to bed, I shut the door behind us and pull the curtains closed, but the city's light bleeds in anyway, neon and gold, painting lines on the bedspread. We lie on top of the covers, fully clothed, not touching, just breathing in the same air, waiting for the adrenaline to fade. When you said you've written yourself letters, Margot says, her voice tinged with sleep, what kind of letters are you talking about? I'd wondered if either one had heard my blunder about what happened. She sighs. We made a promise, Liv. A promise, a pact, one we all swore we'd keep. What happens if someone breaks that promise, though? What are the consequences? Just promise me you didn't show them to anyone, okay? I burned them. A simple answer, and one she seems to accept. At some point, Margot's breathing deepens and she slips into sleep, her face turned toward the wall. I lie awake, staring at the chandelier and the shadows it throws, listening to the hum of electricity and the slow, inevitable tick of the clock. I pull up a throw and wrap it around Margot. Hours pass. I can't stop thinking about the notes and wondering if I wrote them. I don't think it was me, though. The handwriting is different. I lie there, and when I finally close my eyes, I dream of water, endless, freezing, rising past my lips, up to my eyes, over my head. I wake to find that my pillow is damp, a circle of sweat and tears soaked through. I sit up, every muscle in my body aching. I reach for the journal beside the bed and open it to the last page where I placed that first note. I unfold it, even though I know every word. Now you're free, liar. I read it over and over, waiting for it to stop hurting. It doesn't. Before the sun is fully up, I shower and change. Margot is still sleeping, peaceful and perfect, her hair fanned across the pillow. I slip out of the room and down to the lobby, desperate for coffee, for something normal. The hotel is quiet, almost too quiet. I take my cup and sit by the window, watching the early morning runners and the street sweepers, and a pair of lovers arguing in muted gestures. The world is still turning, indifferent and relentless. I think about Cass, where she might be right now, what she's plotting. I think about Lindy and the secret we've all carried for years. But secrets don't die. They just mutate, burrow deeper, take on new shapes and hungers. I stay there for a long time, until the coffee is gone and the sky is fully light. When I stand, there's a feeling inside me that feels almost alien. Sure, there's fear about my secrets coming to light, fear for what that means, fear for my own life. But there's something else, too. Determination. I'm done letting my fear direct my life. I have a shower, and when I'm done, Margot has left the bed. I find her and Velissa at the table, speaking in low, urgent voices. They stop when I enter, and for a moment the old hierarchy reasserts itself, everyone pretending nothing happened. But I see the way their eyes linger on me. I see the questions hanging in the air. I sit down and say, "We need to talk." Chapter 32, 2011. Velissa invites me to Arizona to catch up and to keep her company. Her husband, Victor, is rock climbing, and she doesn't like being alone in the house during the days. It's too quiet. I say yes because I always say yes to Velissa. I tell James I'll only be gone a few days. He quizzes me about all the details, who all is going to be there, where we are going, what the plans are, and I know he doesn't believe me when I tell him it will only be Velissa and myself in her vacation home in the Arizona desert. But he also doesn't say no. The house is immaculate when I arrive. It always is. No stray shoes by the door, no unread mail on the counter. Even the guest room feels staged, like a model home version of hospitality. Fresh towels folded into thirds, a decanter and glass for water on the nightstand. Velissa hugs me once, brief and precise, then pours wine as if it is just another weekend away.
Victor leaves early the next day before I'm up. We drink coffee on the terrace that morning, the desert stretching out below us in pale, unforgiving light. Valissa talks about her latest charity projects, about logistics, about a client who's been difficult. She never mentions the climb, never checks her phone to see if Victor has texted before starting. Our day is like any other day when we're together. We share stories, we drink wine, we gossip about Lindy and Margot, and then group call them. Everything is perfectly normal. The call comes late afternoon, after the heat has settled into the bones of the house. We're in the kitchen discussing dinner options when her phone rings. It's late afternoon. The sun slanted low enough for the light to slice through the high windows, striping the counters in clean white bars. Valissa glances at the screen before answering. She doesn't hesitate. She doesn't excuse herself. Yes, she says. She listens. She nods once. Her free hand rests on the counter, fingers splayed. It's only when she hangs up that I notice a slight tremble in her hand. Victor. He fell, she whispers. That was the police. Someone found his body and called 911. The kettle on the stove emits a low, insistent whistle. Thin. Urgent. Fell, I repeat, because my brain needs the extra second. Because the word doesn't make sense. Earlier, she'd been telling me about the new railing Victor installed on the deck, how meticulous he is about safety. Accidents happen, he said. People get lazy. I wait for the rest. For the frantic clarification that usually follows a sentence like that. The disbelief, I don't understand how this could have happened. I'm so sorry, I say finally. The words are inadequate. She nods once. Thank you. Did anyone see it happen? No. There's a slight tremble in her voice. Does he always climb by himself? Her hands shake as she holds her mug. Not always, but he prefers solo climbing. It's him against nature and, I guess... She pauses, unable to finish her sentence. I try to picture Victor McCormick falling. Victor who double-checks knots. Victor who refuses to climb without redundancies. Victor who believes accidents are simply failures of preparation. I kept telling him to be careful, she adds. He never listened. The kettle's whistle is sharp, bordering on shrill. I reach past her and turn it off, my fingers brushing her wrist. Her skin is clammy. You're not alone. I'm here. She closes her eyes for a brief moment. Thank you, she finally utters. I expect Valissa to send me home the next morning with a clipped thank you, but instead she asks me to stay and help with the arrangements. There is no open casket, no prolonged viewing. Valissa opts for cremation without hesitation, signing the forms with the same steady hand she uses for contracts. She says it's what Victor would have wanted, minimal, efficient, no spectacle. Margot and Lindy arrive, dressed in black. They embrace Valissa one at a time, murmuring the appropriate condolences. I watch Lindy closely, the way her mouth tightens, the way her gaze lingers just a beat too long on Valissa's face. But she says nothing. Neither of them do. We drive into the desert at dawn. His ashes are scattered in silence. The desert accepts them without comment. Valissa stands with her hands clasped in front of her, sunglasses shielding her eyes, her posture impeccable. When it's done, she nods once, as if concluding a meeting, and turns back toward the car. That afternoon, she calls a realtor. The house goes on the market within the week. She explains it to me over coffee, that there are too many memories, it's too far out of the city, and besides, Victor was the one who liked coming here, not her. By the end of the week, she's back in New York. There's a charity function she has to oversee, a major one. Donors are flying in, press involvement, too many moving parts to delay. She left Arizona with a single suitcase and no visible hesitation, stepping back into her professional life as if it were waiting patiently for her return. Grief, in Valissa's world, is something you schedule your life around, she tells me when I suggest taking some time to herself. I can't get over how strong she is. Now, looking back,
I wonder if strength and absence look the same from a distance.
Chapter 31. Present Day.
I'm desperate to tell these women the truth, to let go of a secret I've been carrying. But whatever I'm about to say dissolves when Margot's phone chirps, one bright, efficient trill that slices the room in half. She blinks, as if waking.
That was my reminder so we don't miss our spa appointment, she says, already smoothing the belt of her robe. We'll just reset and talk tonight. Is that okay?
Reset? As if there's a button for that. We go because habit is heavier than grief. Down through hushed hallways into the hammam, where everything is eucalyptus and whispers. The light is a softened gold. Steam bleeds through a mouth of mosaic tile. The benches are warm enough to loosen the bones. The attendant tells us that Cass already canceled, claiming a migraine.
Oh, that's too bad, Margot says with a hint of sarcasm.
Maybe she'll leave and go home,
Felissa mutters. We sit without speaking. Across from me, Velissa's knees are pressed together, hands folded so tight the tips of her fingers blanch. Steam plumes upward, curling into elaborate shapes around us. It should feel like a reprieve, but being here with Felissa and Margot, I'm uneasy. Maybe it's because I want to tell the truth, because I know that despite everything, I can trust both these women with my secrets. And yet, I say nothing. We might be the only ones in here, but that doesn't mean the walls don't have ears. I learned that the hard way with James. Someone was always listening, always reporting back to him, even people I thought were friends. A therapist voice from years ago. When you feel the panic, name it. I always doubted that trick. Here, the panic doesn't want a name. It already has it. James. It gnaws at the back of my tongue and makes my vision shimmer, a feverish prism. Margot's phone lights up, briefly illuminating the fog. The screen glows blue against her thigh before she flips it face down on the tiled ledge. Can't you leave that behind? Felissa's tone is clipped, and her eyes pin the phone with an accusation I can feel even from here. Margot doesn't look up. She waits a beat, then says, "Some of us can't disappear for a day just because we want to." She stands and heads into the locker room. My mind circles back to Cass. Does she really have a migraine, or is that an excuse? I try to tell myself she's fine, that her canceling is nothing. But I know that's not true. She always joined us on our spa days. She never missed one since joining our circle. I know Cass's migraines are code for something else. Lindy spilled the beans once over dinner when Cass canceled last minute, making a comment about using them as an excuse, that she only ever gets headaches when she's uncomfortable about something or someone. I wonder if the others remember this. A memory arrives, the four of us in college, in a near-empty bar with sticky floors, all so anxious to impress each other that we drank ourselves into oblivion. Lindy was the bravest, the one who dared anyone to do anything. She made us feel like there was an invisible rope binding us together, something that would hold no matter how hard we pulled. Now the rope feels more like a wire strung over a canyon, and every word we don't say is another step toward snapping. I miss her. I miss her smile, her laugh, the way she can coax me out of my dark thoughts. I miss how she was the push for me to do anything fun lately. She once came to the house after James's death and tossed most of my clothes into garbage bags, then forced me to go shopping after dropping those bags off at a local shelter. We had a lot of fun that day. Margot returns with glasses of water, her face perfectly composed. The phone is gone. She hands me a glass with a smile that dies at the lips. "Better?" she asks. "Thank you," says Felissa, voice hoarse. We spend the day moving from one lavish treatment room to the next. First, hot stone massages that knead the ache from our shoulders, then rosewater facials that tingle on our skin, then an exfoliating scrub that leaves me slick and glowing. Felissa drifts into stillness under the therapist's gentle hands. Margot exhales so fully she seems to melt into the table. I close my eyes and let the scented breeze carry my thoughts away. Later, in the softly lit lounge, we sip green tea and nibble cucumber sandwiches. The changing room smells like eucalyptus, fresh and clean. Lockers open and close with soft metallic clicks. Towels are stacked on various carts around the room. Rogues hang in neat rows, identical and anonymous. I'm halfway dressed when I notice Felissa has already finished. She always dresses faster than the rest of us. No lingering. She fastens her watch, smooths her sleeves. Then she pauses. It's subtle, a hesitation so small I almost miss it. But something in her stillness makes me look up. Her gaze drops to her hands. She turns one palm up, then the other, as if checking them against an internal inventory. Her ring isn't there. There's a faint indentation on her finger where it usually sits, the skin pale, but the band itself is gone. Felissa scans the bench beside her, the locker, the tiled floor near her feet. "Did anyone see my ring?" she asks, her voice calm, almost casual. "Our rope one." I glance down at the ring on my finger. "Didn't you take it off for the massage?" Margot frowns. "Maybe it's in your locker?" Felissa opens it again, checks the small tray, the folded towel, the seam along the bottom. She even lifts the towel and shakes it once, lightly. Nothing. I watch her hands the entire time, how steady they are, how unhurried. If she's annoyed, she doesn't show it. If she's worried, it never makes it to her face. "It must have slipped off," I offer. "Maybe you thought you took it off but didn't?" Felissa shakes her head. "I know I took it off." She closes the locker with a decisive click. "Someone stole it."
Or you left it in the room?
"Maybe," she says. But as we walk toward the door, I catch the way her thumb brushes her bare pinky finger, just once, absent-minded, a gesture so habitual it feels automatic. No one says anything else. Lindy was also missing her ring. I wonder if anyone else noticed that. Lindy used to say it meant we were bound, no matter how far we wandered. I wonder now who decided to test that. We head to the elevator and Felissa pauses by the front desk while we carry on. We hold the door for her, and when she slips in, my eyes drift back to her hand. Empty. And I don't know why, I can't articulate it, not yet. But something about the loss feels wrong. That ring didn't slip. She didn't leave it behind. Someone took it. The elevator ride up to the suite is sticky with humidity. Margot stands at the front, watching the numbers tick upward, her spine a rod of polished steel. Felissa leans back against the mirror, arms crossed, gaze flicking to the carpet. When the doors open, our hallway is empty except for a single housekeeper pushing a cart. She nods to us, eyes flicking from face to face. And for a moment, I am convinced she's going to stop us and tell us something. Except she just pushes on. The suite is spotless, with fresh bouquets filling the space, courtesy of the hotel. I head into my room to change. I'm glad we decided to eat in tonight. What I have to say, I feel safer saying within the confines of our own suite, where no one else is listening. When I emerge, Margot is dialing the front desk, her voice slipping into the practiced purr of someone used to being obeyed. "We'll eat in," she says, loud enough for us all to hear. "Just keep it simple. But send up the good bread, please. And some wine. The concierge has my list of bottles we like." She hangs up with a snap. It's an unspoken rule that we assemble in the living room after any shared ordeal. So we do. Margot upright in the armchair, Felissa perched on the windowsill. I take the floor, cross-legged, pretending I'm stretching. For a few moments, there's nothing but the thrum of blood in my ears. "Did you find your ring?" I ask Felissa. She shakes her head. "Someone stole it. I looked at the sign-in sheet and we weren't the only ones there. I clear my throat, the sound tiny and deliberate. Who else was there? I ask. Cass. The way she says her name, I know I'm not the only one who doesn't completely trust her. Olivia, you had something you wanted to tell us this morning, didn't you? Margot says, and my stomach flops. I'm nervous, and I'm about to backtrack to say it was nothing, when there's a knock on the door. Chapter 32. We all freeze. Velissa's gaze snaps to the door first. She doesn't move, just tilts her head slightly as if she's listening for a second tell. Margot's hand goes automatically to her robe belt, tightening it like she can cinch the night closed. And me? I feel my pulse start running. Not panic yet. The beginning of it. The shift when your body decides it's no longer safe to lie. Velissa gets up to answer it. It's Cass. Her eyes sweep the room. Margot, Velissa, me. One clean pass, inventory taken. Then she smiles. Am I late? She asks, voice light, almost playful. Margot doesn't match it. How's the migraine? Once more, Cass steps inside without waiting for permission. She closes the door behind her with a gentle click, quiet, polite, final. Gone, she says finally. I went out for a walk and got caught in the rain, she adds, playing with her damp hair. How was your spa day? Anything exciting happen? Margot's voice stays smooth, hostess bright. We were about to eat, she says, ignoring the question. Perfect, Cass says, and drops down onto the carpet beside the coffee table like she's done it 100 times before. I'm starving. It takes everything in me to bite back my groan. Any courage I had to confess to Velissa and Margot evaporates with Cass's presence. There's no way in hell she gets to know this secret. Actually, Velissa says, something did happen. Someone stole my ring from my locker. That's odd, Cass says with a slight smile on her face. I'd like it back. Velissa's voice is no nonsense and accusatory. I'm sure you would. Cass's smile tweaks a little, but then there's another knock on our door. Dinner has arrived. Cass gets to her feet and reaches for the wine, uncorking it, pouring us all generous glasses. I drink mine like it's water, and wait for the effects to hit me. Cass pours me another. You might want to slow down there, Margot says as I reach for the glass. I take another sip, a big one. At least eat something, Velissa mutters. I'm about to ignore her suggestion when I realize she's probably right. I attack my salad, being sure to eat the chicken first before I finish the rest of my glass. I feel like I'm a live wire, every nerve ending in my body on fire. My leg bounces, my nails tap, tap, tap against my wine glass, and it's taking everything in me to not blurt out the one thing I know I shouldn't say. I've definitely drunk too much. Liv, you okay over there? Cass asks, a smirk playing with her lips that I want to slap off. She's fine. She just needs to eat something. Velissa's voice is pointed and sharp, just like her stare. I grab a piece of bread and stuff it in my mouth. Cass gives a small, indulgent hum. Oh, please, don't let my presence stop you. She rests her chin on her knee like we're at a sleepover, like we're 12. Like this isn't Paris and grief and a dead friend and notes under doors. I can't wait for the mouse to finally find her voice. The way Cass smirks is all it takes for my tongue to unwind and the words to slip off before I can stop them. I, in fact, do have something to say. I begin. Margot's smile tightens by a fraction. Do you think now is the right time? Her gaze cuts to Cass, then back to me. I laugh, once, high and wrong. My own voice sounds foreign. My hands are shaking so hard I lace my fingers together and press them into my lap. I killed him, I say. I killed James. Margot doesn't react. Velissa doesn't react. But Cass, her eyes sharpen. I killed James, I say again, even though I wish I could swallow the words back. It wasn't an accident.
He didn't stumble and fall like I'd said.
My breath stutters. I keep going because stopping feels like dying.
Well, he did. He tripped, but it was because of me. I mean, I didn't push him or anything. I just...
Liv. Margot's voice is low and full of warning. I ignore her.
I couldn't take it anymore, I admit.
Valissa shifts closer, her hand hovering near my knee like she's ready to anchor me if I tip over. Margot stays still. Too still. Like stillness is a skill.
He destroyed me,
I say.
He was abusive, you all know that. Ribs, legs, fingers. He broke me in so many ways.
I stop, swallow.
If he wasn't destroying my body, he was destroying my soul. I didn't know who I was anymore.
My throat tightens and I hate myself for it.
I hate that my body gives me away even now.
Valissa's hand lands on my knee. Warm, steady, not pity. The room is silent except for the hum of the suite and the distant, indifferent sound of Paris existing outside our grief. Cass tilts her head slightly. Her voice stays soft. "Did you mean to?" she asks. The question isn't curiosity. It's a blade. I flinch. Did I mean to kill him? I shake my head. No. I just wanted it to stop. I wanted us to go back to the couple we used to be. For him to be the man who swept me off my feet, you know? I stop the word vomit and breathe in deep before downing the rest of my wine in a single gulp. I remember hearing somewhere, some stupid story, that eye drops could make someone sick if they drank them. Nothing dramatic, just enough to make them off. Slower. Act like they were drinking, or feel exhausted all the time.
So I added a few drops in his water, or coffee, or wine even. Nothing noticeable, just enough to keep him off his game, I say. I wanted him to be the one making the mistakes, instead of me. I don't know. I guess I just wanted it to stop, and this seemed the easiest way. My voice rises at the end, like I need them to believe me. Margot's eyes don't leave my face. And that night, the one in Italy when he died, Cass tilts her head, her voice deceptively soft. He'd been drinking, I say quickly. Too quickly. He was always drinking, always irritated with me. We fought a lot. I swallow the tight-balled line of tripwire in my throat. We were coming back from dinner. It was at the Cliffside restaurant, one you could only get to by boat. While we were there, he'd been perfect, charming, funny. Everyone loved him. Of course they did. They always did.
And then we were alone,
I say, voice shaking. I think about that ramp, the one that led from the restaurant down to the dock. Long and narrow, with at least 4 twists from top to bottom. A low metal rail ran along one side, and the pathway down was slick with recent rain. I swallow hard, my throat burning. All I did was stumble, I say. That's it. Not even a fall, just my foot caught. I bumped him. A tiny thing. A laugh scrapes its way up my throat and dies before it becomes a sound. But he turned on me like I'd stabbed him. It wasn't that I hurt him, I whisper. But there was a group walking toward us, and My voice fractures. Embarrassed him, Margot whispers. I nod, my movement jerky. He walked ahead of me, I say. Fast. Too fast on the damp walkway. I called out. I wanted him to slow down, to wait for me. He was rounding one of the bends and turned, stumbling to the side. His hand slid along the rail, and then he was just... I swallow air. Gone. The word is barely audible. He didn't scream at first. I look at Cass, her hand covering her mouth, trying to hide from my words, from the truth. There was a ledge halfway down, I say. He hit that. His body lay crumpled, and all I could do was stand in shock. The room feels smaller now. I didn't mean for him to fall, I say, desperate. I just wanted him to feel off balance for once. The sob is ugly. It tears out of me like something I've been swallowing for years. I fold forward, hands over my mouth, like I can keep the sound inside my body and pretend it never happened. When I finally lift my head, my face wet and hot and wrecked, the room has shifted, but nobody has moved. That's when the worst realization arrives, sharp and clean. They're not surprised. Cass leans back slightly, one hand loose around the stem of her glass, and her gaze doesn't waver from mine. There it is, she says, so soft it's almost to herself. There's a note of something in her voice, like she's been waiting for the moment for a long time. My stomach turns as I wipe my face with the heel of my hand, smearing tears like evidence. I'm sorry, I say, because my mouth reaches for apology before it reaches for anything else. The words die. The apology collapses. Did I just apologize to my dead husband's mistress? What am I sorry for? For surviving? For not stopping him sooner? For saying it out loud? Margot exhales, not a sigh, a controlled release. Then she sets her glass down with a precise click and finally speaks like she's choosing every syllable. Okay, she says, her voice low and even. That's a lot. That's a lot. Not horror, not shock, just acceptance. Thank you for trusting us, she adds after a beat. Velissa's thumb makes a small arc against my knee. You understand, she says softly, that you don't get to panic now. She might as well have shouted. I blink. What? You told us, she continues, voice calm, practical, which means we're in it now, all of us, so we stay calm. Cass's eyes flick between them and back to me. Accessories, Velissa adds. That's what this makes us. The word hangs. I'm sorry, I whisper again, weaker now. Cass lifts her glass, not in a toast, not exactly, just a motion, a quiet punctuation, as if this was the moment she's been waiting for all along. Chapter 33. Margot Carmichael. Since we're sharing secrets and all, I say, slicing through the silence before someone else ruins the moment with their version of the truth. I've known for years this would surface, not because I'm haunted by it, but because secrets are currency, and sooner or later, you have to show your hand, especially when someone else has just laid theirs bare and doesn't yet understand the rules of the table. I tighten my hold on my wine glass and straighten my spine until it feels like a pillar. I tilt my head just enough to signal readiness. There's mercy in my timing, a precise incision to drain the room of pain before it festers, to redirect the blood before it pools around Olivia's feet and marks her forever. Cass notices first. She always does. Her eyes brighten, not with shock, but with interest. Velissa goes still in that protective, coiled way she does. I never liked champagne, I say, voice calm, clean. I drank it because Charles insisted. Every celebration, every performance. A small smile, polite, practiced. One section of our wine cellar was dedicated to champagne, if you can believe it. And yet you've been drinking it this whole trip. I don't believe you, Cass says, frowning. I shrug once, elegant, unbothered. I don't drink it for him anymore. That's the difference. I drink it because I choose to, because he can't choose for me anymore. Silence folds over the room. The air conditioning kicks on, shivering the curtains, and I follow the ripple with my gaze before returning it to them. I glance at Olivia then, just briefly, long enough to anchor her. This is what protection looks like, Liv. He liked to say it made things festive. I continue, that it put people at ease. What he meant was that it made them pliable. Cass lets out a soft sound, amused. You always did have a way with words. I ignore her. We met at a party. You already know that. Charity gala. The kind of event where men like Charles sharpen their image until it blinds you. He wore charm like a tailored suit, effortless, expensive, and utterly strategic. My nails click softly against the glass stem. I believed I was marrying a partner, someone who respected ambition. Instead, he pruned me like a bonsai, slowly, meticulously, not with violence, but with precision. A friend cut off here, a habit discouraged there, a dress he claimed did nothing for my body. Everything controlled, everything curated. I was an asset, not a wife. Olivia glances at me. She understands what I'm saying. I knew she would. I flex my fingers, reminding myself that I remain immaculate, even now.
I thought I was in control, but he only gave me the illusion of it. He slowly chipped away at who I was, at my name, my brand, my image, a little at a time. I didn't even notice it, not at first. His power came from subtraction. Every day he'd remove something small from my life, never all at once, never with a scene. It was like watching your own shadow dissolve until you doubt it ever existed. He was erasing you, Olivia mumbles. I nod. I thought about running, I admit, staring past them at the city lights. But he'd already planned for that. Prenups, private eyes, even my family held hostage by favors and debts. He was a man who left no door unlocked, not even heaven's. I realized the only exit was forward. That clarity became my compass. Cass makes a quiet sound, neither approval nor disgust. Velissa's jaw tightens. From the outside, I say, our marriage looked aspirational.
Power couple, philanthropy, the right tables, the right photos.
I pause, letting the image settle. But inside it was a closed system. He decided what I wore, when I spoke, how much space I was allowed to take up in a room. Olivia's fingers curl into the fabric of the sofa. She's listening too hard. I need her listening, but not drowning. I wasn't abused, I add smoothly, because I know how that word changes things. Not in the way people like to recognize. I was edited, corrected, reduced to the version of myself that best served his narrative. Velissa exhales slowly through her nose. She knows this language. Cass tilts her head. And when did you decide you were done being edited? A lesser woman would bristle. I don't. I didn't decide, I say. I realized. That gets Cass's attention. There's a difference, I continue. Decisions are loud. They announce themselves. Realizations happen quietly, usually when you understand that staying will cost more than leaving. I let my gaze drop. He was very good at reminding me what I owed him, I say. Everything I had, everything I was, even my anger when I was allowed to have it. Olivia swallows. I feel it like a vibration in the air. So, Cass says lightly, you're saying you snapped? I look up then, meet her eyes directly. No, I say. I'm saying I adapted. The word lands exactly where it should. My husband believed control was invisible. I continue, that if he applied enough pressure, I'd bend into permanence. I smile faintly. He never considered that pressure can also harden. I don't describe the moment. I don't need to. Olivia already did that work for the room, and I won't let her be the only one exposed. What happened to him, I say carefully, was the natural conclusion of a system he designed. Silence. Cass studies me like she's recalculating. Velissa's eyes flick to Olivia, then back to me. Olivia is shaking. I hadn't planned on that. I lean forward slightly, not toward Cass, not toward Velissa, toward Olivia. And before anyone asks the wrong question, I say evenly, no one here needs to know details. A pause.
What matters is that none of us woke up one morning and chose violence. I let that sit. We chose survival. Olivia's breath stutters. I see the guilt warring with relief in her face, and I know I have to finish this. I'm telling you this, I say, voice steady, because I won't let Olivia be the only one standing in the open. I glance at Cass now, pointed, and I won't allow this to become a spectacle. Cass smiles, slow and sharp. Oh, Margot, you always did like to manage the room.
Yes, I agree calmly. And I'm very good at it.
But I do have a question. I thought he died while you were on vacation. Your 10th anniversary, wasn't it? This group really has a thing about death and vacations.
Don't be cruel, Felissa tells her. I reach for my glass and take a sip. You're right, Cass. He died while we were on vacation. Drowned, actually. I catch the way Olivia blanches at the word. We were in Monaco. 2 weeks at sea on a private yacht. 2 weeks while I shopped and he held one meeting after the other, in between private gambling sessions at the casinos. That night we were alone, enjoying a nice dinner. The alcohol flowed a little too freely. I went inside to grab a sweater. When I came back, he'd already gone overboard. I keep my gaze on my glass as I swirl the red liquid in small circles.
The water swallowed him whole, I continue. The ocean gave me what he never could. Quiet. For the first time in years, I felt light, untethered. Over 10 years of control ending not with fireworks, but with ripples that died as soon as they began. The sweet goes silent. I study the liquid in my glass before taking another sip. The words settle between us. Cass smiles, a slow, hungry curve of genuine delight. Here's what I've learned about Cass DuPont. She is a chameleon. She chooses her colors with intent. When Lindy first brought her into our orbit, we welcomed her with open arms. I knew she came from money, but she always kept her background a secret, almost like she was ashamed of it. Lindy asked us not to press her, that she would tell us about herself in her own time. So we never did. Her gemology credentials were spotless. She's a well-known name in that industry and served on several charity boards, like the rest of us. Her husband died of sudden cardiac arrest at 59, leaving behind sympathy, assets, and no complications. Everything was convenient, and from what little I could find on her, nothing stood out. She might play at softness, but she smells like a shark. I recognize my own. When Cass finally looks up, her gaze slices clean through me. Her face is a careful arrangement, nothing sentimental, nothing wasted. Only the arch of one eyebrow gives away her interest, and then even that disappears. I can't say I'm surprised about any of this, she says, her voice low, conversational. But I pictured something more cinematic. She swirls the wine, watching the vortex she's created. About Charles. There were rumors after his death. Someone like him slipping over a railing and no one noticing. She pauses. If anything, Charles Carmichael was known for his spectacles. She smiles. Just a faint upturn, barely a blip. And the room tilts for a fraction of a second. It's a smile that says, I see you. I will not look away. But of course, she continues, almost kindly. It was just the two of you. Why would security need to hover? You were his wife. She lets the word wife do the work. Loving is implied. Loyalty is assumed. Silence is expected. I cross my legs, smooth my pajamas, reclaim my posture of poise and mastery. He deserved it, I say. I don't lose sleep over that. Not then, not now. There is no guilt in my voice, no apology, only truth. Cass's eyes gleam, sharp with interest.
Felissa listens without moving. Olivia's breath catches. "What about the record?" Cass asks lightly. "Insurance? Inquiries?" I tilt my head. Charles believed in contracts more than people. Staying married long enough was its own endurance test. I lift my glass. I passed. Cass's mouth curves, envy flickering through her gaze before she reins it in. "Clean," she murmurs. "I don't do messes." If she hears a warning, then she's heard correctly. Felissa nods once, slow and deliberate. Olivia watches us, eyes wide now, recalculating every assumption she's made about who I am and what I'm capable of protecting. In that silence, I see something shift in the room. Not horror, not judgment. Recognition. We are no longer four women with shadows behind us. We are women who've handled what needed handling.
The only question now is, which of us is dangerous enough to do it again?
Chapter 34. Felissa McCormick. The room is a shipwreck of spent tears and unasked questions. 4 women, a marble table littered with empty wine bottles. But nobody admits that we've long since run aground. The bottle of champagne sits in a puddle of its own condensation, neck glossy and sweating, the gold foil torn and ragged. The air is thick with the exhausted perfume of luxury, and underneath that, the sour musk of old fear. How the hell did this happen, and why, for the love of God, did it have to happen with Cass in the room? Damn it, Olivia. If I had known that she was going to go up shit creek and confess tonight, I would have stopped her. What did she think was going to happen by unburdening herself? I've watched her all night, reducing herself to wisps and edges. She hugs her knees to her chest, shoulder blades pressed to the banquette as if she wants to flatten herself into the wall. And why did Margot have to follow? I understand her reasoning. We protect each other. But do we have to condemn ourselves at the same time? If she thought confessing her darkest sin would help Olivia, she couldn't be more wrong. Olivia is being buried under the heaviness of her guilt. When she says anything, she never raises her eyes farther than the rim of her glass. When she listens, her thumb rubs a circle on her neck. We've become mirrors for each other's shame, trapped in an echo chamber with nothing but our own bad music for company. So I rise, careful not to scrape the chair, and stalk the length of the room to the wet bar. Not that we need more alcohol, but we do. I choose a Prosecco this time and pour into Olivia's flute first. She probably won't drink it, but I still pour. Next is Margot's glass. Her lips curl into a half smile as she accepts the flute, as if to reassure me that she's above the fray, despite her recent confession. I turn to Cass, but she covers the top of her glass with her palm. I then fill my own, cradling it between both hands as I return to my seat. My eyes are anchored not on Olivia, who is already halfway to disappearing, but on Margot. I want her to hear this first, want to see if the muscles in her famous face will betray her. I wait 3 full seconds, and in that time, everything stills. The women, the air, the rhythm of my own pulse. Then I break it, sharp, clean, surgical. My husband's climbing accident wasn't an accident. I say, I cut the rope myself. The words hang in the air. Olivia's throat bobs once, twice, and the liquid in her glass trembles, sending ripples across its golden surface. My voice feels clean in my mouth, like I've finally rinsed away years of grit. Margot's fingernail hovers a millimeter above her drink, tracing the path of a single bubble as it rises and bursts. The muscles along her jawline shift beneath her skin, tightening until a small vein pulses at her temple. Cass just laughs, a full, sarcastic laughter that grates my nerves. "Of course," she mutters, shaking her head like she's not surprised. "This is the dead husband's club, after all." I tip my head, accepting the challenge as she intended. I planned it for 6 months, maybe longer if you count the time I spent dreaming about it.
The silence that follows is the kind that recalibrates a room.
Olivia's pupils dilate, her body language inching from compressed apology into something closer to fear. Fear not just of me, maybe, but of what's possible in a person with a deficit of regret and a surplus of time. Her mouth half opens, then clamps shut again on a sliver of air, as if she's biting back some reflexive protest. I want to tell her I'm sorry, but I don't. Where did that feeling come from? I have no reason to apologize, especially not to anyone in this room. They're not the keepers of my secrets. Margot doesn't move at all, her gaze pinned to the spot on my forehead where, years ago, she once pressed an ice cube to a hangover headache. This is her version of empathy, a freeze frame, a deliberate refusal to break composure in the face of confession. I'd always admired it, that ability to look anything in the eye and never be the first to blink. Now, seeing it from the other side, I realize it's not armor but a dare, an invitation to see how far I'll go before I force her to react. Did she learn that from Charles? I inhale, and the memory of resin and stone dust resurfaces, unpleasantly vivid. You want details, I say, almost tender. You want to know if I'm serious, or if this is some next-level trauma bonding. A smile tugs at one side of my mouth, involuntary. I am, and it's not. Olivia's breathing has gone shallow, her arms coiled so tightly around her knees I worry she'll snap a rib. I can feel her reaching back, sifting through every moment she's ever spent with me, searching for hints of danger in our shared history. What she's forgotten is that I wasn't the dangerous one. Not then, not when we first became friends. I became dangerous only out of necessity. Only when it became clear that she, Margot, and Lindy would never survive without me to carry the burden. Victor was a liability, I say. A bomb with a long, slow fuse. I pause and take a sip, letting the bubbles play on my tongue before swallowing. You know what the hardest part was? I ask, though I don't expect an answer. Not finding a way to do it. God, that was easy. He lived his life on the edge, always taking risks. No, the hardest part was the patience. I had to train myself to passively want him dead over and over until the wanting itself was white noise. I swirl the Prosecco, watch the bubbles crawl from the bottom like survivors. After a while, it wasn't even about him. It was about the perfect crime, the engineering of it. And yes, I say, looking toward Olivia, it was the perfect crime. I just added some assurances to it. And no, I won't explain what. I agree with Margot. The details don't matter. Not anymore. Olivia has her eyes closed. Like if she can't see me talk, she can't hear me either. Margot's lips stay perfectly parted. The next word cued, but not yet released. I want them to understand, but I don't need their forgiveness. I want to be seen, fully, by people who know what it's like to choose necessity over innocence. There's freedom in it, I finish quietly, doing what everyone else won't even admit to wanting. I could say I'm sorry, but that would be a lie. Margot sets her glass down. The crystal's ring on marble jolts the air. She doesn't look at me, only past me. Her face masks everything, but her fingers betray her. Blanched, tense, every gesture a controlled detonation. Olivia tries to speak. Her tongue is stuck. The girl can't hide anything on her face. I know exactly what she's thinking. She remembers being there and is rethinking every moment. I turn to Olivia. No one suspected. Not friends, not police. Pride flares. I catch myself, then remember how I held Olivia's knee earlier, steadied her in the storm. Olivia finds her voice. I was there. You never... I just thought you were in shock. I shrug. You were never to know. Silence ripples. Then Margot whispers,
I had no idea. The walls close in. My hand curls around my glass. Relief surges at being seen for who I am. I glance at Margot and see a calculated sadness in her lowered lashes, a hard seam to her lips. My voice softens. My husband had a particular appetite. One I didn't realize until later, when I found the photos. Olivia's eyes tighten. She understands. This isn't just a confession. It's an offering.
So you killed him because he was cheating on you?
Cass sounds incredulous, and I guess I don't blame her since she really doesn't understand. The affairs with the adult women didn't bother me, I tell her. I stress the word adult. If she can't read between the lines, then I'm not going to be the one to explain it to her. Margot straightens, every muscle rehearsed. She rises, fills her glass, and then downs the drink in one efficient swallow, moves to the window, turns. This changes things, she declares. I catch the way Olivia shoots me a look, but I keep my focus on Margot. It changes nothing. My heartbeat slows, and in the heavy aftermath, there's relief. Masks are off. I guess that's all of us then, Olivia murmurs. No, we're still waiting for one other. I look specifically at Cass. She has a half smile on her face, but her lips remain tight.
I lean into the cushions, silk cool against my spine. Relief hums through me, not because it's over, but because the truth has weight now. It can be used. And Cass DuPont, for all her sharpness, has just shown her hand. She thinks she can keep her own secrets, but she doesn't realize Lindy already let them spill. She's as much a Black Widow as we are.
Chapter 35. Olivia.
The suite is a vacuum, sucking all sound and air to the dead center. Margot stands by the window, arms folded. Belissa walks back and forth, 3 paces, pivot, 3 paces. Cass has claimed the armchair, one thigh draped over the other, ankle tracing lazy pendulums above the carpet. The smile on her face reminding me of a cat playing with a mouse moments before it kills it. Is she? No, she's not the one who killed Lindy. She wouldn't have done that. They were close friends, and she didn't arrive until the next day. But she knows something, and I wish she'd just come out and say it. Nobody speaks. It's not grief anymore. It's something raw, more animal, as if the real threat has just revealed itself, and the instinct is to freeze, count heartbeats, and wait for the predator to move first.
What's this?
Belissa stops in front of the suite door, her shoes barely touching the tip of an envelope that has been slipped under it. She bends to pick it up, then opens the door, stepping out into the empty hallway. When did this come? No one answers because there's nothing to say. Concierge probably got housekeeping to slide it under the door during their rounds, Cass says. Margot heads to the phone and hits a button. Yes, did you send up a letter to our suite? She pauses, looking at Felissa. Who gave it to you? Her brow furrows as she listens in. I see. Thank you. She hangs up and for a moment doesn't say anything. What did he say? Belissa asks. Just that it was left on his desk with our room number on it.
He had someone bring it up, but when it's late, they don't like to knock. So it was slid under our door.
Belissa retreats to the table where she lays the envelope flat. I climb to my feet and join them, and we all stare at it, as if expecting it to detonate. Cass, remaining in her seat, is the one who says, well? But her tone is so low it barely counts. Belissa slides a thumb under the flap, unfolds the note, scans it, and then reads aloud, her voice smooth as cut glass. Your alibis won't save you this time. She turns it around so we can all read it for ourselves. That's it. No signature, no flourish. The bottom falls out of my stomach. My first thought, my only thought, Someone knows. Not just about James. Not just about the individual tragedies we each thought we'd sealed in their own private vaults, but about all of it. About the pact. About every accident that has ever been a group project, even if the group never agreed to name it. Margot leans in over Velissa's shoulder, eyes flicking over the letters as if she might find some clue from the way the ink sits on the paper. She snorts, a sharp, feral sound. "Copycat," she says, but the tremor in her hand as she presses the note flat gives her away. Everyone wants to be the fucking Zodiac now. Cass, who has not shifted so much as an eyelash, lets the smallest smile curve her lip. "I guess your little circle isn't as closed as you thought it was. Who else have you told your deadly little secrets to?" I can't take it. The bravado, the snide comments. My own voice comes out high, wild, ricocheting off the ceiling. I have more notes in my room. I see the way their eyes converge on me, the weight of their surprise almost crushing. "Velissa told me it was just staff, but then I got another one and I thought maybe it was..." I can't finish the sentence, but my gaze slips toward Cass. Cass laughs, a single bark, so sharp it feels like a slap. "Oh, sure, I'm the villain in this story." Well, it couldn't be Margot, because she got one too, and I know it wasn't Velissa. Margot closes her eyes, the lines around her mouth cut deep enough to bleed. What did they say, Liv? It takes me less than 2 minutes to grab them. The first one arrived after Lindy. I swallow hard. This was the last one. One down, who's next? I say, my voice shaking a little as I turn it around and show everyone. When did you get that? Velissa is at my side and takes it from me. Who's next? Who did it? She turns on Margot and Cass. Margot's brows rise in shock while Cass just chuckles. You said you got 2? Velissa holds out her hand and waits for me to drop the second one in. She reads it silently. What does it say? Cass asks. Now you're free, liar. I hold my head up high as I speak the words. Velissa continues to stare at the notes before she takes them to the table and drops them beside the other. So we've got some notes, Velissa says. 4, Margot interjects. 4? Margot nods. The one that came addressed to me. And? Cass asks when Margot doesn't say more. Margot shrugs. I don't know. I didn't read it. Velissa took it. All eyes turn to Velissa, but I speak up. The water hides nothing. Velissa's eyes narrow. You already know I found the note in your room. Her lips thin, but she doesn't say anything. The water. So is that about Lindy's death or Charles's? Margot shakes her head. Has anyone else received notes you thought to keep secret? She looks to Cass. I'm not part of your killer club, remember? The smirk on her face is slappable. For a moment, no one moves. The city continues to exist on the other side of the glass, but inside the suite, the only motion is the faint tremor in Margot's left hand as she crushes the envelope into a tight white ball. Margot turns to Velissa but doesn't say anything, only waits. What about the photographs? I issue a quiet challenge, but a challenge nonetheless. She can't keep all the secrets, not anymore. Right, the photographs. Wasn't there a note too? Margot asks. Velissa sighs. Yes. What did the note say? Margot prods. Confessions untangle like a loosely tied noose. Your past isn't so secret anymore. One of you has already slipped. Who's next? She recites it by heart, but it's the noose part that scares me the most. Someone knows. And the photos? I'd like to see them. Margot's brow arches the longer it takes for Velissa to move toward her room. I run a hand over my jaw, try to steady my voice. What if it's someone in the hotel? Margot's eyes sharpen, bright and alive in the city glow. Or someone in this room. A silence drops, thicker than before. We all know what she's suggesting, and the part of me that still wants to trust is the part that hurts the most. Valissa returns and dumps the contents of the envelope onto the coffee table. At first, no one moves. Then, one by one, we go through the images. Cass holds one with her in it. I've got to say, this is brilliant. Slow burn. Watch us cannibalize each other. Notes, photos, death. If one of you is doing this, bravo. You have got to be kidding me.
Are you seriously accusing us? Of what? Margot's voice is sharp like a sword. You were there in my room, Valissa, when my note arrived, remember? Why would I send one to myself? And Olivia, seriously. She rolls her eyes. Please, it's someone else. Someone who knows, or thinks they know. Valissa shakes her head. All of this is too specific, too well-timed. If it was some internet troll, they'd want a show. This is personal. Cass stretches her leg, her head lolling back against the chair. So what's the move? Lawyers? Police? I hear the French are very discreet if you tip them well. Margot lets out a sound, low and humorless. You know that's not an option. A beat. Then quietly, it's never been, I say, surprising even myself. Valissa's jaw flexes, her gaze locked on the pattern of the rug. This isn't like before. We're not kids anymore. Cass raises an eyebrow. Like that matters. The room fractures. For a second, I think Valissa will launch herself across the table. Instead, she grabs the envelope from Margot and holds it up to the light, searching for what? Fingerprints? Watermarks? Ghosts? For the rest of this trip, we need to stay together. No solo trips, no splitting up, Valissa says, looking right at me. Cass snorts, but doesn't argue. Margot stands, stalks to the minibar, and pours herself a shot of vodka. Neat. She doesn't offer, doesn't wait for consent. We should burn the notes, she says. Flush them or something. Valissa shakes her head. Not yet. There could be more. Or a pattern. She glances at me. Liv, did yours come in envelopes? I nod. Get them. I obey. My legs barely work, but I head to my room, retrieve the envelopes, and return. The second I lay them on the table, Cass's gaze sharpens, hungry as a wolf's. Valissa holds both notes side by side, her lips moving as she reads each one again, as if searching for a hidden message, a subtext only she could decipher. They're identical, she says at last. Same paper, same writing. Whoever sent these has access to us, to the hotel, maybe even to our rooms. Valissa's eyes go hard. Staff? Margot nods. Or someone who can blend in as staff. A guest, a PI, someone who follows true crime podcasts. It could be anyone. Cass laughs again, this time with something like admiration. You're overthinking it. All someone would need to do is slip some money to the staff, ask them to deliver it to our room, and that's that. I can't sit. I cross to the window, needing space, needing air, but Paris is just a blur of light and shape, and nothing out there makes sense or offers safety. I turn, desperate. What do we do? For a long moment, nobody answers. Margot gives a small, sharp nod, as if she's been waiting for someone to ask. Nothing. We're leaving soon anyway. The air in the suite is electric. So charged, I think the lights themselves might shatter. I look at my friends, my accomplices, my only hope, and I realize that whatever we were before, we are something new now. We are 4 women in a box of glass and secrets, waiting for the axe to fall. Chapter 36. Cass. Finally, this is exactly what I've been waiting for. After all the deadly confessions, silence blooms like a budding rose, and I inhale its scent completely intoxicated. Can they tell? I doubt it. Other than Valissa, no one has really shown much interest in me. I was a +1 to them, Lindy's tag-along. Listening to their confessions, how they killed their husbands, the methods, the aftermath,
The so-called defenses that are just excuses. I'm both appalled and excited. This is what I've been waiting for. This is what I've been working toward. I can't believe they still haven't figured out who's sending the notes and who left the photographs. The air is loaded, heavier than mercury and at least twice as toxic, and I savor this. I reach into my bag and remove a small velvet pouch. No one speaks. I loosen the drawstring and tip the contents into my palm. A gold chain,
A small rose-cut black diamond, framed in soft gold, catching the low light in shallow, muted flashes. I brought this for Lindy, I say. It belonged to a piece I found at an auction. The woman who owned it wore it when she killed her husband. Olivia's breath hitches. Margot doesn't move at all. Felissa's eyes drop briefly to the stone, then lift again. Another one? Lindy loved the story. I continue, my tone conversational. She said she should have worn something like it. I wait a half-second for their reaction. Don't worry, she spilled her secrets a long time ago, I say with a smile. Since she's not here to wear it, maybe someone else should. It's a simple statement, but one full of accusation. I close my fingers around the necklace, feeling the cool weight of it press into my skin. Any takers? I ask as my gaze moves slowly, deliberately, from face to face, and stops on Olivia. Seems fitting. I step forward and place the chain around her neck, fastening it as I do so. The stone looks perfect against her pale skin. James would have loved it, I add, just for the reaction. Margot's right hand wraps around a flute of champagne that she apparently has never liked, but drinks because he can't. A weak excuse, in my opinion. She rotates the glass in quarter turns, north, east, south, west. The tip of her index finger trembles, something I've noticed, but I'm not sure anyone else has. Across from her, Felissa watches the rest of us. In another life, I would have labeled her as someone who lived and breathed military intelligence. I know she visits the gun range twice a week and sits on a variety of charity boards using her legal background and affluence to the betterment of others. Her jaw pulses as she chews her tongue, her gaze fluttering between Margot and Olivia, like she's waiting to see which one will combust first. Olivia is curled into the crook of the velvet couch, with her knees drawn up so far she might disappear behind them. There's no color in her face, and the skin under her eyes is ghosted blue. She keeps touching the pendant. She's probably itching to take it off. Out of all three, she's the one I can't get a proper read on. Who she is when the others are around is vastly different to who she is in private. I've been watching her, studying her, trying to figure out what James ever saw in her. I knew she was responsible for James's death, but I never understood how. Rindy never gave me the specifics. Now I understand, and am underwhelmed. It was simply an accident. Sure, she poisoned him, and for that she'll still get what's coming to her, but his death? Not as dramatic as I thought. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I portray a watchful stillness that broadcasts nothing and absorbs everything. I let the moment stretch, then tighten, then whine at the edge of breaking. The others think they're waiting for some new disaster, but really they're just waiting for me. I oblige. I suppose it's my turn to confess, I say, and I relish how my voice slices cleanly through the heaviness. Or are we pretending that 3 in one evening is the limit? I take my time. Why not? The stage is set and the audience is primed for blood. Is this where you tell us how you killed your husband? Felissa asks. No. I laugh. That is not a story for this group. I lean forward, elbows on my knees, fingers laced. I've thought about this moment ever since I learned the truth. I've played it in my mind, rehashed all the words I would say and don't say, wondering at what moment they realize they've been played. I must say, I'm not surprised about all these confessions.
You're killers, after all. Don't insult yourselves by acting like this is a revelation or a one-time thing. I watch my words sink in. But there is one question that's been gnawing at me ever since we sat down tonight. I let the silence lap around their ankles. Tell me, was my brother your first victim as a group? For a full 10 seconds, the world stops turning. Margot, ever the professional, recovers first.
I don't know what you're talking about, she says, her tone so smooth you could skate on it, but her thumb is blanching the stem of the glass, and the quiver at her temple is now a full spasm. Velissa's body rotates toward me, shoulders squared. You're being dramatic, Cass, she says, but the words are stripped of any real threat. Olivia sinks further into the couch, eyes wide, hand now a claw at her throat. It was an accident, she whispers. I savor their discomfort the way some people savor truffles or pearls. Don't insult me with denials, I say, my accent crisp, each consonant striking a beat. Lindy told me everything. When Lindy first reached out to me, I was a little curious and slightly flattered. She came up with some story about reconnecting, but the truth is, her guilt was eating at her. She kept bringing up school, family, and then oh so casually mentioned my brother.
One night, over some wine, she finally confessed the truth. I wanted to contact the police, but then our family's name would be smeared in the press as the truth of my monster brother came out. No doubt more women would have come forward too. My father's money could only pay off so many victims. I reach down from my bag and pull out a folder, a relic of another life. I toss it onto the coffee table. I decided that since legally these women would never pay for their crimes, I could at least make them suffer in other ways. Head games were always my specialty. Margot doesn't move to open it, but the tension in her arm tells me she wants to. Instead, she says, "This isn't the time." I cut her off, one manicured finger raised. I have pictures. I tap the folder of all of us, sophomore year. You remember that night, don't you? Even if you barely remember me. I pause and take in their curious expressions. Oh, did I not tell you we all went to school together? I always wondered why you never realized who I was. Lindy asked us not to look you up, Olivia says, her voice small, mouse-like. And you listened to her? I shake my head at the naivety. That's too bad. Lindy knew right away who I was when she reached out to me. She even showed me a picture, a group photo of you all, me and my twin brother. My cat-like grin deepens as I see the horror on their faces. Let me refresh your memory, shall I? It was one of those house parties. We were all in front of a fire, beers in hand. That was the night when our poor Lindy got so drunk she nearly drowned in her own vomit, and my brother was the only one there for her. He took her back to her dorm room and made sure she was okay. Where were you all? Oh, right. You were all drunk as well, having your own fun. Did that eat you up with guilt, knowing you might have prevented what happened to her? I flip open the folder. Inside, high-gloss prints, some fading at the edges. The 5 of us and him. My brother. His death was ruled a suicide, but I never believed it, I say, softer now. The letter left behind? That wasn't from him. I lay out a copy of the note, careful to keep my nails clear of the page. I also have a recording, the last voicemail my brother ever left me. You want to hear it? No one answers, but no one looks away. I find the recording and play it. My brother's voice, slurred but urgent. Cass, I fucked up. I don't know what to do. Please call me back. If this gets out, they're going to kill me. When the audio cuts, the suite is silent except for Olivia's whimper and the distant, ever-present hum of the city below. I wondered for a long time who they were, I say. At first, I didn't really believe him. I figured he was being melodramatic or that he lost some money to some sharks and needed help. Then I figured he meant our parents, because, let's face it, my father was tired of my brother's screw-ups, and while he wouldn't have actually killed him, he would have cut off access to funds.
I sigh, making sure it's a little dramatic. But then Lindy slipped one night, and I didn't have to wonder anymore. Margot's composure is cracking, her lips pull tight, and the knuckles of her left hand gleam white. Your brother was a monster? I finish for her. Yes, he was. But so are we, darling. Some monsters just eat each other instead of children. Velissa's voice comes out low, almost pleading. Cass, you don't know what he did. I look at her, and for the first time in the years I've known her, I see the raw seam of her fear. Try me. She glances at Olivia, who is now crying openly, tears sluicing down her face in jagged lines. He hurt her, Velissa says. She swallows hard. He raped Lindy. She wasn't the only one either. He had a reputation, but no one was going to help. Her word against his. The school, the police, no one was going to take our side. Margot said... She stops, the words failing. Margot says nothing, but her face is a cover of every lie she's ever told. I inhale. For a second, something almost like pity crosses my mind. Then I exhale and feel nothing. My brother wasn't perfect, I say, and the words come out colder than intended as memories of my childhood with him try to seep in. I push them back into their dungeon. But he didn't deserve what you did, and neither did Lindy. I stand and move to the window, fingers splayed against the cold glass, Paris burning in fractured halos across the river. I've always loved this city. I feel its heartbeat deep inside my bones. I hate that it took Lindy from me, but after tonight, even if she were still alive, I doubt our friendship would have survived. My friendship with Lindy was real, even after she told me the truth about my brother's death. I saw how much she regretted what happened. She kept telling me how it was an accident, how he fell and hit his head, and how you all panicked and made it look like a suicide. I saw how destructive carrying that secret was for her. You know, I started to care for her, really care, as a friend. Unlike all of you, her death hurts me inside. I pause, letting my words sink in. You know what I wanted, all these years, I say, still looking at the city. I wanted to see what kind of women could kill a man and live with themselves. Turns out, the same kind who murder their husbands and call it accidents. I turn. I can't say I'm surprised. Surprised you didn't just look in the mirror, Olivia says, a slight challenge in her voice. I eye her for a second, but then dismiss her comment. Margot tries again, but now her voice is less velvet, more wire. Cass, it was an accident. You need to listen. I cut her off with a single sharp gesture. No, I've listened enough. Now it's your turn. Him falling and hitting his head might have been an accident, but Velissa is the one who pushed him. Not only that, but you made it look like a suicide, complete with a note. That was on you. You have no proof. So we all went to the same school together. That's not enough. And claiming Lindy told you, that's hearsay, isn't it? Velissa sounds bored, but I see through her. I walk back to my seat, slow and deliberate. I wonder what the Paris police would think about reopening Lindy's case, I say, letting the words hang like the sword of Damocles. Especially where there's an eyewitness to her death. I let my smile widen, knowing exactly how brutal my words are. Lindy's death wasn't an accident. And yes, I do have proof. 3 confessed murderers in one suite. I'd say that's the story of the year. I sit, cross my legs, slowly lean back. No one moves for a full minute. Then, without warning, Olivia launches herself from the couch and makes a dash for the bathroom. The door slams, and the sound of retching echoes down the hall. Velissa stands, muscles coiled, and faces me. You have no proof. I give her my coldest smile. Wanna bet on that? Margot watches us both, then tips back her champagne and drains it in one clean motion. I always wondered why I couldn't get a read on you,
she says.
Now I know. In the next room, the retching subsides.
I suggest we finish our drinks, I say, before the gendarmes arrive. Margot laughs, soft and broken. You're serious, aren't you? Deadly. No one moves. The city glows beyond the glass, indifferent and beautiful. Paris has always loved monsters. It just prefers them well-dressed. Olivia is still in the bathroom. I hear the faucet running now, the steady rush of water meant to disguise the sound of crying. It doesn't. Valissa remains standing, rigid, like she's waiting for permission to either kill me or kneel. Now wouldn't that be a sight? Margot reaches for the bottle and refills her flute with a hand that barely shakes. Professional to the end. Good. I settle deeper into the couch, crossing my legs. They think this is the climax. They're wrong. It's only going to get worse. So much worse.
Chapter 37. Olivia. The inside of this hotel bathroom is a mausoleum, with white tile and black stone, and a hush so complete that even my ragged breathing echoes. I brace my palms on either side of the sink, head low, hair loose and wet at the temples. The things Cass said, I can't wrap my head around it. She knows. She knows all of it. About James, about Italy, about Chase, about all of it. Lindy told her. And she has proof that Lindy was murdered? The realization lands slow and brutal, with my pulse a jackhammer in my throat. I try to swallow, but my tongue is dry and fat and won't obey. Lindy did the one thing we all promised we wouldn't. She told her our secret. Did she hold anything back, or just spill like a sieve, unburdening her soul and expecting us to just accept it? Everything has changed now. Instead of being 4 girls and a dead boy, now it's 4 women with deadly secrets.
The guilt is the same. The blood is the same. Only thicker now, harder to wash off. I dab my mouth with toilet paper, flush, and run cold water until the nerves in my hands reset. In the mirror, I see the ghost of my college self, skinny, greasy, hopeful, so desperate to belong that I would do anything, even kill. But there's something else in my reflection now. Fear. Because if Lindy told Cass everything, who else might know? I dry my hands slowly, steady my breathing, pull my shoulders back the way Margot would. Then I open the door and return to the main room on autopilot. Cass will not see me broken. Speaking of which, she's still in her chair, legs crossed, eyeing me like I'm prey. For a second, nobody acknowledges me. I could be a ghost, or a memory, or just an echo of the person they used to know. I collapse on the couch, arms wrapped around my waist to hold the pieces together.
Feel better? The sarcasm in Cass's voice is a knife to my soul. You said... My voice cracks, the words breaking before they reach anyone. Cass's laugh is knife-sharp. That I have proof? Oh, yes, indeed I do. About all of it. Do you honestly think I'm going to let you get away with another murder? My mouth gapes open, but no words come out. Whose idea was it to string him up to make it look like a suicide? Her focus is on me, laser-centered, and I feel skewered. It was an accident, I manage to whisper, even though I know it means nothing. We were panicking, and I stop when I catch Felissa's sharp glance. And you, what? Come on, Olivia, what did you do? Threaten to kill him? Her hand goes up, stopping me from even trying to answer. Oh, wait, that was Valissa. You all went up to his room that night intending to punish him. Who the hell did you think you were? Judge and jury? What gave you that right? That's not it, I want to say. He raped Lindy. He hurt her, then laughed about it, then dared her, us, to do something. He left us no choice. But my mouth won't form the words. The others are silent,
Even Velissa, who never shies from a fight, seems stunned into inaction. Cass stands, walks to the table, and lifts her glass in a parody of a toast. "To justice," she says, "and to the women who made it happen." The sense of collapse is total. I look at my hands, still trembling, still marked by the ghost of old rope, and wonder how many more times I will have to pay for that one night, that one decision. The world shrinks to the size of this suite, to the four of us, to the long shadow of a dead boy swinging in a circle, forever and ever. Amen.
And I know with an ice-cold certainty that nothing will ever be the same.
Chapter 38. Margot. It's an hour before sunrise when I admit defeat and pull on the silk robe. After last night, sleep was the last thing my mind and body wanted to do. I leave my room and head to the sitting area. After last night, we're all ready to leave to get as far away from Cass as we can. Last night, she threatened police involvement, but would she make it come true? A part of me wants to say no, but that was before we knew who she really was. Now we know she's not just James's mistress, she's Chase Whitmore's sister. That changes everything. She's not here just to mess with Olivia. She's here for revenge on all of us. I make a cup of coffee and sit at the small table facing the window, hands folded, back straight. I palm a single loose strand of hair, loop it behind my ear, and scan my phone for news. My busy life doesn't pause just because I'm on vacation. I run one of the busiest luxury real estate firms on the East Coast, and I like to stay on top of any leaked divorce settlements, upcoming engagements, and social media feeds of the rich and famous who want to make sure everyone knows they're rich and famous. At precisely 6:14 a.m., I hear the click of something crisp hitting the marble hall floor outside the suite. My heart stutters. This time I don't hesitate. I'm already moving and reach the door in 3 strides, wrenching it open. I'm so done with all these notes. A housekeeper in a pale gray uniform is halfway down the corridor, a linen cart parked beside her. She's adjusting a stack of towels, head bent. "Excuse me," I call out. She turns. Her expression is polite. "Oui, madame?" I step into the hall, letting the door half close behind me. "Were you just at this door?" Her brows knit faintly. "Non, madame." Her accent is soft, unbothered. I glance at the cart. Fresh sheets, wrapped soaps. "You're certain?" I ask. I know I heard something.
"Oui, madame. Is there a problem?"
I look down. A white envelope sits on the mat at my feet. When I look back up, the maid is still watching me. "Did you see who left that?" I ask, smoothing my voice.
"No, I'm sorry."
I stand there a second too long. If she's lying, she's good. If she's telling the truth... But I don't see how that's possible unless whomever left this note is still close by, hidden. Cass's room is down the hall, past where the housekeeper stands. She would have seen if Cass had been here before running back to her room, right? So if it wasn't Cass, then who? I grab the envelope and retreat back into the room, locking the door behind me. This time it's addressed simply, Madame. I open the envelope by pressing my thumbnail along the glued seam. Inside is a single photograph of Lindy in the water, with 3 simple words. Only 3 left. 3 left. I immediately see Lindy lying in the water and realize we're all in danger. This is a countdown. 1 is dead, 3 more to go. If this isn't Cass, then someone else is counting. But who? Who else is here and took this photo? For a beat, I consider waking Velissa. She sleeps light, and I know she'd want to be briefed, but she's earned at least another hour of oblivion after last night. And Olivia? No. The last thing that woman needs is another piece of evidence to chew until it shreds her nerves raw. I'm sitting at the table when Velissa finally leaves her room. "There's something you need to see," I say, before she can even utter a good morning. Olivia appears a moment later. I tap the image waiting on the table.
They come to stand at my side.
I turn the photo over so they can read the message. Olivia leans forward.
Only 3 left, she reads aloud. Silence.
Felissa doesn't sit. She remains standing, eyes moving between us. Who took this? She repeats the question, slower. When? Who else was there? Olivia's hand goes to her throat. I notice the necklace Cass gave her is still there. Why do you still have that on? I ask. Felissa's brows furrow as she follows my gaze. They killed Lindy and now we're next. Olivia ignores my question. Or someone wants us to think that way. Felissa taps her fingernail against the paper. Cass? Olivia asks. I shake my head. This is too obvious for her. Or she wants us to think that. Felissa lets out a soft sigh. What if Lindy told someone else? Olivia pulls out a chair and drops down. She was unraveling, obviously. She told Cass.
Who's to say she didn't tell someone else? Maybe that person is responsible for the photographs.
Felissa and I both take a seat. What if Lindy wasn't the target? Olivia continues. What if she was the first? No one speaks. We're all taking it in. We all married influential husbands. What if someone knows what we did? What if someone else is here for revenge? Felissa's jaw tightens. Lindy didn't know my secret. Are you sure? I ask. I think about all the late nights when Felissa and Lindy stayed up drinking. Even Felissa has her weak moments. The cutting glance she gives me tells me otherwise. Maybe someone else knows about that night, Olivia whispers. I think about the rope, the party downstairs, the weight of his dead body as we lifted Chase up. Maybe someone saw us leave his room. Maybe someone put 2 and 2 together. Maybe Lindy blabbed to someone else, hoping to ease her guilty conscience. No one has said it, but I know we're all angry with her. Angry that she broke our pact, that she told Cassandra everything. If she were still alive, I'd threaten to kill her myself. So we're saying it's not Cass. She didn't kill Lindy, right? Olivia asks. She's playing with that damn necklace again. I don't think it's her. If she were going to do something, she would have done it a long time ago. True. Olivia straightens her back. She's a black widow, just like us. Felissa doesn't look surprised. What does she know that I don't? I know. Lindy told me. Told you what? I interject, insanely curious about this secret I'm apparently the last to find out. Her husband had a heart attack, I thought.
That she caused.
How do you know this? I remember Liv mentioned something last night too, but Cass shrugged her off.
Lindy. I guess he was ill and she was handling the medication. Lindy didn't know specifics. She just saw something sketchy once while having coffee at their house. This was back before Lindy introduced us all.
I turn to Felissa. And you knew this too? She leans back in her seat and closes her eyes. I figured Lindy told you as well. So, what do we do now? Olivia asks. Cass did mention the police, right? The same thing we decided last night, says Felissa. Last night, after Cass finally left, the 3 of us discussed going home. This was supposed to be a 10-day trip, but we changed our flights. We'd decided Cass was just bluffing, that if she'd called the police, we'd already be taken into custody. So we're going to enjoy one last day, leave early, and take steps necessary to protect ourselves once we're all home. First thing is to find out as much about Cassandra as we can, so that if she has any skeletons in her closet, they won't be a secret for long. Since we're all leaving tomorrow, let's keep today simple, I say. We'll cross off something else from Lindy's list, have drinks at the Ritz. Then, if everyone feels up to it, we have opera tickets followed by dinner. Felissa arches an eyebrow. Simple is not your usual style. I thought we were hitting all the sights. I shrug. It's Paris. The sights aren't going anywhere, but we might be. Olivia flinches, and I hate myself for saying it that way. For a while, we sit in silence. Olivia's the one to break it.
So we're all just going to pretend like none of this ever happened?
Valissa shakes her head. Liv, you of all people know there's no going back. But now that we know we're being watched, she taps at the note again. No one is going anywhere alone, not until we leave. We'll need to figure out who is leaving the notes, but that's something I can take care of. Victor's cousin is a private investigator. I'll ask him to look into this. Does he know? Olivia's jaw tightens. Of course not. And after all this is done, I don't want to hear another word about what we said last night. Is that understood? I think we can all agree the less said, the better. What do we do about Cass? I expect Valissa has an answer to that as well. We find out where she is, what she's doing. God knows I don't want to be around her. But I don't feel like looking over my shoulder forever either, Valissa says. Let's make a pact, I say, and I watch their faces as I say it. Today we'll finish off Lindy's list, or as much as we can. If Cass comes, she comes. If she doesn't, we'll deal with it tomorrow. Valissa considers, then nods. Deal. Olivia hesitates, then says, Okay, though the word hovers on her tongue as if unsure whether to land. We sit for a while longer. The sun creeps higher, burning the mist off the rooftops. It's almost peaceful. But then Olivia plays with that damn necklace again. Seriously, I say, why are you wearing it? I would have ripped it off the first chance I had. She pulls it out from her neck, looking down at it. It's pretty. It's a gift from your dead husband's mistress. She shrugs. Ironic, don't you think? There's something in the way she says it, something that is so unlike the Liv she's been the past few months, and more like the Olivia I knew when we first met. She was a rose who knew how to use her thorns back then. I thought James had destroyed that part of her. But maybe I was wrong. I look at the two women I've trusted for more than half my life. Two women with a past anyone would kill to keep secret. And for the first time since that night in 1999, I'm not entirely certain the danger is outside this room.
Chapter 39. Olivia. We go to the market because it was on Lindy's list. Not a bucket list, not a must-do, but a single post-it, lemon yellow, and written in her almost childlike scrawl, stuck to the inside cover of her battered Paris guidebook. Rue Claire. Get bread, cheese, flowers. Try to feel alive. Try to feel alive. A claw sticks inside my heart. Lindy was the most alive person I ever knew, but something must have been going on with her. How did I not see it? I showed the note to Margot just before we left. Lindy would haunt us if we skipped it, she said, all in one breath. Valissa nodded, jaws set, her hands deep in the pockets of her jacket. The concierge arranges for a car to take us there. The street is already burning with life at this hour. The cobbled street is hemmed in by charming shops, cafes, and market stalls, each one more desperate than the next to outshine its neighbor. Life doesn't stand still here. Wilted men in checkered aprons shout prices over one another, produce arranged in pyramids within each of the stalls, little old women elbowing through the crowd without a word of apology. We step into the slipstream of bodies, and the sound is instantly deafening. French, German, Mandarin, English, all layered and layered until it's impossible to tell if someone is cursing you or seducing you or simply selling a better pair. Lindy would have loved this. Margot takes the lead, as she always does, and points out everything as if she's an audio guide in her own private museum. "Oh, look at that baker," she says, gesturing at a woman with flour up to her elbows and a face like an aging movie star. She floats ahead, taller than most, her laugh slicing through the ambient noise in measured, careful increments. Valissa stays close to me. She's quiet today, has barely said a word unless she's prompted, but every time we hit a bottleneck in the foot traffic, she steers us with a hand at my back or a gentle pressure on my arm. I lag behind. my brain still chasing itself in circles from last night. I tell myself I'm looking for Cass, but the truth is, I don't know who I'm looking for anymore. The street is perfect for hiding. Too many faces, too much movement. A white envelope could appear anywhere. A hand could brush mine and slip something into my coat pocket. Velissa is watching too. Not just the crowds. She's also watching us. Margot's jaw tightens when she doesn't think I'm looking. We pause at a flower vendor whose cart is a garden of peonies and roses. The man running the stall is younger than the others, and when he sees us, he performs a little flourish with his shears and winks.
Pour les belles dames,
he says, holding out a rose the color of a fresh strawberry. Margot obliges, taking the flower and spinning it like a baton. Velissa buys a bunch of canary yellow tulips. The next stop is cheese. The fromager is a white-haired woman with the arms of a champion wrestler. She slices off a sliver of something that looks like moon rock and holds it out on a knife tip. C'est puissant, she warns, eyes narrowing. Perfect, says Margot, as if she's answering a challenge. She tries the cheese and gestures for Velissa and me to do the same. Velissa accepts, but then points at a wedge of brie as if marking a target. Let's take that one, she says. The fromager wraps it in brown paper, ties it with twine, and adds a wink for free. I try to play along, but every sound in the market spikes straight into my skull. The din of voices, the rattle of crates, the slap of wet fish on a wooden slab. It all blurs into a single, relentless drone. Gone is the strong metal I found creeping into my skin like a memory. I'm back to the broken, timid, always fearful woman James crafted me to be. Will it always be like this? Single moments of who I used to be? My heart stutters, and for a moment I stand very still, breathing through my nose and counting backwards from 10. That's when I see her. Or think I do. Across the aisle, near a stall selling dried fruits and Turkish delight, a woman in a cream-colored coat stands very still. She is turned just enough that I can't see her face, but the line of her neck, the sweep of her hair, the set of her shoulders, they are Cass's, or close enough to send every nerve in my body into riot mode. She's here, I whisper, unsure if anyone even hears me. I freeze. My breath goes shallow, cold, and my fingertips tingle. The woman doesn't move, her stillness more alarming than any motion. A man in a red apron calls out a price, and she tilts her head, listening. It's the exact angle Cass would use when she was about to destroy someone with a single well-placed word. I should know. I've seen that angle more times than I'd like to recount. I blink, and the woman is gone. I don't know if I'm relieved or terrified. Margot notices my distraction and leans in, voice low. You okay? Fine, I say, and the lie sours in my mouth. I thought I saw... She's not here, Margot says, threading her arm through mine. Stop trying to find her and focus on doing this for Lindy, okay? We move on, but now every face in the crowd is suspect. A busker sets up at the end of the alley, accordion case open for coins. He plays La Vie en Rose, and the music floats above the market noise. A slow-motion heartbreak in every note. I close my eyes and imagine Lindy singing along, her voice too loud and slightly off-key, but pure. I remember the way she danced in my kitchen, using a baguette as a microphone, trying to get me excited for the trip. I open my eyes to find Margot and Velissa a few steps ahead, deep in discussion over whether to buy a whole baguette or settle for demi. I stand there, suspended in the music, feeling more absent than present. I need air. I step back and collide with a crate of apples stacked at the edge of a produce stall. The whole pyramid collapses, sending fruit skittering across the ground and into the ankles of unsuspecting shoppers. There is a beat of silence as everyone turns to look at me. The vendor curses, sharp and unforgiving. and for a moment I expect to be shouted at, shamed, made a spectacle of. Instead, Margot is there, scooping up apples, her voice calm and controlled as she apologizes in French. Désolé, c'est ma faute, she says, handing over a fistful of euros. The vendor shrugs, says something about les touristes, and resets the apples, this time in a less ambitious pyramid. Margot appears at my side, her smile warm and wide, but her eyes never leave my face. Accident or performance art, she teases, but there's no bite to it. She places a gentle hand on my shoulder, steadying me. Maybe we should head back. I'm fine, I say, but it's automatic. Let's go, says Valissa, voice final. We make our way through the market, the noise receding but never fading. I carry the tulips like a shield, my other hand pressed tight against my thigh to keep it from shaking. The cream-coated woman is nowhere to be seen, but I still feel watched. We walk in formation, Margot up front, Valissa at my left, close enough to catch me if I stumble, and me in the middle, pretending that I'm not coming apart at the seams. I feel like everyone is watching us, 3 women carrying ghosts, and everyone knows it, even if they don't know the names. Back in the suite, everything is too bright, too clean. Valissa sets the tulips in water, Margot arranges the cheese and bread on the table, and I say all the right things at all the right times. I don't mention the woman at the market, I don't mention the music, or the way my hands won't stop shaking, or the fact that I keep feeling the pressure of the rope at my throat, even when I'm awake. Instead, I watch Margot and Valissa talk and plan, and I marvel at their ability to function, to move forward, to pretend the world isn't ending in slow motion. Later, alone in the bathroom, I stare at my reflection and try to reconstruct my face from the fragments. I touch my throat, just below the jaw, and count out loud until my voice sounds like it belongs to someone else. La vie en rose, I whisper, but the color is gone, and I am not sure it will ever come back. Chapter 40. Margot. The only thing more dangerous than a secret is the act of pretending you don't have one. This is the first rule of survival in the world of women like us, and it's the one I repeat in private every time I step into a place like the Ritz. The logic of it is simple. If you act as if everything is fine, eventually, some part of you will believe it. We're not even past the revolving doors, and already I've slipped back into my role. Margot the shepherd, Margot the leader, Margot whose greatest ambition is to see and be unseen at the same time. I heard Olivia and Valissa through the glass doors with a gentle, practiced urgency. The lobby is all white marble, blue velvet, and the subtle hush of carpet that costs more per yard than most people's cars. Smile, I murmur, not really meaning it, just needing to animate the faces at my flanks. Olivia gives a nervous, almost convulsive upturn of the lips. Valissa sets her jaw. Good enough. Bar Hemingway is a shoebox lined in wood and gold tones. A few dozen seats, every one of them occupied by someone richer than you, or more beautiful, or in possession of a secret twice as damning. The air is thick with Chanel No. 5, and the lights are low. Behind the bar, every bottle is backlit, casting jewel tones against the mirrored wall, multiplying the illusion that you could drown here and be happy about it. I hand off our coats to the attendant. He's young, devastatingly pretty, and doesn't bother to hide the up-down scan he gives each of us before vanishing into the closet. Olivia is overwhelmed. Everyone can see it. She looks amazing in her silk blouse and black pencil skirt. She won't stop fiddling with her necklace, though. I pluck her wrist gently and guide her hand to the crook of my arm. You're fine, I say, voice soft as a ribbon. She nods, then starts up with the necklace again. Some habits you cannot deprogram. We take a corner table, my preferred vantage, just enough shadow for privacy, but a clear, unobstructed view of the entrance. The table is already set with cocktail napkins, monogrammed, of course, and a small flickering votive candle. I order for all 3 of us, French 75 for me, an aviation for Olivia, Negroni for Valissa. Olivia shifts in her seat, pulls at her sleeve. This place is perfect, I finish. It's exactly what we need. She stares at the table, then at me. I was going to say not what I expected. All the wood paneling and framed photos on the wall. I thought it would be more... She glances around. Upscale, I guess. You're probably thinking of the tea salon or the Ritz bar. No, this is perfect. As a lover of books, it's perfect, I agree. But not where I thought you'd take us, I guess. Olivia glances around with a small smile. The story aspect is why it was on Lindy's list, I say, and it comes out too loud, so I drop my voice. Plus, we can't sit in that suite forever and wait for the world to close in. Felissa smirks. You think the world cares what we do? Yes, I say, and leave it at that. The drinks arrive on a silver tray, glass stem shining, with a thinly cut wedge of lemon. The waiter lingers just long enough for us to acknowledge the gesture, then melts into the background. I raise my glass, but before I can say anything, I notice Olivia's color is askew, the chain of her necklace twisted into a tiny noose. I reach across, adjust it, and for a moment her pulse thrums under my fingertips, fast and shallow. She doesn't flinch, but the tremor of her breath tells me everything. Next, I straighten Velissa's sleeve. The button is half undone, and I close it with the kind of care reserved for children or the recently bereaved. She watches me, a flicker of surprise in her eyes, and then, maybe, gratitude. She drains half her drink in a single swallow. We are 3 women, perfectly posed, but I can feel the tension radiating outward, like the click and release of a bear trap hidden under silk. To normalcy, I say, and the words sound absurd, even to me. My voice doesn't waver, but my hand does, just for a second, and I see both of them notice. We clink glasses, and the sound is more brittle than I intended. Velissa downs her drink, then orders another. Olivia sips at hers, cautious, eyes darting around the room as if expecting someone to appear and drag us out by our hair. I am the only one who pretends to enjoy the taste, though the sugar and gin go down like broken glass. The conversation is small and deliberate. I tell a story about a time Charles and I were thinking of buying a house here in Paris, and how the real estate agent tried to sell me a pied-à-terre in the Marais with a haunted closet. He claimed Hemingway's ghost drank himself to death inside. Olivia laughs, but it's a noise with no real humor, just air and nerves. Velissa pretends to listen, but her gaze is fixed on the entrance. There is a shift in the room, a subtle tightening. I scan the room, but no one is paying us any attention, and yet I can feel the eyes on us. Whether real or imagined, it hardly matters. I lean in, lower my voice. We're fine, I say. Nobody here cares. Olivia's fingers dance on the stem of her glass. Not true. They just know how to hide it better. There is a beat of silence. Velissa breaks it by saying, She's right, you know. Someone always notices. Velissa swirls the ice in her glass. Let's assume it's Cass, she says, going back to the conversation we can't seem to forget. We know she wants revenge. What else? Control, I say. She wants leverage. She wants us off balance. Olivia's voice drops. Or she wants one of us gone. Velissa doesn't flinch. We already went over this. If she wanted us dead, we'd already be dead. Velissa is right, I say, stopping her from saying anything else. Think about it. She says she has proof, but didn't go to the police, just threatened it. She's known for how long and hasn't done anything? She's circling. Hunting, Olivia corrects. She's not wrong, but I don't think it's as serious as that. Testing, I say. And Lindy, Olivia presses, what if she did want revenge and she went after the weakest one? Velissa sips at her drink. You think she drowned her? I think Lindy was unraveling, Olivia says, and Cass knew exactly where to pull. The table goes quiet. I I study Velissa as she processes this. No flicker, not visible calculation, simple composure. Too much composure. I adjust the cuff of my dress and force a smile. Okay, too macabre, I say, and the bravado feels real for a moment. We drink, we smile, we hold our posture against the world. If anyone is watching, they will see nothing but 3 women enjoying a perfect Parisian night, untouched by the 1,000 tiny wars inside each of us. For a few minutes, it works.
I let myself believe, almost, that we could have a night like any other, that a truce can hold if you simply repeat it often enough. I'm halfway through a story about a rooftop party in Tribeca, the one where a pop star mistook me for a sommelier and tipped me $500 for opening a bottle of Dom with a salad knife, when something in the timbre of the room shifts. I can feel the approach of danger the way you feel thunder rolling up from your bones. It is then, mid-sentence, that I see her. Cass, at the end of the bar. She lifts a martini glass with the slow, deliberate grace of a funeral priest and holds it up in a silent, ironic toast. The light strikes her face at an angle that reveals every sharp plane and hollow, and the effect is so uncanny I almost drop my glass. For a split second, our eyes lock. The connection is electric, absolute, and so heightened with subtext that it knocks the air out of my chest. I glance away. Look somewhere, anywhere other than at her. But when I look for her again, she's gone, and it's as if she was never there in the first place. My mind isn't playing games with me, is it? Olivia tilts her head, genuine concern in her voice. Margot, are you okay? Fine, I say, and it's almost true. Just remembered I forgot to tip the cab. Velissa gives me a look that says she knows I'm lying, but she lets it go. We try to resume. I pivot to safer topics, food, Paris, the latest scandals in American politics, but the equilibrium is gone. The next moment is choreographed with the precision of a knife trick. An attendant appears at our elbow, balancing a single glass of champagne on a tray lined with black velvet.
Compliments of the house,
He says, voice pitched just for me to hear. I frown. We didn't order. He places the glass down and slips a folded napkin from his vest and sets it beside it. For you, madame, he says, eyes meeting mine with a neutral, unreadable gaze. Then he's gone. For a long, stupid second, I think it might be a prank. I pick it up. The paper napkin is thick, almost cardstock, and embossed with the bar's logo in navy ink. The message is written in a hand that I recognize immediately. Every queen needs her executioner. No signature, no hint of who wrote it, but I know it is from her. My hands are steady as I refold the note, but inside my heart is a blender. I slide the napkin into my clutch and smile as if I've just heard the best joke of the night. Who is it from? Olivia asks, unable to mask her curiosity. I lean forward, give her the same smile I use on difficult clients. Somebody who wants to see us fail, I say. But it won't work. Velissa's jaw tightens. Is it her? She doesn't have to say the name. I nod once, almost imperceptibly. Do we leave? Olivia's hand drifts to her necklace again. She isn't looking at me. She's looking at Velissa. You said if Cass wanted us dead, we'd already be dead, Velissa says slowly. How do you know that? Velissa meets Olivia's gaze, doesn't blink. Olivia swallows, but there's a look in her eyes, the one from before, that unsettles me. Because it's what I'd do, she finally answers. Provoke, remind. And I honestly believe the friendship between her and Lindy was real. She didn't kill her. Olivia holds Velissa's stare for a beat too long. Okay, Velissa finally says. And I realize in that moment that Velissa, too, is questioning Olivia. You asked if we leave. I say no. I infuse my voice with a confidence I don't yet feel. We stay. We go to the opera tonight.
We'll leave when we are ready.
Not because she made us.
We will finish this round, and then another, and then we'll grab a cab and return to the suite, pretend that none of it ever happened. Because that is what we do. We perform. We survive. And if Cass wants to make it a contest, then so be it. There are worse things than being watched.
Chapter 41. Olivia. We're going to the opera. When Lindy first shared with me all the things we were going to be doing, I almost pinched myself. Stepping into the Palais Garnier and seeing Faust being played, it steals my breath. For the next few hours, I'm going to forget everything that has happened and just live in the moment. In this moment. The marble steps outside the Palais Garnier are red, and every inch of the plaza vibrates with the kind of expectation that pulses. During the day, this area is busy with buses, cars, people walking everywhere. But at night, it's magical. It's still busy, still just as crowded, but now it feels like a scene straight out of a movie. Valissa leads the way, immaculate in her tailored tuxedo that highlights every curve of her slim body with a silk scarf knotted at the throat. "You're staring," she says without looking at me. And I realize my gaze has fixed on a pair of women in blood-red dresses, their hair slicked flat and pinned with seed pearls, as if they've been airlifted straight from a Boucher painting and forced into contemporary time. The girls vanish inside the revolving door, their perfume lingering in their wake. Valissa stops just short of the steps, turns, and sets her hand at the small of my back. "Ready, Liv? Shouldn't we wait for Margot?" Just before we were to leave, she got a phone call. She told us to go ahead and she'd meet us. I don't like it. We're supposed to stay together, but I think what they meant was I need to stay with them, not the other way around. She has her own ticket. She'll meet us inside. From the moment we step inside, the air changes. Perfumed, gilded, reverent. The marble underfoot gleams like poured cream, and every sound, heels clicking, fabric whispering, breath catching, echoes as if the building itself is listening. The grand staircase steals my breath as it unfurls into twin flights of white marble curving upwards. Gold drips from the balustrades, from the sconces, and it's mesmerizing. Valissa pauses halfway up, one hand grazing the railing, her reflection multiplied in the polished brass. "It's excessive," she murmurs, but her eyes shine. I can't tell if it's admiration or jealousy, or both. "It's beautiful," I murmur as I try to take it all in. The air hums with expectation, with the rustle of silk, of printed programs, and the hush of whispered gossip. Couples drift toward the velvet balconies. Ushers glide by in black tailcoats that gleam like wet ink. I feel small and seen all at once, a spectator in someone else's fantasy. When we reach the mezzanine, I look back down the staircase, marble and gold and people shimmering like jewels, and think this must be what heaven looks like when it's showing off. "Gorgeous, right?" says Valissa, letting her eyes flick up and down the stairs. She guides me up the steps, her hand firm, and I realize she's matching my pace, slowed by nerves, by the sticky grip of the past on my ankles. We're lingering, letting the decadence overwhelm us, when Margot approaches from the side. She's wearing a slate blue sheath dress and pearls, with her hair up in a twist. Why don't we have opera houses like this at home? A bell chimes, and the crowd flows toward the open doors, shepherded by ushers in black tailcoats. Valissa holds our tickets, waving them in front of an usher whose face is carved from the same marble as the building. "Loge privée," she says, and the usher nods, leading us up another set of stairs. "I thought we could use something decadent before we leave," Valissa says, handing me the ticket. "It's not every day you get to see Faust in Paris." The usher gestures us to the box. Red velvet curtains, gold fringe, and a low barrier separating us from the drop to the orchestra. The crowd below us rustles, whispers, the sound a soft animal undercurrent. The
The ceiling is unexpected. When I look up, color explodes. Marc Chagall's dreamscape swirling across the dome in impossible blues, greens, and crimsons. Angels hover beside violinists. Ballerinas drift mid-air. Whole fragments of operas collide like stained glass made of sound. Gold leaf frames the edges, ornate and unapologetic, curling into vines and cherubs that catch the chandelier's light. The chandelier itself, a massive bloom of crystal and fire, hangs from the center like the heart of the building, refracting the painted ceiling in 1,000 trembling shards. It's overwhelming, opulent, almost hallucinatory. For a moment, I can't tell where the art ends and the light begins. "Do you think Cass will come?" I ask.
God, I hope not, Margot says, taking the seat beside me. But if she wants an audience, then probably. Felissa's jaw tightens. She doesn't want an audience. She wants a reaction. From me, I say. From all of us, Felissa corrects. And she's not done. With what? I ask. Felissa doesn't hesitate, testing to see how far she can push before one of us breaks. Margot steadies her. You're assuming she's alone. Until we can prove otherwise, I'm not assuming anything. Margot has this look on her face.
How about we not talk about her, or any of the other complications tonight, okay?
Let's just enjoy this. Sounds fine by me. I mumble into my glass before taking another sip. Below, the orchestra tunes, a chaos of strings and horns. The house lights dim, and a hush falls so sudden it feels like a concussion. Faust begins. The first act is all spectacle. Village squares and costumes so lavish they're beyond beautiful. The singers throw their voices across the void, each note landing with physical perfection. The plot is absurd. An old man, a devil, a pretty girl with a secret. In the box, Felissa sits with her hands steepled, elbows on her knees, gaze fixed straight ahead. I can't tell if she's enthralled or bored, but I envy her composure. I feel every second like a second skin, itching and hot. As the act unfolds, I find myself drifting, attention pinging between the stage and the crowd. I scan the other boxes, half expecting to see Cass's silhouette, but they all blur together. At one point, I see a man in a white dinner jacket, his hair so black it gleams blue. For a moment, I think he looks like James, and the realization makes me nauseous. I try to focus on the story, but the parallels to my own life are too on the nose. A pact with the devil. A lie that devours everything in its path. I wonder if Felissa picked this on purpose, or if it was just the only show in town. At intermission, the house lights bloom, and the box fills with the low drone of conversation from the crowd below. I finish my champagne, then pour another. Felissa stretches, cracks her knuckles. "You hate it," she says, grinning. "No," I say, and it's partly true. It's just a lot. She stands, smooths her tux jacket, and opens the box door. "I'll be back. Don't go anywhere." I watch her walk down the corridor, her gait as confident as ever. The door clicks shut behind her, and for a moment, the only sound is the dull, endless hum of the city outside the windows. I stand, stretch, and lean against the velvet rail, staring down at the orchestra pit, trying to find comfort in the repetition, the tuning of the violins, the soft shuffle of programs, the collective breath of 1,000 strangers waiting for the same thing. But again, I have the feeling that I'm being watched, that somewhere in this building is a pair of eyes trained on me with sniper precision. Eventually, a bell chimes, and the crowd goes back to its seats. Felissa returns, carrying a small box of chocolates from the lobby. She hands it to me and sits, crossing her legs. The second act begins. This time, the story picks up speed. Faust meets the devil, and the devil is everything you want him to be. Smooth, witty, seductive. The actor plays him in a white mask,
the kind that covers only half his face, and his every gesture is calculated to draw attention. He circles Faust like a shark, each word another offer, another price. I grip the velvet armrest so tight my knuckles whiten. On stage, Faust surrenders. He drinks the poison, gains his youth, and rushes into the arms of the innocent girl. The music swells, the lights burn brighter, and the devil laughs, a sound so clear and precise it cuts through everything else. I can't breathe. I look across the theater, scanning the opposite boxes, and freeze. In the darkest corner of a box, a woman sits alone. She wears a simple black dress, hair pulled back so tight it's almost severe, and she's half-turned, her face in shadow. But I'd know that posture, that set of the jaw anywhere. Cass. She doesn't watch the stage, she watches me. Her eyes catch the stage light and flash, predator bright. She doesn't move, doesn't even blink, just sits, waiting for me to react. I do nothing for what feels like a century. Liv? Felissa's voice is soft, concerned. You okay? I can't answer. My vision narrows to a pinpoint, everything else blurring at the periphery. I feel the sweat break across my back, cold as water. I grip the armrest harder. On stage, Faust is on his knees, pleading for salvation, the devil standing over him with a hand on his shoulder. I look back to the opposite box. Cass is still there, but now she's smiling. It's not a happy smile. It's the smile you give before you destroy something. I try to swallow, but my throat closes up. I feel the old panic, the prelude to every collapse I've ever had. I bolt. I don't warn Felissa, don't even look at her. I stand, stumble, and push open the door, the music from the stage slamming into me like a car crash. I take the corridor at a run, ignoring the stares of ushers and patrons. My heels slip on the marble, but I catch myself and keep going, through a gauntlet of mirrors and strangers. My only goal is to reach the box Cass was in before she leaves. I don't know which one is hers, but then I see a door that is left slightly ajar. It's left that way as a subtle invitation. I push it open. It's empty. No Cass, no other patrons, but on a red velvet seat is a note I'd recognize anywhere. It's one I'd placed in a box and left on a high shelf in my closet, one I never want to open again. So how did this note, James's monogrammed stationery, end up here? I pick it up and with shaking hands I unfold it. I don't need to. I already know what's written inside. James left this for me one night on my side of the bed. We'd just had a vicious argument. One that left me bruised in all the wrong places. One where he made it very clear that I would never be free of him. I'd gone to have a bath, to rest my weary body and cry, while he packed a bag and left for an overnight business trip. When I climbed out of the tub and gingerly wrapped myself in a thick robe, I found a note on my pillow. James loved to leave me notes. At first, they were love letters. This one was not. Remember the devil you chose. James was the devil. My devil. And I regret choosing him every day of my life. What I don't regret is making the choice to free myself. How did Cass get this note? How did she find it? It was in a box, on a shelf I never use, in a closet she has no reason to enter, unless she's been in my home, in my room, touching my things, because someone let her in. My mind jumps to keys, to security codes, to dinner parties, to women I trusted. No, they wouldn't be part of this. She was James's mistress. He was the one who let her in, gave her access to my things, to my life. I'm so glad he's dead. I've been so glad since the day he died. The grief? That was real. But I grieved the life I'd lost to him, the man I wanted him to be, the life I thought we could have had. I never have and never will grieve him. He doesn't deserve it. I stand there, the aria peaking below me, the music turning from beautiful to unbearable. The words blur on the page, and I feel the ceiling press down, closer and closer, until I can barely breathe. I stand there for a long time until I refold the note, turn, and leave the box, the grandeur and the opera house behind me. The city outside has changed. The night is black and it has rained while we were inside. The puddles reflecting the gold of the building in broken, bleeding halos. I wait for the others, not caring how long I stand there for, not really noticing them until Valissa is in front of me. She puts her hand on my elbow. What happened? Shaking my head, I can't answer. Instead, I hold out the note and let her read it. Her brows furrow in confusion. James left me this one night after... I don't finish. She knows what James did to me, how he treated me. She reads it once, then again. Her expression doesn't change. I say only one word because that's the only word that needs to be said. Cass, did she say anything to you? Valissa asks. No. Would anyone have known where to find this? No. Then she was there, in your home, searching through your things. Have you changed the locks? The security codes? I nod. That was the first thing I did after James's death. Wendy was the one to suggest it. Margot steps up beside us, pearls glinting under the streetlights. Valissa hands her the note and quietly explains what happened. I see the look they give one another. It's quick, barely there, but I've seen it before. The silent agreements, the unspoken decisions, the shift from reacting to deciding. I've watched them take control of rooms together, and I've watched them handle situations worse than this as a team. The look that says, we've got this. The one that turns panic into plan. They slip into it without thinking, like muscle memory, like they've handled things like this before. And I don't know if that makes me feel safer or not. Chapter 42. Valissa. It's late. I came up to the rooftop terrace for some alone time, not caring that it's raining. My palms are flat on the stone, and my bones ache from the chill, but I don't let go. The cold sets deep within me, and I let it freeze away any of the emotions I don't want to feel. I'm ready to leave. I'm ready to walk away and leave everyone behind to pick up their own damn pieces. Everything I've done, everything I've sacrificed, everything I've had to endure, none of it seems to matter. They don't seem to care, so why should I? Sure, I've played the cold-hearted bitch this whole trip, not bearing my emotions, not letting myself feel. But that's the role I was given to play within our group of friends, and they need me to remain strong. I carry the weight of too many secrets to fall apart. But they don't seem to realize that. They're too focused inward, too wrapped up in their own issues to think about anyone else. I sigh as I lift my hands and stick them in the pockets of the coat I'm wearing. Breathe in, breathe out. Have my little poor me tantrum and then go back to being the steady rock the other two need me to be. Margot might come off as competent and having it all together, but I see the cracks. The person she's always on the phone with is her therapist sex toy she's entangled with right now. The copious amount of alcohol that never seems to end, and the way she's throwing herself into making sure we do all the things on the list, even though none of us want to do any of the things. Avoidance is her coping mechanism, but I can't blame her. Behind me, the rooftop door moans open on its hinge. The wind carries the sound, but not the presence. If I didn't already know who it was, I might pretend it was nobody, or that it was the ghost this place is said to be haunted by. But it's not a ghost. It's Cass. She sent me a text, wanting to talk. I told her to join me on the rooftop. I knew she wouldn't stay away. I'm a beacon that draws her in. I intrigue her, but I'm not sure why. not completely. I don't turn. I let her close the gap, count her approach by the sound. 1, 2, 3, and then a pause. She's waiting to see if I'll give her the satisfaction of a reaction. I don't. I was surprised you responded to my text, Cass says, voice low, almost conversational. So why did you send it? I keep my gaze on the skyline, the damp roofs of the city, the Eiffel Tower's silver grid already alive for the night. Cass's laugh is the sound a scalpel makes when it nicks the metal tray. A test, I guess. A chance to talk. She stops at the far end of the balustrade and leans over. I keep my hands on the stone, letting the cold burn. What could we possibly have to talk about, Cassandra? Do you want to reminisce about old times? Talk about Lindy's memorial and how you're the only one invited? Or are you hoping for another confession? My voice cracks at the end, and Cass clocks it immediately. Do you have another one you need to share? Cass's voice is velvet smooth, with a hint of sarcasm. Not to you. Cass steps closer. Not enough to touch, just enough to be heard over the wind. Oh, but I think you do. Do you want to know what I've noticed during all the conversations we've had recently as a group? That you're the one person no one wants to name. What are you talking about? The rooftop door opens again. Footsteps follow, hesitant at first, then decisive.
I hear Margot before I see her, the measured cadence of heels she didn't bother changing out of. Olivia is behind her, I know without turning. Olivia always lags when she's afraid of what she might hear. I knew you'd be up here, Margot says, voice clipped, breathless despite herself. The wind snaps her coat open, presses fabric flat against her like a hand. Whatever this is, stop. Cass smiles. That's adorable. Olivia stops just inside the threshold, hands clenched in the sleeves of her sweater, eyes darting from Cass to me and back again. The height unnerves her. I can see it in the way her weight rocks back on her heels, the way she refuses to look over the edge. What's going on? She asks, and I hate the tremor in it. Cass turns her head slightly. You tell her, she says to me, or I do. Margot shifts, stepping closer to my shoulder without looking at me. It's instinct. Can we please do this somewhere else? Not on a fucking roof when it's raining? Cass laughs. Why? What's a little water to someone like you? I finally turn. Cass is soaked through. Her hair is plastered back, mascara flowing down her face. You're enjoying this. I can read the glee in her eyes, the triumph in her smile. She shrugs. Wouldn't you if you were me? I don't reply. Cass is patient. She lets the silence build. Margot's jaw tightens. Say what you want and go. Cass's gaze cuts to her. Oh, I will. But not to you. You can handle it. You always handle it. That's the problem. Then she looks to Olivia, who shrinks without moving. Cass softens her voice. Do you know why you're still alive, Liv? Olivia's eyes flash. Don't, because she decided it. Cass says, nodding at me. You've been walking around thinking you survived your marriage and his death because you finally grew teeth. She smiles. You only survived because you didn't break, which surprises even me, if I'm honest. The rain ticks against stone. Margot's voice drops. You're lying. Cass's attention slides back to me. Am I? Olivia swallows. Velissa. It's not a question. It's a plea. Cass watches her struggle, savoring the moment, but I see the sorrow in her gaze. Think about it, she says. Velissa knows how to suggest an idea you somehow believe you had on your own. How she's very careful about what she says on the phone or over text. How she prefers to speak about things face to face, with no witnesses present. Shit. Margot's face shifts. Just a micro expression, but I see it. And I can see where a memory snaps into focus of the night when I'd casually brought up the Visine idea.
Margot. I don't want her saying it. Not out loud, not here. Margot turns toward me fully now, the rain beads on her lashes. Did you? Was it all on purpose? I don't answer fast enough, and that's answer enough. Olivia makes a small sound, broken and involuntary, like something inside her just gave way.
You didn't just help, Cass says. You wrote the script, gave them the idea. You told them how to keep their hands clean without anyone realizing it.
Margot's eyes go glassy with fury.
Shut up.
Cass ignores her.
And Lindy?
She continues, calm, almost curious.
That wasn't an accident.
Olivia jerks like she's been slapped.
Stop.
Margot's head snaps toward Cass.
You don't know what happened to Lindy.
Cass's gaze flickers to her.
Don't I? I told you I had proof. It's not my fault you didn't believe me.
Then she looks at me, and I feel the shift. I'm no longer being accused. I'm being condemned.
She told you, I say, more a statement than a question.
Cass's lips twist, almost kind.
You couldn't help yourself, could you? You did warn her, I'll give you that. You let her know what would happen if she ever talked. She didn't believe you, of course. Why would she? Everything you've ever done has been to protect her and them. That was on her. You told her who you were and what you were going to do. Her not believing? That was her mistake.
I reel back at her words as a memory slams me. Lindy sobbing as we walked the beach, saying how she couldn't handle the secrets anymore, how they weighed her down too much. I let her cry. I let her say all the things her heart needed to say, and then I threaded my arm through hers as we stood ankle-deep in the ocean and told her if she ever told anyone any of our secrets, I'd kill her myself.
Olivia's mouth opens, but nothing comes out. Margot turns to me, slow, disbelieving. I don't have anything to say. Cass is right. Hard decisions had to be made. They all knew the price of breaking our bond. I was the only one in our group strong enough to make sure we all stayed safe. I thought she was just drunk, Olivia says, her voice barely above a whisper. But you used the eye drops, didn't you? And there it is. Of all the things for her to remember, this is the one she chose. For a second, the rooftop dissolves, and we're all in New York for Fashion Week. There was too much wine, all of us laughing, feeling invincible. If I ever wanted to kill someone, I'd use Visine, I said lazily, casually, as if it were nothing more than a riddle. The perfect murder, a few drops in their wine or water. I swirled my glass, watching the red wine dance against the twinkling light backdrop.
No one ever tests for it.
You're crazy, Olivia laughed, but I caught the flicker of interest in that smile of hers.
Doesn't James always complain about his dry eyes? I continued. And doesn't he carry Visine everywhere?
Now, watching Margot's face drain, I know she's remembering the same thing. I might not have handed them the poison to kill their husbands, but I gave them the idea. Cass watches us implode with a satisfying glint of glee in her gaze.
Look at that, she murmurs. You're finally seeing her.
Margot steps closer to me, but it isn't a protective gesture. Not anymore.
Tell me you didn't.
I meet her eyes. I don't flinch. That's answer enough.
There are so many things I want answers to. How long has she known? What did Lindy tell her? Does anyone else know? But I don't ask any of it. Why did you? Olivia shakes her head, panic rising. To protect you, I say, and my voice comes out colder than I intended. To protect all of us.
Margot's laugh is sharp and incredulous. How was Lindy that much of a threat that you had to kill her?
Cass tilts her head, delighted.
Oh, don't pretend this is new to you, Margot.
Margot's eyes blaze.
I'm not like her.
Cass's smile cuts.
Yes, you are. You have no problem making the decisions, giving the right information at the right time.
I turn and grip the stone so hard the edges dig into my palms. The blood flow to my fingers is gone, replaced by the old white-hot numbness that fills me until I feel nothing at all. You orchestrated all of this.
You were there with Lindy, pulling at the threads to make her fall apart.
Lindy, she left me no choice. Cass's voice is needle thin. I was there. Did you know that? I was the one who screamed first. I was the one who found her. You? I twist in surprise and see the combination of grief and vindication on Cass's face. How was she there? I assumed it was another guest from our floor with access to the pool. That's what we were told, wasn't it? Yes, me. I scoff. Unlikely. Margot's face drains of color. Her gaze flicks to me, and I see the questions there. I watch as she goes back in time to that first day and how Lindy always drank what was handed to her. What I handed her. And to think you almost got away with it. The perfect murder, isn't that what you called it? Cass sneers. Did you forget she wrote it all down? What are you talking about? Olivia asks. She's looking at me. I nod. It's true. She wrote it in her diary. I sigh. All my regret, all my disappointment leaving my body with that one breath. Confession is contagious. Isn't that what your note said? Because you're the one leaving them, right? She doesn't deny it, but the smirk she gives is all the answer I need. She was going to the police. I turn toward Olivia. I couldn't let that happen. Of course you couldn't, Cass says, mocking me. I look Cass in the eye. She will not break me. Who do you think you are? My voice sounds like it belongs to someone else. Cass moves closer. The rain is soaking through her shirt, outlining every rib. Someone who knows the truth of who you really are. You, Margot, Olivia, even Lindy. I'm someone who is holding you accountable and reminding you nothing stays a secret forever. Then go to the police already. The words grind out from deep inside my soul, and there's almost a yearning to them. She laughs. Where's the fun in that? I want to scream, but I don't. I let the storm have my anger. You don't get it, I say, turning to face her full on. You've never gotten it. You think this is some Machiavellian contest, but it's just survival. I did what I had to do. We all did. The wind gusts harder, forcing Olivia to step forward. She doesn't realize how close she's come to the railing, until Margot reaches back and catches her elbow. Don't, Margot says quietly. Not a command, fear. Olivia looks up at me then, really looks, and something in her expression shifts from confusion to recognition. Felissa, she whispers. That's when I know she's starting to understand. I'm not going to apologize, I tell her. I told you. I did it to protect you, to protect us. Cass laughs. Is that the excuse you used for killing my brother, too? I open my mouth to protest, but she's faster. He was a monster. I'm not denying that. I carry my own scars from him. But you are responsible for ending his life. Sure, he might have fallen and hit his head, but Felissa is the one who made him fall. And Olivia, I believe it was you who decided to string him up like a puppet and make everyone believe he killed himself, at least according to Lindy. Her finger punctures the air, stabbing toward my chest without touching me. My jaw locks. He deserved what he got. My hands are shaking now, the tremors rippling up my arms, into my shoulders, into the root of my neck. I want to run, or to hit her, or to push her over the edge and watch her plummet through the air like a paper plane. I do none of those things. At least, not yet. You want to punish me? I say. Go ahead. Just don't pretend you're any different. Cass tilts her head. The wind whips her hair sideways, plastering it across her cheek. She looks both beautiful and ruined, and it makes me want to spit. I'm not pretending. I know exactly who I am. I laugh, bitter. You're someone chasing a story that never belonged to you. Cass smiles. Then give it to me.
Tell me everything. The sky cracks wide, thunder rumbling so close it rattles the metal vent next to my knee. Rain is coming in sideways, so hard I have to squint to see. But I see Cass, impossibly clear, utterly unafraid. I don't tell her about the night her brother died because we've already told her all there is to tell, and that's not what she wants to hear anyway. I tell her about Lindy, about the night she told us she'd been raped, the way she drank herself into oblivion and woke up screaming every night for a semester straight. I tell her about the time Lindy tried to take her own life, the note she left, and how I found her just in time. I also tell her about the time Margot found her standing on the ledge of our dorm roof and managed to talk her down with nothing but the promise of a better tomorrow. I tell her about the third time, and the fourth. I tell her about the drugs, the failed interventions, and how her family blames us for being a bad influence, for encouraging Lindy to lose herself in drugs and alcohol, when really we were trying to save her. When I'm done, my voice is shredded, my lungs half full of rainwater. Cass stands there, both hands on the balustrade, and looks down into the wet darkness. For a second, I think she's going to jump. Margot moves fast, having the same thought. Cass leans farther out, as if inviting fate. And then it happens, in fragments. The slick rain beneath her feet, the slip, the scrape of leather, the sharp inhale that never finishes. "Cass!" Olivia screams. Everything collides at once. Margot lunges forward. I reach too. There's a violent jolt, bodies crashing together. A cry ripped loose by the wind as someone slams hard into the balustrade. The stone railing shudders under the impact. And then? Nothing. No Cass in front of us. Only rain and the open mouth of the dark. Margot stumbles to the edge, breathing hard, staring down. Olivia is sobbing, hands covering her mouth. The storm drowns everything. Chapter 43. Back in the room, I press my brow to the window and study how the world outside warps. Street lamps cast their halos sideways, and the glass vibrates with the splatter of rain. I'm all alone. Olivia is running a bath. The drip, drip, drip of water is irregular, almost syncopated, and each drop finds a way to echo through the wall. I hear her talking to herself. Sometimes I catch pieces of what she's saying. You are safe now. You are strong. You are forgiven. And I want to shatter every mirror in her bathroom so she won't have any more surfaces to reflect her own suffering. It's not that I'm unsympathetic. I just hate seeing it worn so plainly. And I know she's stronger than that, stronger than she's letting everyone see her be. What I don't get is why. With James gone, it's the perfect opportunity to rebuild herself, to be who she really is inside. I've tried to encourage her to embrace all the facets of who she is, the dark, the ugly, the beautiful. But I don't think she's there, not yet. I see glimpses, but that's all they are so far. Just glimpses of who she really is. Across the suite, Margot's voice rises and falls in the next room. She's never alone for long, not even now, and her phone is a lifeline she clings to like a buoy. I hear her through the wall. Laughter, then the acid bite of sarcasm, then a lull as she listens to whoever is on the other end. Her lover, maybe? A business partner? A friend from another social circle she keeps apart from us? This is her talent, the way she can modulate her affect, bright, then brittle, then blank, depending on what is required. And then there's me. I'm in the living room, perched on the edge of the fainting couch the hotel calls Jacobson-inspired. My feet dangle off the side, toes barely grazing the thick carpet. I half expect Cass to knock on the door, but I know that won't happen. We leave tomorrow, and I cannot wait. I'm ready to get back to my normal life with my normal routine and not having to worry about Olivia saying too much or Margot self-destructing out of the blue. I've already scheduled a large floral bouquet to arrive at Lindy's memorial, as well as a sizable donation in her name. I push myself to my feet and head to the table with the hotel phone and dial the concierge.
My voice is practiced, smooth, almost bored. Is the kitchen still open? The concierge hesitates. I imagine him glancing at the clock.
Of course, madame,
He replies, accent crisp and unflappable.
What may I bring you?
French fries, I say.
Extra crispy. Ketchup and mayo on the side. And a Coke, cold.
Of course, madame,
He says again.
Is everything okay down there? I hear the sirens. There's a pause.
Just an incident, madame. I will have your order up shortly. I hang up and let the silence settle, punctuated by the siren wail threading up from the street below. The siren grows louder, multiplying, until it sounds as though the entire arrondissement is converging on the hotel. I head to the window to find a cordon of blue lights, police fanning out across the street, 2 paramedics in reflective stripes loading a gurney. I turn away, not wanting to focus on the tragedy, not wanting to see if the person on that gurney is Cass or someone else. I reach for the minibar, find it filled with miniature bottles and branded snacks. I unscrew a vodka, pour it into a water glass, and sip until the burn numbs my gums. The taste is pure and cold, like snowmelt. I let the warmth unspool through my chest, and for a moment, I'm nearly comfortable. I snap back to the present. The sirens have faded, replaced by the low hum of after-midnight traffic. I check the clock. 1:17 a.m. The fries arrive at the door, delivered by a silent, gloved attendant who meets my eyes only long enough to hand over the tray. I tip him with a handful of bills, and he disappears down the corridor without a word. The fries are hot, their edges shattering against my teeth. I drown one in ketchup and another in mayonnaise. I eat slowly, deliberately, aware of the performance even as I perform it. This is what I do when I am trying to unravel a problem. I eat, I drink, I create rituals of normalcy in the face of disaster. When the fries are gone, I line up the empty bottles and stack the ketchup dishes with geometric precision. I wipe my hands on a linen napkin and place it over the crumbs, as if hiding the evidence might erase the act. I get up, cross to Olivia's door, knock gently. No answer. I turn, walk the length of the suite, and pause outside Margot's room. She's off the phone now. I picture her sitting cross-legged on the bed, scrolling through news feeds, waiting for the first hint of scandal to break online. She's always been the fastest at damage control, the most ruthless at deleting what shouldn't be remembered. I return to the living room, sink into the couch, and stare at the ceiling. I should head to bed, but instead, I pick up my phone and open my message app. I start to type, then delete, then type again. Cass, if you're alive, if you're out there, please call. We can fix this. We can always fix this. I don't send it. I just let the words sit there, pulsing on the screen like a wound, an alibi if needed. My mind loops back to the last time I saw Lindy. She said something about wanting to swim, despite already being in her new pajamas, the pale silk clinging to her legs. Her words slid into one another, syrupy and soft. She laughed when she stood, like gravity itself had betrayed her. I watched her sway, watched the moment she decided the pool was a good idea. I let her walk ahead of me. I followed a minute later, carrying the champagne by the neck with a dishcloth wrapped around it, the way staff do when they're trying not to leave fingerprints. I remember thinking how theatrical it felt, how fitting. I pasted on a smile as I approached her, sitting on the edge of the pool with her feet tracing lazy circles in the water. She lifted a hand and waved when she saw me, like a child greeting a parent. I already knew she was unraveling. When she told me that she couldn't handle the secrets of our past anymore, I knew. Not just that she was scared, but that she'd crossed the line. She'd broken the one rule that centered the four of us. Trust wasn't a suggestion. It was the architecture, and she'd cracked it wide open. I warned her what would happen if she ever did. I let her drink straight from the bottle. I watched her swallow, watched her eyes flutter, watched the moment her balance tipped from careless to compromised. I never touched a drop of it myself. I didn't want to. I'd added a full bottle of Visine to the champagne earlier, measured and patient, the way I always am. That, along with the drops in her drinks throughout the day, was enough. She complained that the water looked strange, that it felt cold. I told her she was just tired. Closing my eyes now, back in the suite, I dig my toes into the carpet until the sensation anchors me. I don't need to remember the rest. I don't need to replay the sounds or the timing or the way silence settles differently near water. What's done doesn't require rehearsal. The choices I made aren't ghosts. They don't haunt me. They live in me, woven into muscle and instinct and resolve, into the woman I became the night Lindy told me what had been taken from her, the night I understood that survival doesn't come from innocence, it comes from decisiveness. I opened my eyes. The world didn't end because Lindy did, and neither did I.
Chapter 44. Margot. 1 week later. Brunch is at 11, but I am awake by 5. I get out of bed because lying still makes the noise in my head worse. I move through the house in the dark. Kitchen, hallway, pool doors. I check locks I already checked. I straighten frames that are already straight. I open the fridge, close it again. I am not hungry. By 7, I step into the dining room and turn on the lights. The table is already set from yesterday. Event staff did the basics: cloth, chargers, plates, glassware. I walk the length of the table and make adjustments. Knife angles, bread plates, salt and pepper. I move one chair in by half an inch. I move another out. I read every name card even though I wrote them. In the windows, the sky is pale and flat. The yard looks clean, careful. You would never know that in my head there is still water. The ocean. The sound his body made when it hit. The silence after. I push that away. On each plate, I set a menu card. I wrote them myself. Quiche, salad, fruit. Someone will complain about the carbs and eat everything anyway. I smooth every card with the side of my hand. I look for crumbs. There are none. I pour myself coffee and drink it standing at the far end of the room. 1 week ago at this time, I was still in Paris. Lindy's funeral was yesterday. I sent flowers, probably too many. I also made a donation to local charities in her name. I pictured her mother reading the card with my name on it. I know the expression she wore: cold courtesy, quiet blame. They always blamed us. The friends, the bad influence. They blamed us for her being broken, but they didn't help to pick up the pieces either. At 9, staff arrive through the kitchen entrance. My housekeeper confirms the caterer is on time. There is a text from the florist that the second arrangement is on its way. I walk them through the setup, even though they already know what to do. I hear my own voice, and it sounds normal, calm, in control. Except I am not in control. I know that now. Outwardly, I may appear as if I'm fine, but inside I'm anything but. I close my eyes and breathe. In, out. In, out. I have guests arriving, and I need to be perfect. I need today to be perfect. In my dressing room, I pull on a simple dress, navy, sleeves to the wrist, no pattern, pearls. I've made sure not to wear any jewelry that Cass would have helped me pick out. My hair goes up. I do my makeup with steady hands, light foundation, mascara, neutral lip. By all appearances, I'm fine. No one would guess what came out of my mouth in that hotel suite in Paris. No one would guess that my friends know what I did to Charles. I think about that night. Olivia's confession, voice shaking, eyes red. Then mine. The words came out of me in one piece. Champagne, the boat, his body against the rail, the fall. I do not let the details run again. I have done that enough. It is not useful. What matters now is that the story is no longer mine alone. By 10:30, guests begin to arrive. My friends, my neighbors, women from different agencies that alternate between rivals and coworkers. Their cars line the driveway. They come in talking about weather and flights and renovation. I greet each of them at the front door with a kiss on each cheek. I say their names.
I tell them they look rested or thinner or tan. They relax. They are used to me playing this role. "Paris suits you," the first one says as she steps inside. Her perfume smells heavy. "You look refreshed." I smile.
Do I? I feel like I did 3 marathons in heels.
A small laugh. She hands me a bottle of champagne. "For your collection, I couldn't resist." I take it. I thank her. The second guest asks about the trip before she even takes off her coat. "Was it insane?" she asks. "The protests, the crowds, I read that it's chaos there right now." "It's Paris," I say. "It is always some kind of chaos. The food was good. The shopping was better. The jet lag is murder." They laugh. The word sits between my teeth. Murder. I swallow. By 11, everyone has arrived. We funnel into the dining room. There are small sounds, chairs moving, bracelets against glasses, polite conversation. I pour the first round of drinks myself. Kir Royale, black currant, and bubbles. My hand does not shake. I watch the level in each flute. I do not overpour. "Tell us everything," one of the women says as she sits.
What did you do? Where did you stay? We want details.
"Yes," another says. "Is it true what they say that Paris changes you?" I smile and sit at the head of the table. "It depends what you bring with you," I say.
We ate too much. We shopped too much. We walked. We saw a show.
All true. Not enough. "Did you go with the same friends you always travel with?" Someone asks. "Your little group?" "Yes," I say. "The 4 of us. Well, 3 of us." I feel that word land in my chest. I pick up my napkin. I place it in my lap. I look at my plate instead of at their faces. 3? Did someone cancel? A woman down the table asks. "Oh, how is Lindy? We haven't seen her since the fundraiser last year. She was always such fun." There is a small pause. I hear forks tap plates. I keep my tone neutral. "She died." My voice is clear. "Last week, in Paris."
It was sudden.
A ripple moves through the table. Someone gasps. Someone whispers, "Oh my God." Hands go to mouths. Eyes widen. They look at each other, then back at me. "I'm so sorry," the woman who asked says. "I had no idea." "No one did," I say. "Her family kept it very private. It was fast, an accident. We're all still adjusting." There are murmurs, condolences, questions I do not want to answer. "Was it while you were there?" Another asks quietly. "Were you with her?" "Yes," I say. "We were with her." I need the conversation to move. I reach for a safe topic. "She loved Paris," I add. "She would have hated to die in a suburb." Some of them laugh. The sound is thin, but it works. The tension loosens a little. Plates arrive. Grilled cod, roasted potatoes, salad. People focus on food. They go back to their usual subjects. Contractors who take too long. A client who threw a hissy fit they do not like. Flights to Miami. I nod in the right places. I add small remarks. My own plate sits mostly untouched. Between courses, I get up and walk around the table. I adjust a glass. I swap a knife to the other side of a plate. I straighten a centerpiece. Someone teases me about it. "You're like a wedding planner," she says. "Everything exact." I smile. Someone has to keep standards, I say. What I do not say is that if my hands are busy, my mind has less room. Halfway through brunch, the woman 2 seats down leans in. Her voice is softer now. "Is it true what they printed about Charles?" she asks. "About the storm and the fall? I saw the article again last week when I Googled something else. I didn't want to bring it up, but with Paris and everything." Here it is, another test. I take a sip of water. "Most of it," I say. "The storm was real."
You know Charles. He drank a little too much, but then it was our anniversary.
I give her a wobbly half smile. "And on your anniversary, he dies. I can't even imagine," she says.
First Charles, now this. It's a lot.
Yes, I say. It is. No one at this table knows how much I did to prepare for that night. No one knows how long it took me to find the courage to do what I did. No one knows how many times I practiced the story before I called for help that night. Except Olivia, except Felissa, except Cass. Cass. I feel her name in my throat. She knew more than she should. She took pleasure in pulling it out of us. The way she looked at me across that table in the hotel suite when I said, I killed him. When she nodded like a judge who had been waiting for the truth. When dessert is served, fruit, coffee, I excuse myself. I mention a phone call. No one objects.
The room continues without me. Laughter rises as I walk away. Upstairs, the corridor is quiet. Carpet muffles my steps. The house feels hollow when I am alone in it. At the end of the hall, my dressing room door is ajar. I am sure I closed it this morning. I push it open. The air is cool and still. Light comes in from the side window. Everything is in its place. Shoes, hung clothes, jewelry, and lined drawers. I step in. On the back of my vanity chair, there is a cream scarf. I stop. My chest tightens. The scarf is draped in an easy, careless way. It's not mine. The fabric is soft, fine wool. The border is stitched by hand. My first thought is that the housekeeper moved it from somewhere else. My second thought is that I am wrong. I know this scarf. I saw it in Paris around Cass's neck, thrown over her shoulders or even hanging from her bag. It's hers. Thrown over her shoulders or even hanging from her bag. It's hers. I assumed when she fell over the ledge that she'd died. I think we all did, even though we never spoke about it. In fact, no one mentioned her name again after being on the rooftop. I move closer to the scarf, but I don't touch it yet. I look for a card or a note. There is nothing, only the scarf. I pick it up. It still holds a faint scent. I close my hand around it until my knuckles ache. How did you get here? I ask the empty room. There's no answer. I sit at the vanity, scarf in my lap, and look at myself in the mirror. I look composed. My lipstick is still in place. My hair is smooth. There is no obvious sign that I am, by most legal definitions, a murderer. Another woman sat on another chair on another day and told 3 friends how her husband died on a boat. I am that woman too. In Paris, when I said it out loud for the first time, Olivia reached for my hand. Felissa stared. Cass watched. It was clean, I told them. He was drunk, the deck was wet, he slipped. He went over and did not come back up. That is all. That is not all, Cass said. You waited, didn't you? She was right. I did. Not long. Long enough. I watched the water. I counted. I did not scream at once. I thought about who I would be if I called right away. I thought about who I would be if I waited. I made a choice. The choice hangs in the air around me now like a second skin. I wrap the scarf around my hand, tighter, until the wool digs into my wrist. I release the scarf. I place it on the vanity, folded in a neat square. I could throw it away. I could call the housekeeper and ask where she found it. Instead, I open the bottom drawer and reach for the pouch where I keep things I do not wear. Inside, there is a ring box with my mother's wedding band, a pair of earrings that were a gift from Charles's mother, a key card from the Paris hotel that I never turned in. I push them aside and make space for the scarf. I place it there, then close the drawer. It feels like letting something in and trying to lock it out at the same time. I sit a moment longer. I listen to the faint sound of cutlery and conversation drifting up from the dining room. I should go back down. My guests are waiting. I lean closer to the mirror. You are fine, I tell myself. You are in your house. You have a plan. No one knows more than they should. 3 women know exactly what they should not. One of them is fragile and still in Paris.
One of them is hard enough to kill and sleep like a baby afterward. One of them is apparently still alive and likes to leave scarves in other people's rooms, which means she was or is here. I stand. I smooth my dress. I check my face one more time. My expression is neutral. I can make it warm on command. Before I leave, I unlock my phone and scroll to Olivia's last message. "Thinking about you," she wrote last night. I type, "Brunch today. Already ready for bed. You?" I erase it. I type another. "We need to talk." I erase that, too. In the end, I send nothing. I slip the phone into my pocket. Downstairs, there is laughter. Glasses clink. Someone calls my name. I open the dressing room door and step back into the hall. I pause once to look back at the closed drawer, then keep walking. I know what I did to Charles. I know what Felissa did to Lindy. Olivia's hands are not clean, and Cass walks through the world holding our stories in her teeth. I put one hand on the rail of the staircase. My grip is firm as I stare out the large window in front of me and watch as a car leaves. I will survive, and I will figure out a way to find the control I've lost. Cass thinks she can play with me, and while I'd like to show her otherwise, for now, I'll let her believe she's the one in control. And so, for now, I go down to pour more champagne.
Chapter 45. Olivia. At La Maison Favart, breakfast is quiet. The room is quaint and soft. Painted walls, a few framed prints, low music, the same 3 tables filled most mornings. The staff move in and out without much sound. The woman who runs the room brings my coffee without asking now. "Bonjour, Olivia," she says and sets it down with a small nod and smile. My table is by the window. It is always set for 2. I ignore the empty chair. I eat the same every day. Yogurt, fruit, coffee, strong, 1 sugar. I write while I eat. The black notebook sits open beside my plate. Today's page is a list that Lindy sent via email months ago. Hot chocolate at Café de Flore. Today, Palais Garnier tour. Done. Rooftop pool at the hotel. Never again. Monet somewhere that isn't the Orsay. Done. Real Paris chocolate tour. Today, Margot canceled the chocolate tour after Lindy's death, but it was something she really wanted to do, and so I was able to reschedule. "Vous partez aujourd'hui?" the breakfast woman asks. "Are you leaving today?" "Non," I say. "Pas encore." "Not yet." She smiles. "Bon." Then she moves away. I finish my coffee, close the notebook, and slip it into my bag along with my phone and a folded printout of the original tour confirmation. Lindy's name is at the top. 4 guests, paid in full. Only 1 is going now. The tour meets at a corner in the Marais, outside a narrow shop with a dark green front and a window full of chocolate sculptures. The guide is young, sharp, and cheerful. She introduces herself as Elise. She reads our names off a clipboard. When she reaches Lindy Harrington, she pauses. "Elle n'est pas là?" she asks. "I'm here instead," I say. "I'm with her group." My voice catches on the last word. I clear my throat. "She couldn't make it." Elise studies me for a moment. Her expression softens. "D'accord. Alors, pour Lindy." For Lindy, then. She smiles and moves on. Inside the first shop, the air smells thick and dark. Glass cases hold rows of chocolates lined up by flavor and origin. Elise talks about cocoa percentages and single-origin beans and tempering. I try to listen, but my focus slides to the little tasting squares arranged on a tray. I hear Lindy in my head. "We'll need a second suitcase just for chocolate. I'm not kidding, Liv. Don't you dare let Margot talk us out of it." Elise presses a piece of chocolate into my palm. 90%, she says, very pure. "Let it melt on your tongue." I do as she says. The square is small and bitter.
It softens slowly on my tongue, then blooms into something stronger. Not sweet, exactly. Deep. It makes my throat tighten. Good, she asks. Yes, I say. It is. I buy a small box with 8 pieces. The woman behind the counter asks if it is a gift. I tell her yes. I don't say for whom. Between stops, Elise leads us through side streets. She points out a courtyard that once belonged to a noble family, a doorway with a bullet mark from the war, a bakery that sells only one kind of bread. My feet are starting to ache, but I don't mind. Moving feels better than thinking. At the end of the tour, Elise hands out little cards with the shop names and a map of our route, drawn in her own hand. The group drifts away, each in a different direction. I stand on the corner with my bag of chocolate and pull the notebook from my purse. On the page with Lindy's list, I make a small mark next to Real Paris Chocolate Tour. Done. I walk without rushing, past boutiques with sale signs, past a schoolyard where kids shout over a soccer game, past a florist arranging buckets of ranunculus on the sidewalk. I catch myself looking for a cream coat, a certain kind of walk, a face I could pick out of any crowd. No Cass. By mid-afternoon, my legs ache. I stop in a small square and sit on a green metal chair. I open the chocolate box and pick out a yuzu piece. My phone buzzes with a message from Margot. How is everyone? Liv still in Paris? Are you ever going to come home? From Valissa. 10 miles this morning. Couldn't feel my legs. Felt everything else. Liv, stay in Paris as long as you want. I take a photo of the chocolate box on my lap with the square behind it and the Paris street beyond. I send it to both of them with one line. Still here. Chocolate tour completed. She would have loved it. 3 dots appear, then vanish. No one replies right away. This feels right. There are some things we sit with alone. In the early evening, I go back to the hotel to drop off my bag. The reception clerk smiles when he sees me. Bonne journée, Madame Wright. Oui, I say. Très bonne. There is one place left to visit. Café de Flore is busy. It always is. Every table on the terrace is full, so I take a seat inside, at a small round table with a view of the door. The same waiter from last time brings the menu. He recognizes me. Or maybe he just recognizes the kind of woman I am here. Un chocolat chaud? He asks. I nod. When the hot chocolate arrives, it is thick and dark, with a bowl of whipped cream on the side. I spoon some on top and watch it sink slowly. I sit and watch people come and go. A couple arguing quietly near the bar. A group of students crowded around a single phone. A woman alone with a magazine, tearing out a page and folding it into her bag. The door opens. A gust of air slips through the room. A woman in a cream coat steps in, shakes rain from her hair, and laughs at something the host says. For a second, my body goes cold. She turns her head, and I see her face. Not Cass, a stranger. My heart rate drops, slowly, like a lift returning to the ground floor. I can't seem to stop looking for her. The waiter brings the bill in a small leather folder. I slide my card inside and hand it back. When it returns, there is something else tucked into the flap. Hotel stationery. My name on the outside. My fingers go still. I glance around the room, but no one is looking at me. The waiter is already gone. I open the envelope. 3 short lines in the same sharp handwriting I know too well. Surprise, I'm still alive and I know your secrets now. We already know confession is contagious. One person has already died. Try not to waste the time you bought. No signature. She's alive. Alive and my constant shadow. She's never going to go away. No matter where I am, she's always going to be somewhere close by. That's what this note is for, to remind me. She's never going to forgive me, not for Chase, not for James. I regret Chase. I will never regret what happened to James. I read her note again. Her wording is interesting. Try not to waste the time you bought. Bought. If she thinks she's scaring me, she's wrong. She's not the hunter anymore, no matter what game she thinks she's still playing. Not with me, at least. Outside, the sky is low and gray. The rain has stopped. The street is wet, but passable. A waiter drags in the last chair from the terrace. A girl poses for a photo under the awning, adjusting her hair until it falls just right. I flag a taxi to take me back to the hotel. If Cass is watching me, I hope I've surprised her. She can't make me scared anymore. Back in my room at La Maison Favart, I place the chocolate, the notebook, and the latest note on the desk. I open the window a crack. Paris air slips in, street noise, a siren in the distance. I sit on the edge of the bed and think about the messages from Margot and Valissa earlier. How long will I stay in Paris? When will I come home? Do I tell them about this new note? I decide not to.
As for how long am I staying? I don't know the answer to that, but I do know I'm not ready to leave. I have a contact who's a realtor here. I think it's time we met for coffee. James promised me Paris once. I don't think he expected I'd move here. Tomorrow I'm going to check out some bookshops. Besides Shakespeare & Co., there are a few other English-focused shops that I'd like to see, mainly because I feel most at home in bookshops, but also for a little bit of research. Who knows? Maybe there's room for another bookstore in my future. For the first time in a long time, I feel hopeful. I haven't had to take my sleeping pills since coming to La Maison Favart. That says something. Tomorrow I will pick one more thing from Lindy's list and do it. And then I think it's time I make my own list.
Chapter 46. Cass.
10 days is enough time for a story to harden, but not enough for anyone to heal. By now, they all know I'm still alive. Sure, I slipped over the edge, but I fell onto a small rooftop. From there, I found a door and made my way back to my room. I'm sure they were more than happy to live in their deluge of wishful thinking that I'd died and was no longer a problem. I've given them enough time to stay in that fantasy. But enough is enough. Paris is still gray when I step out of the hotel. The street is damp. Cars move slowly, tires hissing over wet stone. A delivery truck idles in front of the cafe on the corner. Crates of oranges and coffee sacks pass from hand to hand. The air smells of exhaust, yeast, and old rain. I walk without hurrying, left toward the river, past the tabac with its red sign, the bakery with its fogged windows, the small shop that sells nothing anyone needs and everything tourists want. The city is quiet in this hour. Only workers, stray dogs, and people like me who have something to do before the world wakes. My legs ache from the flight back, from the time difference, from the trip out to Margot's house and back again. The jet lag works in my favor. It keeps me just off balance enough to pay attention to every step. I replay the last 10 days as I walk. The taxi from JFK through those broad Connecticut roads, tall hedges, long driveways, houses like stage sets lit from within. Margot's security gate opening after only one question from the guard. The side door near the kitchen that was never updated. The cleaning schedule that still lists Thursday, upstairs dusting in a neat column. Her dressing room was colder than I expected. Clean. Precise. I knew where to leave the scarf before I walked in. Draped over the vanity chair, not placed. Folded would have looked like a gift. Thrown would have looked like rage. Draped was better. Familiar. Intimate. I did not stay long. I did not need to. My work there was small but sharp. Enough to slide under the skin. Now I am back where everything started, and everything ended, and everything is still moving. At the river, a faint mist rises off the water. The sky is pale, nearly white.
I walk onto Pont Neuf. The stones are slick. My heels land in a steady pattern. I like the sound. It is a measure I control. I stop at the middle and lean my hands on the wall. The city stretches in both directions. Bridges, towers, the dome of the Institute. A boat moves under the bridge, engine low, carrying nothing I can see.
I think of each of them. Margot with her brunch table and her crystal glasses, standing in her dressing room holding the scarf, looking at herself in all those mirrors, seeing what I wanted her to see, that her house is not a fortress, that her choices are not buried, that someone can reach her anytime she wants. Felissa with her running roots and her rigid spine, watching the doors, replacing the locks. I was surprised at how easy it was to break in and leave her my little present. I wish I could have seen her face when she opened the box with her little ring inside, saw a photo of her while on a run, along with my note, "The architect of accidents should watch her step." I want Felissa to always be looking over her shoulder, always be prepared. I'll strike when she finally lets down her guard. Until then, I'll leave her little gifts of Visine bottles where she least expects them. I'll keep sending photos, a reminder they're always being watched. Olivia is the one who has surprised me the most. She stayed behind in Paris when the others flew home. I imagine she told herself she is here to rest, to reset, to find peace. But peace doesn't come in cities like this. It comes from ignorance, and she no longer has that. She has her confession, but the thing about confessions is that they don't end. They just loop, coming back to haunt you when you least expect it. Lindy lives within her emails that I still have access to, her drafts, her unsent letters, her search history, her charity subscriptions, her old saved routes on a running app through different cities, always avoiding parks at night. I have read all of it. I understand her now better than anyone did while she was alive. They all made one mistake. They thought the worst thing that could happen was that someone else would find out what they did. They never considered what it would feel like to live every day with someone who knows and refuses to look away. The city is alive at this time of night. Cars, buses, people with shopping bags and briefcases. No one looks at me twice. That is how I like it. I exist in the gaps, in the spaces between what they think and what is actually there. 10 days ago, in another city, in another bedroom, Margot sat in front of a mirror, holding a scarf, and telling herself she was going to be okay. Today, Olivia holds a piece of paper and knows she will never be the same. Soon, somewhere far away, Felissa will get in a car, or open a door, or start a run, and the hairs on the back of her neck will stand up. She will know something is coming. She will not know when. That is enough. There is no rush now. The lives I have touched will keep moving along their tracks, each of them aware now that the past is not behind them. It is under them. It holds. My brother was a monster. I knew that before anyone else did. Did he deserve to die? Maybe. He might have fallen, but he was pushed to his death. In my book, they killed him. This isn't about grief. It's about them and how they appointed themselves judge and jury. And they've been deciding ever since who gets to live and who has to disappear. They killed Chase. They killed their husbands. They killed Lindy when she threatened to stop hiding. I look down at the gold coil ring on my pinky finger, the one I took from my friend. To them, it's a symbol of their pact made from my brother's death. To me, it's a promise I'll never forget what they did. I'm not here to mourn. That's not what this was about. It was about balancing the scales. I don't need them in prison. I need them haunted. I want them always looking over their shoulders, knowing their secrets aren't locked away. Someone knows their truths. I don't need to go to the police or the press. That would destroy my family's name and make all of this end too quickly.
What I will do is keep reminding them and watch for one of them to break. When that happens, I'll be there. Not to save her, but to remind her she brought this on herself. I adjust my coat and step back into the street. Paris moves around me, indifferent. Valissa, Margot, and Olivia, they believe the story ended on that rooftop. It didn't. The only thing that changes is the narrator, and I'm very good at telling stories that don't end. The end.